Hello, everyone, and welcome to yet another day of coverage of this Triton Poker Super High Roller Series from Montenegro. Alinejad alongside Randy Liu, third stop of 4 slated here on the 2025 calendar. And yesterday was a busy day for us here, Randy, but before we get to yesterday's busy day this morning, busy for you?
Yeah, I basically just stood at my desk, was just checking my name tag to see if it was right all day, and it is Nano Noko, so we're good.
For those wondering what the heck Randy is talking about, of course, last night, early in the festival, I mean, the under came in. The boys on the color commentator side of the booth lost the €100 bet. It was $100, but Randy didn't have any U.S. currency. To Henry and I, who were gambling on who would mess up the name tags up front here of our Twitter handles. And, of course, graciously, we accepted victory. Of course, not before a lot of selfies and a lot of celebration. But plenty of celebration was in the room yesterday, of course, because we crowned not one, but 2 champs, one of whom made a little bit of Triton history in the progress. For those that missed it, let us flash back, first and foremost, to event number 2. This was a 25K 8 max. We picked up action on the day with 5 players remaining, but before long, it was just Daniel Devoris and Xuan Liu as Canada wrapped up a title. Xuan came in outchipped heavily, but fought hard, grinded her way to this moment where she held pocket 5s against ace-queen. It was the pivotal one. She limp-trapped it. Devoris, of course, durable enough to make the call, and then found himself a paired flop with added avenues to spoil the fun for Xuan here in her first ever festival, first ever event. Just 1 card removed from leaving Devoris with just $3.4 million, and that was where the bulk of the damage was done. So Devoris left with just crumbs. Ultimately, would have to choose 10-3 suited to draw his line in the sand with. 7-6 off. Wasn't exactly a delight for Xuan, but she would give him a spin of the roulette wheel. 7.6 million chip pot, no tenor tray on the board, as Xuan would find the pair of 7s and the lead. 2 pulls at a 10 for Devoris. The king failed to deliver. And so did the 9, as Xuan Liu would become the first female champion ever at a Triton Poker Super High Roller Series, besting the previous high water mark held by Ebony Kenny. $860,000 would go her way. Not to be overshadowed, of course, the fact that Kristen Foxen made the top 4, also broke Ebony's record, but she held it very briefly as Xuan would ultimately claim the title. Devoris, $579,000 went his way, but my goodness, what is it about showing up at a Triton playing your first ever event? She's not the only person that's ever done it. Some names came to mind, Randy, but I don't know. The beginners run good?
Well, she tried to play it off like it was just luck. You know, she hasn't played as much poker. But from what I saw throughout the final table and leading up to it, she was playing phenomenal. She was choosing her spots, and she really grinded away in that heads-up match to give herself the opportunity to win the majority of chips when the flip came in. So, you know, graciously humble, but seriously, she's really good.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, those of us that had the opportunity to stream at home, I assume you would agree as well. She really kept her poise, kept her composure. At no point did any of us sense the moment was somehow getting to her. She's just an experienced veteran at this point. Doesn't necessarily have the amount of experience that her opponent Devoris had. And to be fair, I don't think Daniel undersold her one bit. Don't go getting after Devoris and thinking somehow he made mistakes. He didn't. Xuan played her heart out, earned herself the title, and it was proven by the fact that after she won, Devoris came over and said, "You played great." Those were the only words that he offered, and they were very authentic. So a sincere commendation, obviously, coming from him. And the commendations didn't stop there. Kristen Foxen, obviously, commendation to her. 4th, I mean, an amazing performance. But ultimately, she would be overshadowed by none other than hubby Alex. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, let us flash back to event number 3 and see how that one took shape. So this time, we'll bring you the full final table of 9 players. Nacho Barbero among them with an ace-king would open into a Tom Hyung pocket queen's hand. The 3-bet to 380 got piled on. Tom found himself in the classic race and then found himself staring at a king-high flop. Not the sight that he was hoping to see. 3.2 in the middle. He did find himself a turn card, giving him an open-ender, but didn't find the needed 9 or ace as he wrapped the table and became the first casualty. $75,000 richer for his efforts, leaving 8 behind. There is Kristen's husband, Alex. Queen 10 offsuit open. Martirosian flatting with the 7s. Webster coming along and out flopping them with 9s, but Foxen the chief hand here on a 10 high rainbow board. 400K follow through. Webster with just 600 back would get it in. What he wouldn't do, though, is get his hopes down on the turn, given that he picked up the heart draw. However, he was unable to complete any of his outs, and he would follow Tom out the door in 8th place, 94 grand going to Lim. Pocket kings now for Artur Martirosyan. 250K raise. The Spaniard, Manzanares, decided queen-jack suited in the big blind, enough to play back against Artur with. Obviously ill-timed and ill-fated once the ace-7 deuce board would roll off. No spade on the turn, and no outs for Raul as he would depart. Your 7th place finisher, $129,000 going to him. Ace-jack this time for Foxen. Blinds at 75, 150. He would click it. Soiza would find the ace-7 suited and a world of hurt on a jack-9-8 board, but recognizing that there was some pathways, all of them involved the 10. Gut shot didn't come through on the turn, but a second one materialized. After the 5 rolled off, tense moments for Foxen, but no 6, no 10, and no further participation for another one of the Malaysians at that final table. Michael Soiza, $174,000 for 6th. Now, Israel's Barak Visprod. King 10, 1 million in front of him, good for just 5 big blinds, would work his way into a collision with Barbero, and he would outflop Nacho on the king-jack tray board, but then the snowman melting away the hopes of Visprod as he would draw dead. Nacho with the 2 outer, sending Barak out in 5th. $224,000 going his way. Then Jesse Lonis, one-time Triton title holder, decided ace-10 off on the button is good for a rip into Foxen, who woke up with an ace-king and flopped a king. Bad news, of course, for Lonis, who could very easily find himself drawing dead on the turn in a 6.8 million chip pot, and that's exactly where he wound up after the 5 of diamonds rolled off. And Jesse was dispatched, a 4th place effort, 280K going to him. Now Barbero, an ace-queen, looking to work his way further up the podium. Pocket 9s for Foxen, a 3-bet to 5 million. Nacho had already been pot committed. Artur out of the way. We played for 6.7. The 9s holding on. Barbero in need of the ace or queen. Facts remained on the turn. Could he find his 6-outer and fight on? The river said no. Fist bumps to Artur and Alex. Disappointment, but obviously mitigated by the $341,000 earned for the bronze medal. And then it was heads up between Foxen and Martirosyan. A 1.8 million ahead altercation with 10-4 against 8-9. Trips for Alex Foxen. Martirosyan would stab at it out of position. Obviously with trips, Foxen not looking to lose his customer would flat the 1.2 on the turn. Artur with the 8s and 4s, playing the ace kicker on board, decided to rip, and unfortunately he had run into it. No outs for the Russian as the inconsequential river would be dealt. Handshakes happening at the same time. A little north of $500,000 going to the Russian, but once again, it would be Alex Foxen claiming glory here at a Triton. The man is on fire, Randy.
I don't know how he does it, right? He came back to Triton in Monte Carlo in 2024, so not too long ago, and he already has 3 titles under his belt since returning. And if you take a look, like winning this 25K for $755,000 in Montenegro, and if you see over in Paradise, you know, he only played 2 events because we only had those events. He won the 100K main event for $3.85 million.
Mm-hmm.
He placed 6 in the Triton Million for $2.8 million. And then when you go back to Monte Carlo in 50K, in the 4th event he played there, he won that for $1.47 million.
Don't gloss over that 100K PLO 6th place finish that he had there as well. And if you're looking past Jeju, you'd be ill-served to do so because he picked up somewhere in the neighborhood of $2 million for his finishes there in Jeju, just absolutely taking it by storm. And, of course, somehow finding one of the 3 opportunities to cast a shadow on Chrissy's performance earlier in the day as a 4th place finisher. And let's not overlook Martirosyan, Randy, because Artur, Ivan Leal Player of the Year award leader, coming into this one, he's been hot himself.
Yeah, and the thing is, you know, coming in as the Player of the Year leader, right? Foxen won this tournament, so that pushed him up in the counts, but
There it is.
Arthur getting second place pushed him even further. So you can see there's quite a gap between these two, and Arthur, like, he just keeps winning. He keeps making deep runs, biggest binds. No surprise that he's crushing the POY race at the moment.
Yeah, no question. So the two players who collided there, top two slots. Mario Mosbach in third, by the way. He had himself a result already here at this festival. Let's talk Barbero in third. You know, it's easy. Barbero gets a lot of heat. You know, he's been mired in a little bit of controversy of late involving comments online and, you know, allegations. But, you know, he shows up. He does his thing. He's one of the most colorful personalities here. And you'd be tempted to think, oh, well, this guy's not one of the GTO crushers. This guy's doing things a little bit differently or whatever. You look at the resume, it kind of speaks for itself. In his early career here, he's putting up numbers, Randy.
Yeah, he keeps putting numbers back all the time in the big buy-ins. And sure, Nacho doesn't play GTO, but you don't need to play specifically GTO to do well in tournament series, because you can make your own exploits and, you know, try to take advantage of how players don't really know how you play.
Yeah, well, listen, if we're going to talk about people who deviate from GTO and maybe use some exploits, we cannot do so without mentioning Jesse Lonis in fourth place there. Fourth final table and just his fourth stop, and he's another one who's in his budding portion of the Triton career and posting up results.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that's a bit newer to this tour. He didn't play the very early years, but one title already under his belt. He's a good man.
Yeah, he's going to keep things exciting if we get further opportunities to witness him, not just at final tables, but at featured tables. And on the topic of featured tables, of course, we've got another one coming your way in just a few minutes. We're going to be taking action of event number 4, is it? Event number 3, forgive me. Adrian Mateos, by the way, El Conquistador, the Spaniard, sitting atop the leaderboard there. But before we unpack all of the chip counts, walk me through the rest of the numbers in this one.
Yeah, we did have a total of 147 entries. 95 are unique players in this $30,000 event. And last night, we did play down to the bubble, which was 23 players. They locked up 52,000 apiece, and now we've got 22 players remaining.
And in 23rd, it was Switzerland's Diego Zeider who would claim the first of the min cashes. Up top, we have our first 7-figure payout of the series. It's going to be $1 million and change. You can get a look at it right there, 25,000 sprinkled on top of that 7-figure payout to the eventual champion. And with El Conquistador up top, I'm talking about people who are white hot, people who are on fire. This dude is untouchable, like the surface of the sun of late.
Well, you got to remember, and last time he showed up in Montenegro last year, he had a first, a second, 2 sixth-place finishes, which total cashes of over $5.8 million, and he won the player of the festival in Montenegro.
I mean, that's going to be a tough thing to try to top here, as you see his Triton resume in the Triton Poker Plus app there from last year's Montenegro. Let's talk about Tobias Schweck, though, because he hasn't put together those sorts of numbers yet. Still kind of waiting for the big announcement, I would say here. You might be tempted to think, well, wait a minute, I recall Tobias doing a little something when you and I hung out after Triton in London. Tobias ended up picking up a title during that World Series of Poker circuit event, which kind of piggybacked onto that Triton London festival that we had a couple of years back, but not the Triton title. Nevertheless, though, a guy to be respected.
Very respected, you know, and the thing is, he held the chip lead for the majority of the tournament the other day. He still has a lot of chips here, and, you know, he did beat Ike, knocked Ike out twice yesterday, so I don't think Ike is a big fan of Tobias Schweck.
You think Ike just has a little Tobias voodoo doll back in the hotel room, and he's just...
It's not working.
The Germans can do it to you, I'll tell you what. Yeah, second in chips right now, $2.9 million in front of Schweck. Let's talk Maher Noida, another one of these guys that, you know, isn't regarded as, you know, one of the GTO crusher wizard regulars or whatever, but Maher also in Montenegro posted results last time out.
Yeah, it does have 3 final tables in Montenegro, and, you know, maybe you just got a lucky venue that you need to come back to.
Listen, sometimes there's a sense of home court advantage, even though he doesn't play under the Montenegrin banner. Tunisia, not too far away, just across the Adriatic and the Mediterranean. So looking further down the leaderboard, we find ourselves a name that may not be as familiar to those, especially in terms of banners. The Kuwaiti flag flies tall, and it does so in the stewardship of Abdullah Al-Ajmi. And Abdullah, I got to tell you, there was a couple of people who I was chatting with about hands they've played during breaks and whatnot, and they were like, hey, man, there's this dude out there, and he is just lobbing salvos left and right. Absolutely massive pots when this guy's involved.
So he just has a firework button that he just pushes all the time, like.
Love to see it, by the way, and we're going to have a chance to observe him as we are just moments away from getting down into the action here. Feature table coverage. Just a single one available, given the space constraints here in Montenegro, but it allows us to sink our teeth in and focus on things for prolonged stretches as the 30K 8 Max gets underway from the Maestral Resort and Casino. There's Nacho. He's ready to go. 22 players remaining, among them not to be overlooked, by the way, Randy, Kristen Foxen, 10th in chips right now, just north of the average.
Oh, so she can outdo Alex in this tournament and get that top 7-figure prize.
Yeah, that she can. There's Schwecht. You know, he's smiling, but really there's a grimace somewhere inside because it is the chip leader who is directly to his left. That's some run bad.
He's still stacking his chips.
Yeah, it takes a while when you got those many biscuits. Chidwick, just 15 bigs, 885,000. Divorce, there as well.
Looking for redemption.
Second place stack, 2.9 for the German, Schwecht. Martirosian also still in this one. Looking to add to those Player of the Year points. You know, it was funny. I think he was being cheeky, but I ran into him yesterday, and I was talking about the Player of the Year, and he said, I got it locked up.
He said he got it locked up.
I mean, he was kidding a little bit. He's like, don't worry, don't worry. But, I mean, the fact that we saw him, Randy, get involved in the Pot Limit Omaha portion of a festival for the first time last time out means that he is committed. He is dedicated. He absolutely is gunning for the accolades and the honors. And it looks like Alex Ponikovs has poured himself a cup of let's get the day going. 3 bigs, though. Unclear how long that day's going to last. And there's Martirosian. Taking his seat to the right of Mahornoida.
He always goes for glory.
1.225. Who always goes for glory?
Martirosian.
Okay, just making sure because there's a few glory chasers at this table. Kiatli included. Finally tasted glory for the first time at our last Jeju.
Yeah, he tried so long, but love to see Malaysia's finest.
515,000 sub 10 big blinds. Work to be done. Bottom of the leaderboard is Ponikovs with the 3 bigs, and there are a total of 5 stacks below 10 bigs, with Kiat the largest among them. Just north of 10 bigs is Phil Ivey.
Who's that?
In 17th. I don't need to tell you. You guys know that face. Kristen Foxen. 1.5 million roughly. 24 big blinds. Plenty of cushion for her to work her way deeper through this one. Boy, I don't really love her seat, though. Barbero, Schwecht, Mateos in that order.
Well, the good news is when we get to the final 2 tables, we do have a redraw.
You know, there's nothing worse than you get the redraw.
It's worse.
And you just get parked in a worse spot. You're so right. Look who's the boss stack at our feature table. The man that we alluded to as being a relative arsonist. He likes to start fires out there. Alajmi. 35 big blinds. Barak Wiesbrod, who had that final table performance in event number 2, sitting 33 bigs and a log jam, which is rounded out by Linus Love. Didn't call his name for the last few festivals, Randy, but he's back.
Yeah, I feel like he occasionally takes time off because he likes to play big cash games, but, you know, time to sprinkle in a 30K bind here.
What would a feature table be without a German flag? It's being flown by Dietrich Fast on this occasion. 1.5 million, 25 bigs, midfield stack. Here we go. Shout out to those of you who are streaming us live, of course, through either Twitch, the Triton Poker YouTube channel, or, of course, our favorite, the Triton Poker Plus app, which if you're watching our coverage without it in tow, you're doing it all wrong. It's exactly how Randy and I and the whole production team keep their bearings about what's going on out there, along with the players, of course, up until the final 2 tables where electronic devices are sequestered. Have you seen the box that they put the phones in yet, Randy?
Wait, is it fancy?
It looks like something that like a Brinks truck security guard driver or something would have. I mean, you know, in those movies like Face Off, the double golden like Desert Eagles, like it's that kind of.
I see.
But it's just cell phones. Well, looks like an early jam has come from Sir Watson, the cutoff, and it's poorly timed. 405 not going to be enough to shed Barak Wiesbrod's pocket sevens. And might this be a very short-lived day of poker for Watson. 17% of the time he fights on, but as you can see here, most of the time it's curtains. King 6 deuce, bringing him closer to that reality.
Yeah, his clubs are covered as well for backdoors.
4 or a tray maybe? Nope. Now it's just a red 5 for salvation. And instead, it's condemnation that comes at the hands of the Jack of Diamonds officially as we lose a member of the congregation here in the Church of Triton.
Just one hand he's played today. Is that? That's not Watson. That's Ponikov's.
Yeah, he was the shortest stack in the room, so it looks like he too met his maker. For those with the Triton Poker Plus app, of course, they know they can instantly click on Ponikov's. Look at his hand-by-hand breakdown in this one. It looks like he fell at the hands of Artur Martirosyan in a pot that involved Mahar Noida. He had King 9, did Ponikov's. Noida with King Queen. Martirosyan with pocket 8s. And an 8 on the turn.
So 2 players were eliminated on the very first hand dealt today.
Yeah, and let's talk payouts, as those two will fall in 22nd and 21st officially. Ponikov's in 22nd, no matter in terms of the economics, however. Both he and Watson take home $52,000. 20 now remain, a 4K pay jump realized. $56,000 the payout for the next 3 bust outs. Lun Lun here at this feature as well. Randy, he's one of those that continues to evolve and better his game, it seems, at each successive festival.
Yeah, he really has become quite a competitor. You know, someone who doesn't play professionally, but really can hold his own.
Want to talk about professionally. Linus Lolliger has been putting the hurt on all comers for a long time. Definitely a fan favorite is Linus Love, especially for those that sweat the online streets. He's been involved in some absolutely stratospheric cash games throughout the course of his career. Takes us upstairs, blind versus blind with these 2 10s. Tom ponders 6-4 off. Just 1 million back, and he steps aside.
Yeah, many players agree that Linus Lolliger is possibly the very best cash game player out there on online streets. Very feared. Great table presence, too.
I confess, this is perhaps the most understated shirt we've ever seen him wear at a featured table, although I'm sure when he woke up this morning, he didn't know that he was going to be at the feature. You learn these things as you make your way into the room. I'm sure it's designer, though. You see some sort of embossed logo.
Yeah.
Is it Louis? Does it feel like a Louis?
It's definitely not from, what, Temu?
It ain't from Temu.
Or Uniqlo,
Randy.
I don't know.
Yeah, it ain't from Uniqlo. No.
There's
That's
a
for
little
sure.
bit of texture on it, I saw.
How have we not partnered up with Louis or Dior or Balenciaga at this point, just given the sheer volume of advertising?
We don't need them. They need us.
I like where your head's at, Randy. How have they not partnered with us? Lun Lun partnering with Ace Jack offsuit, under the gun, 120 of his 770. Put forward. Ooh.
This is interesting because Lun Lun's opening off of, what, a 12-13 big blind stack from under the gun. It does scream strength, which actually puts Lolliger in a kind of a tricky spot. It's kind of like his opponent isn't that deep where flatting is questionable.
350.
So he's going to 3-bet, and he'll call it off.
Oh, for sure.
And he's hoping he just takes it down pre, or if he's up against some pairs, he's doing all right. But as long as he has some fold equity, then he's willing to 3-bet this spot, which he should have. That was an instant fold from the Ace-Jack. Even better to 3-bet King-Queen suited.
You know what's so wild about this is the fold came in so quickly, I was convinced that I had it wrong and Lun Lun wasn't the opener. But the extra 230 deemed too rich off of 650 for Lun Lun as we flip it to an outer table moment here. This Milosevic, I believe, involved.
And Santurn.
Thomas with the Jack 5. Ends up with jacks up and ends up claiming a pelt as we have ourselves a 20th place finisher in Danilo Milosevic. It was just a sand turn jam from the small. Call it off from Danilo. And his king 5. Didn't get a whole lot of justice. Flopped himself the flush draw. Turned the same open ender, and in the end was left with no more than a pair of 5s. Falling to the 2 pair. $56,000 going Danilo's way.
They are flying.
Yeah, they are.
Short stacks, they no chance at the moment here today.
Third bust out of the first orbit of coverage.
IV. IV.
Are you are you talking Phil, or are you talking about some medical intervention involving a needle? Did you have a bender last night? We need to get you rehydrated?
That's what you went with when IV the GOAT was on screen.
I just never know, Randy. You could be throwing curveballs out here. On the topic of curveball pitching, by the way, here is Abdullah, our first opportunity to observe the Kuwaiti ace-8 suited under the gun.
Notice the sizing.
180, normally reserved for small blind versus big blind.
It's actually very effective there, because if he had gone with a min raise against the short stack, Loon was very likely to defend 10-9 offsuit.
But just that data point there already confirms the whispers around the room about this lesser-known entity. Producer James pointed out, by the way, that he and I had done some work out in Cyprus. Actually, James coming straight from the MPP, which was being held prior to this event. And this character here finished second in one of their warm-ups once upon a time at Merit Poker. So he has made waves outside of our ecosystem and continues to create some high tide here.
I see chips in front of Kristen Foxen.
Do we have particulars?
So it seems that Kristen bet 440,000 on a river and got check raised all in by Tobias Schweck. And folds it.
Oh, and absent RFID, mysteries will remain intact there, both for those of us watching the stream and Kristen. What do you know about this Wii poker, Randy? It's not Nintendo.
It's not you poker.
It's not us poker.
I believe it's some kind of Chinese poker site.
Okay. Wait.
But I can't.
When you say Chinese poker site, do you mean 13 card, or do you mean a poker site based in China?
I believe the latter, but I'm not really that knowledgeable about things related to China.
No,
as
I'm
you
bummed
know.
out. Yeah, no, we all find that out the hard way, especially the flight attendants on China Eastern who repeatedly come by Randy's seat and speak Mandarin to him, and he looks up with a blank face, and they're offended. Keeping it right here. Fold it around to Barbero.
Barbero plays a 17 big blind stack, a million chips. Does bring in a raise. Looks like a min raise on the button from Barbero. Here comes Tobias Schweck. Comes in with call. Going to be three ways. Or king, six, deuce, two spades. Let's see, what does Barbero want to do? His type of board. Looks like a C bet of 125K. It kind of seems like strength to me when Barbaro is betting into the 2 chip leaders.
Well, we're about to find out just how strong it is, given that one of them is stuck around. That being Schwecht. Mateos out of the way. Turn card coming. Looks like a black jack. Don't get excited, Randy. I knew as soon as the words crossed my lips.
Were we buying insurance?
Third spade on board.
A lot of times the flush completing cards freeze the action a bit, and you see a bit more passivity with some checks.
Sure. Seven of hearts on the turn after it does go. Check, check.
If Tobias does bet, it seems like it would be unlikely that he would be bluffing, just based on the run out King 6, Deuce, Jack 7.
Well, we don't expect him to flat the raise from the small blind with something containing a 6 or a deuce all that
Let's
often.
check. What do we got?
A7? Wow.
Whoa.
Found the 7 on the end. Nacho looked a bit disgusted by the peel. Perhaps he had a bigger raise.
Yeah, he check called with A7 of clubs on King 6, Deuce, 2 spades, 1 club when it was 3 ways.
And a player behind him in Mateos.
Yeah.
Just goes to show you what kind of perceptions perhaps Tobias has about Barbaro there. That one felt like it lacked some respect.
Barbaro's looking to the sky, licking his lips like,
Yeah.
What was that?
Oh, listen, he is among the more demonstratively emotional people on tour. There's no doubt about it, but it serves him well. He's not one that wants to bottle it up, you know. I think it's better for him when he can just get it out, even though some might look over and think, this guy's boiling, steaming. I remember once upon a time I heard somebody say, look, Ali, we know, you know, you can tilt, but your cards don't tilt. You know, you ever been around someone like that? They're still playing the same game, even though they're boiling. They're upset. They're visibly angry. Maybe they're mumbling.
Who told you this? Because he needs to be punched. No, just kidding.
Because he's lying to me?
Yeah. But he's completely right. You know, it's about yourself.
Yeah, whatever works. You know, there's not one way to skin this cat that is high-stakes poker.
Relentless Schweck putting a 3-bet against Daniel DeVoris.
Yeah, the 140K open turns into 380 as we send it back over to Daniel, of course, runner-up to Xuan Liu in event number 2.
It's a fresh tournament.
5 seconds.
Let's see how he'll respond. He is out of position.
Time.
DeVoris start the hand with 27 big blinds.
Well, he's giving it a good chew here, Randy.
5 seconds.
Which one is it? Looks like it's call.
Yeah. We do expect Tobias to throw his weight around a little bit on the button and ask questions of people with the second biggest stack.
Of course, and we already saw him kind of float the A7 of clubs against Barbaro, so he's willing to get in there.
Do we not range him toward a stronger part of the deck, though, given Mateos' presence to his direct left?
No, I don't think that changes that much, because even if Schweck is 3-betting, Mateos can't mess around, even with the big stack. So it does come King 7 Deuce, 2 diamonds. This board heavily favors the 3-better, Schweck. He's going to c-bet his whole range. He has all the ace kings. DeVoris never has ace king because he would always 4-bet jam. So that's why you see Schweck c-betting, whether he's got it or not.
$230K under advisement.
5 seconds.
Bye-bye.
Yep. You look over at that mountain of chips and you're like, well, this could get dicey.
Yeah, and Schweck's clearly the chip leader now, especially after that pot. He has a 1,000,000 chip lead on Adrian Mateos.
Wow, it happened in a hurry, too. I mean, they're separated by a full 28 big blinds on the back end of that one. Of course, taking chips from Barbera and, as we saw just now, DeVoris didn't hurt that effort as we take Steven Chidwick and park him elsewhere. You know, I don't think Stevie's complaining about this this little table change.
Yeah, he doesn't want to play with the other big stacks. Not that this table isn't dangerous.
No, no,
it's
no.
Just, you know, they got all the chips over there.
No disrespect to the guys who were sat there now with Stevie, but I don't think even they would argue that these are perhaps more comfortable surroundings.
They'll take a refugee. Ivy. Late night?
Nah, 6-deuce offsuit does that to me too.
That was an extended yawn.
It really was.
120.
You know what it was like? When you see like the dominant alpha lion on the Serengeti and there's just, you know, like catnap after taking down some wildebeest, just, you know?
Just on mute.
That was a goat yawn. That's what that was. Ace-4 suited. Not yawning, but not cowering away. 120K. Beast brought. Button Queen 10. Linus with a bit of a reputation as well, Randy, and perhaps that is playing a role in Barak's selection here to take us to 350.
Yeah, definitely. These two players have a lot of history with one another on the online felt. But let's take a look at the outer table. Zhang Yu, he's in there against Mateos.
Putting a pin in the history as we await a flop between these two. Zhang Yu covered by El Conquistador, efforting the holdings. Working our way through this Triton Poker Plus app in search.
Well, El Conquistador is paying out.
Yeah, looks like he's been set to dispense.
So a nice short stack getting a double, finally. Mateos had Queen Jack of clubs against Zhang Yu's King Queen offsuit. Wasn't open in a straight draw from Mateos. I was unable to get there.
Bet 175,000.
Revisiting things between Wiesbrod and Lolliger. Linus flatted the 350, has found top pair against second pair with 1 million in the middle. His check, drawing the bet of 175 from Barak, which he has now called.
That's an amazing card for Linus, just in case he had kicker issues.
3
Plus.
on the turn.
It also reduces the outs for his opponent who's holding Queen 10. Has to be a mandatory check back with mid pair. Can't get called by worse. You inflate the pot against an ace-X. There's the king. I would think that Linus is going to have a lot of trouble getting called by worse unless he puts in a really small bet. Could be more value in checking it over and try to induce rather than bet yourself, but it's always kind of tricky.
Bet 300,000.
So he goes with 300 to 1.2, 25%. Hoping for a crying call.
Five seconds.
300,000 a quarter pot here, and Wiesbrod with 2 overcards staring him down, and a range that he thinks is credible enough to be performing poorly against. Lays it down, but the thing is, Linus, man, we've seen him play all parts. He's so dangerous, Randy. Right when you think you got a beat on this dude, he just shows up with a hand that makes you just shake your head and go, what happened to me in this one?
He's the type of guy where he can always show up with a raise out of nowhere. He's very balanced. He attacks a lot. He really is one of the most feared players of all time.
Looking at his Triton resume, numbers speak for themselves. 8.3 million plus across 17 caches, 1 title, and riding back-to-back 12th place finishes from Monte Carlo the last time that he showed up in 2024. A 200K Invitational, 12th place for 367K, and then in the 125K main, 12th again for 328,000. Wonder what he's been up to, though. Maybe some tax-based challenges with some of the locales or some travel stuff.
Well,
not sure.
He primarily considers himself a cash game player, so if there's opportunities to play big heads-up matches, you know, for 500, 1K, 300, 600, whatever it is, he would prefer to play that. So that's why you don't always see him travel to every single Triton stop.
Well, Dietrich Fast is going to travel on from the big blind as he overcalls the flat from Abdullah Alajmi. Both of them booking a date to C3 against Ivy, the opener with ace-9, jack 7-7 board with a couple of diamonds, and Abdullah's got himself the flush draw.
Yeah, this is pretty fun because you see Ivy, he actually opened under the gun off of 10 big blinds, and he got flatted by Alajmi, who you say is a firecracker. And look at him, just leading out, found a way to just take this pot.
300 into 420, bang, bang. You look at Dietrich, he's like...
Seriously, buddy?
What?
Hey, you got ace-3 high. You don't need to stare him down anymore, all right?
And in spite of that ace of diamonds working, Ivy comfortable with his muck.
Yeah, I can see why you say Alajmi can be very dangerous. Like, players that VPIP a lot more, if they're aggressive, they're very complicated to play against.
You're so right about it. I mean, you know a guy isn't just going to be dealt in every single hand, and yet here he is, calling raises, 3-betting at times, opening up front with ranges that don't necessarily fall into the conventional wisdom, and then you have to play post-flop without a sense of where you're at.
Exactly. You know, he's got his own style, and I'm sure most of the players aren't really aware where his ranges lie. Looks like another all-in confrontation.
Who's involved this time? Maher Noida and Artur Martirosyan. Looks like an ace-5 suited.
Ace-5 suited versus king-7 of hearts.
And there's a king-high flop, by the way. Maher looks like he's smiling. And with a fist bump to Barbero, becomes quite clear that it is he who had the king-7.
Hey, Barbero, why don't you give Martirosyan a fist bump as well?
Probably because him and Foxen showered him in third in event number 2, and he's still bitter about it now. He's all right. He's also quietly putting together another deep run here as he finds his second straight cash early in this festival. Always nice to paddle downstream. Talk about the pressure it kind of relieves.
This is a fun one.
7s for Tom, facing an Abdullah rip on the button.
The thing is, I'm sure they've seen Abdullah just attack a lot, which is why Tom's in the tank, Contemplating 2 sevens. He's gonna drop it. Oh, think again.
I mean, Lun wasn't this deep when he decided to fold to a much more modest 3-bet with his ace-jack offsuit earlier. And it was obviously against a different character, as you see Tom putting down the time banks, trying to think it over. Maybe he thinks best case scenario, even against a gunslinger like Alajmi, is I'm up against 2 overs. Do I really want to spin with 850 remaining? Because, you know, that's a decent number of blinds.
That's right. But he is going to make the call, and he is going to get the terrible news.
And this is in particular when guys like Alajmi get dangerous, is when the deck pays them a visit.
That's right, and they can run up stacks, get more value than others. Tom tried to play the player. Bad timing.
2 million chip pot.
That's
Ace
it.
Jack 4, and barring running 7s, it's going to be a wrap for Hong Kong's Tom Hyung.
Not possible?
Possible.
I've seen
It's
it
a
live.
clubs.
You've seen it?
I've seen it live, yes.
Okay.
Makes it official.
It's always disappointing because you went with a read that you're on the cusp, and then you're eliminated because you happen to make the wrong decision. But you got to just shake it off and move on to the next tournament.
Sure. Not the way he scripted today to play out, as he falls to the hands of Alajmi. 19th place finish, $56,000. Only one of those payouts now remain with 18 in the field.
Thank you, Dylan.
Thank you, dealer.
He's quietly putting together a big stack here, 60 big blinds.
He's only going horizontal.
You mean vertical?
Got me.
Oh, I cherish those moments so much, Randy.
I like when you said that. I just stared at you. I was like, "What are you talking about?"
I'm talking about the
Yeah,
other.
I get it now.
I was like, horizontal? That's flatline, Randy. That's.
I meant the way he was stacking his chips. All right.
Oh, okay. Good save. Good save. What do you
you
like?
think I just get everything backwards?
No, but sometimes I wonder.
Like when I call you a goofball, that's just right.
Yeah, that's you just straightforward.
Here we go. Ace Queen versus 2 jacks.
Yeah, straightforward was the action pre-flop in this one. This was Santurn opening to 120,000. Martirosian 3-bet the button to 300. Alex Kulev, who's not afraid to get his stack in motion, had 1.8 million, ripped it from the big blind. Artur would ultimately be the only customer after Santurn stepped aside. And Kulev's ace queen unable to connect as the board goes king trace 7 deuce 5, and the jacks hold for some capital infusion and some execution as well.
That was a massive pot. Kulev cold bet, hold 4-bet jamming, 30 bigs with the ace queen. Martirosian poised to make a huge run here.
You know what's interesting though? If I showed you the field of 18 players remaining, and then I blocked out the names associated with the action, and I said, who cold 4-bet jammed here? Kulev's going to be one of the suspects.
Of course. And I think Martirosian probably one of the suspects
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah. Not shy about finding their way into big pots and taking spots that they deem profitable. On this occasion, it not working out for the Bulgarian, who claims the last of the 56K payouts and now leaves the field of 17, assured 61.5. Dietrich fast, ace 10. First chance for him to open. Clicks. He's brought an ace in the big.
Could have some options here. I think calling is the default play, which is what he's going to go with. Certainly something he could consider 3-bet fold.
Queen Jack 7, 2 spades. Wiesbrod outflopping Dietrich, who's got himself the Broadway gut shot, and the action checked over.
It's a pretty solid spot to fire a C-bet for fast. Got shot, 1 over. Of course, Wiesbrod doesn't like to see a C-bet when he's holding bottom pair, but for this price, can easily continue versus the 25% pot bet.
Three whites, one blue. Let's see the turn. Dry, 4 of hearts. And this is the key street for fast. If he can summon the second bet, the ace-7 really has itself an issue.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be the one that defines his hand. If he doesn't bet here, he's very likely to lose the hand. He can really put a lot of pressure on the 7 and as well as the jack. Gonna give it up.
Spades do arrive, but a board pairing queen ain't a bad one for Wiesbrod.
I would say it's pretty good. Less likely your opponent will try to bluff you. So Wiesbrod contemplating a value bet with the 7? Wow.
What a find here.
That's thin.
I think he gets the sense he would have heard from the queen, and he's bet enough that absent spades for fast, he doesn't need to worry too much about a raise.
I think you're right. And the thing is, Jack X doesn't really bet this flop. 8s through 10s doesn't really bet the flop. So this is just amazing find by Barack. Targeting ace high.
It doesn't get paid, Randy, but I think it kind of sheds a little bit of light into just how chiselly Barack is willing to get. You know, that's a dividing line in terms of those that make that bet and those don't.
That's why you have to chisel value whenever you can, even these small pots. This is what separates you from other good players. You want to be the very best, and you want to give yourself all that little extra EV every time you enter a tournament.
Yep. I mean, the top tier high stakes pros are willing to pursue so many small little nuanced aspects in the relentless pursuit of an edge.
I think Linus is looking for not something small this time, though, with
No.
the 2 aces.
No, the edge here is big. As he sharpens the blade to 120.
This is bad news for Loon Loon.
Hard 6 in the big.
It's a pretty easy jam, too.
Yeah. We saw it coming. Unfortunately, Loon Loon very much didn't.
You did it
Wearing the
yesterday.
smile nevertheless. Knows he did exactly what the deck and the situation beckoned for. Looking to pull up a crab pot. Can he get all deadly as catch with it here with 970 in the middle to fight on? Nope.
Pretty good flop.
At least not for the time being.
Now the crabs aren't coming.
Does have clubs working. Maybe some runner straights.
No.
Take it all off the board.
Not quite.
2 outer.
D-Mike faster.
Good game.
Well, regardless of pace, just make sure you D-Mike because it's all over, sir.
Redraw.
Unfortunately, for Loon Loon, he can fight on no further than 18th. 17th, rather, I believe.
That's right, 17th. We're down to the final 2 tables. See Loon Loon letting Lee know he's out.
Countryman with whom he keeps good company, and the players are on their feet. Loon officially 18th, it would appear, Randy. So
18th?
I think we had it maybe a
17th.
17th. Okay, I'm looking
I'm using the Triton Poker Plus app.
I am too, Randy. Look at my iPad. You think I'm, come on now.
I'm using the one that's working.
They didn't have a virus loaded onto it earlier today. Are you just bitter about the losing the bet?
So am.
Did you sabotage me? Alajmi, the saboteur at the feature, 3.5 million in front of him. 60 bigs, kept company by Linus. 54 bigs for him as he and Barak Visprod are the healthiest of the 5 remaining there at that feature table. Of course, if we are officially down to 16 players, that means that we will be redrawing to 2 tables. And as we do, we bring you back to the desk. Ali and Randy here with you. We will see how that redraw takes shape, and we'll unpack that on the back end of the break, which will be just about 2.5 minutes. But before we get out there, taking a look at things, Martirosyan at the top, Ivan Liao, Player of the Year award winner, had that big one with Kulev. Alex, one of those guys that can do it. When the dust cleared, 4.38 would put him in front of Tobias Schweck. Note that El Conquistador is now trailing considerably behind those boys. 5th for him, 2.365. All he's got, as you see the tables depopulating there as the redraw gets underway. Looking now, average stack 1.8 million. 6 players above that average stack. Who's your horse, Randy?
My horse is going to be Linus Lolliger.
Yeah?
This is his time.
That's your man?
That's my man.
Okay, I'm just going to root for Abdullah Alajmi. Now, you may think that this is some sort of ethnic attribution here. Not the case. I just like a guy who stirs the pot. I have a bit of mischief in me as well. Anytime a guy's out there on the felt giving our pros a little bit of mischief, I can get behind it. I think the fans at home can as well, because it presents situations that we don't have any deja vu about. We're not going, I've seen this one before. Like, I've never seen this one before.
Just like the mischief you did with my name tag.
Yeah, so now, it wasn't an organic victory that I enjoyed yesterday on the bet with respect to Kevin Rabachow's name tag being up instead of Nano's. I actually hid Nano's behind Kevin's, but to be fair, Randy didn't do his due diligence, came back to the booth, and it cost him dearly. Actually, is Kevin mad at you? Have you spoken to Kevin yet, your partner in the bet?
He was actually quite upset. He's like, just day 2, and it's over.
And I heard secretly that you guys thought for sure I was the weak link, and I was going to be the one to blow it before the rest of you 3.
I didn't realize it was actually me the whole time.
Yeah, you are the weakest link. All right, listen, we're going to break this link in the chain briefly. 2.5 minutes of commercial. We're going to come back, and hopefully by then we'll have some of this redraw completed with 2 tables remaining here in event number 3, the 30K. Keep it close.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
And welcome back to final two-table action here in event number 3, the 30K from Montenegro, Triton Poker Series Super High Roller action. Continuing Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. We promised a redraw, and we've got it. Let's dive right in to the Triton Poker Plus app. I'm going to expand the first of these two tables here, Randy, and let you get a look at things because this is where run good and run bad takes shape completely out of one's control.
Yeah, and if you look at this table, we have the top 2 stacks seated at this table, Artur Martirosyan, Tobias Schweck, and they're seated very close. So a slight advantage for Schweck in terms of seat draw because he has position on Martirosyan. It doesn't really matter that they're just separated by 100K.
But this is a little bit of a change of fate for Schweck because he came into the day behind Adrian Mateos, second in chips. Mateos was first, now sits further back than that. But here he's got position on the other big stack, so something not to be overlooked. Now let's turn our attention then, if you'd like, to table number 1, which is not the feature. And as we take a glimpse, we find Ivy and company out here with El Conquistador sitting 2.4 million deep to the right of Alajmi.
Yeah, I feel like El Conquistador has quite a bad seat draw here. He's sandwiched between 2 big stacks who really like to play pots, both Linus Lawliga and Alajmi. So, you know, he's also a bit on a downward swing, but he still has 39 big blinds.
Yeah, this is a tough assignment, by the way, for Dvoris, Chidwick, Noida, Fast. I mean, this table really, I think it's the one I'd less like to be at than the other one. You agree, Randy?
Yeah.
Taking nothing away from obviously the characters at the other table. Neither one of them is a dream.
They both suck, all right? Let's be honest.
Which is a compliment in this case, lest anybody get mistaken about that situation. Average stack currently 1.8 million, 31 big blinds. And as we look at the payouts, the on-tap payout upon the departure of Lun Lun was 61.5, continues to be that amount. 61,500 will go to our 16th place finisher, but an immediate pay ladder of $6,500. Sizable enough to influence action, Randy?
No, I would say that players are generally going to have the same ranges. You know, sure, if they're on a direct pay jump, they might put a little extra time into it. But in terms of trying to build a stack, that's what you want to do to get the top 3 payouts.
Yeah, this was a 30K buy-in, so 6,500, not exactly significant in relation to that amount. Blinds will still be 30 and 60,000 with a 60K big blind ante. Martirosyan, Schweck, and Alajmi, the top 3 stacks in the room as we get set to send it back down into the feature table, where just 2 tables worth of combatants remain. Kristen Foxen still out there as well, as the duo of she and Alex have made their mark already early here in Montenegro, and Kristen looking to add stains to everybody else's resume at her expense. There is the whole field on a single page, brought to you by BetACR. Alajmi, chief stack, Lawliger, second biggest stack there. Mateos bracketed by them. Third in chips. Sub 10 bigs are Ivy at the outer, Kiat Lee at the feature. Zhang Yu sat dead on 10 bigs alongside Chidwick. Into the feature table we return.
Na cold water. Je pense que ça va être pips. Il a fait un bon fold. Il y avait 2 as. The stake is extremely good.
Foxen, first chance to observe her involvement. Queen Jack in a way here against Schweck's big blind Ace Jack.
I don't think she's going to get the opportunity to see a flop. Oh, she is. This is great news for her.
This is where Joaquin Phoenix in Gladiator goes thumbs up instead of thumbs down.
Right.
Ace 6-5. Merciful texture potentially for Foxen, although she's going to think the ace is her card to rep.
Yeah, so actually this flat is going to cost her a little bit more chips because she's going to feel very compelled to see bet on ace high boards. Especially off of that 20 big blind stack. You get reshoved on by a lot of big aces. A lot of players like to check call when they're holding top pair on this type of texture. It gets them to protect their weaker parts of their ranges, like the 6 and 5Xs, so that players can't relentlessly barrel turns and rivers.
190.
He's going to go for check raise.
He's kept it lean, though, at 190 just to try to retain reasonable parts of Foxen's range.
Right. If he makes it bigger, and let's just say Foxen has a pocket pair that has 2 outs, He doesn't want those hands to fold, so he's trying to get some crying calls out of that stuff.
You know what's kind of cool about it, too, is with the offsuit 5-6 out there, there's plenty of straight draw potential as a big blind defense on a deep stack that might take this line and as such could allow Foxen to float in position and see whether or not she gets a shot to take it away.
Yeah, you're right about that. Certainly, if she had a better hand than Queen Jack off, maybe with some backdoor flush draw, she would consider it. What did Kiat just give to buy Shrek a little tap?
He did it on purpose, obviously.
Oh, it's because the big blind went up on Kiat Lee.
Ken, you got lucky with the
40-80 now.
Why you play so slow?
I think they were just
With the
on
button.
regular pace, but yeah, Kiat's like, you could have just gone a little quicker. Meanwhile,
the same.
V-Sprod.
I'm fucking with you. Monsieur, can you
Kiat
give me
always
15?
comes off as one of
I only
the
tip the
happiest
waitresses
regs for
on
me.
TV to see that I'm very generous. Over there, 0 tips. Bro. Fuck that.
Very generous.
What?
Very generous. You're
How
a
much?
Generous guy.
160.
160. Barak, Wisbor, how many blinds you have, Barak? 26. Wow.
9s here. Barbero thinking through it out loud.
900.
900 for 9-9.
Well, this is not the kind of 3-bet that allows him an escape in the face of a request for the extra 40, which presumably V-Sprod will make.
Kiat's in a tricky spot because look at his stack. He actually might just put in the last 145, given he's put the big line and big line ante, and maybe he gets a little overlay if he thinks Wisprod might fold.
10
But he's
million.
out. You don't have 10 million, Barack.
No good.
Only 940.
For now.
Well, Barbero needs to hold or he's going to be out. Finished 3rd just last night in event number 2 behind Alex Foxen and
I
Artur
don't ask for
Martirosyan.
much, just 9-9 on the flop. I don't ask for much in life.
If it comes, I'll say it's a scam. Like
That has been Barbero's trademark statement. No scam here. From Nacho's viewpoint, 9's holding on. Turn
Close
is
to a
scam
9,
free.
But that's not a 9. Thank you, bro.
Tension-filled river for the Argentine.
Ooh, no side, and he was seduced. That Chito, fuck. No
What a
side of
character.
Lions.
You got it.
Still did the ace.
You gotta
33%.
admire it.
940.
I'm so fucking good. I flip him.
Well played.
I don't
Some
know what's in
shafty
that
from the
coffee.
board. You gotta take from the rich.
Robin Hood over here. Well, Nacho's going to Nacho 100% of the time. This much we know.
Wow. Okay.
No.
Look at
I
Martirosyan
came
and
with a lot of
Kristen.
energy. You saw that.
I like this guy.
Yeah, seated right next to him.
The one thing you know about Nacho is, love him or hate him, you're going to have an opinion. That's for sure.
I'm running good versus you, Barak. Sorry.
I think you're running good against everyone. Okay.
Not really. I lost 30 flips in a row in Poker Go.
Wow.
I'm not
Never
lying.
seen it
I
before.
believe it.
I swear.
30.
Yeah. I counted them. I still won a lot, but
No one
I lost all
believed
the flips.
Yeah.
9-6 suited with the
We're gonna
rip.
count them.
Well, he's got
couldn't
Kiat
then?
sat there lean in the small blind.
I don't believe it.
Oh,
Kiat.
it's 3-way.
Yeah.
King 4 in a bad way against V-Spot, who woke up
I
with
don't
King
mind the
Queen.
The 4 is fine. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. It's okay.
Let's
Nine
talk with
six
King High.
suited.
I'm not agreeing.
Oh, no,
Looking
it's-
all right.
It's
4,
in a
4,
dead
4,
heat with King Queen.
It
5,
is.
7. Okay.
Spades would be good too.
He's a gangster. 69.
Oh, look at that board.
Jack 7 8. Two-way straight draw
We need to
for
have that king
Tobias
in the turn.
as he's trying to claim not one but two pelts in one shot. The bulk of the chips are on the side between he and V-Sprod. Kiat in trouble. Now with the
another board.
pair of sevens on the turn, Kiat might be able to chop this thing for the main with V-Sprod. But of course, Tobias looking to spoil the fun with the 10, 9, 6, or 5. It's a lot of outs. But it's an ace on the end, and the King Queen is going to scoop. So Kiat Lee eliminated, and V-Sprod, moments removed from having a bite taken out of him by Nacho, will reclaim a huge haul and fight on with one less disciple here. There's another Malaysian casualty.
Yeah, this tournament's going rather quick.
Back-to-back busts for the nation that's responsible for the foundation of Triton Poker. Malaysia, Lun Lun 17th, Kiat Lee 16th. Everybody guaranteed 68,000 as we fight on with 15.
What do you want, baby? What do you want? Tell me.
Tell me what you've got.
Ice Americano.
Just sugar? No?
No sugar, no nothing.
Sugar?
Fasting.
All right.
Fasting. Now,
Fuck fasting.
I need to lose weight. I'm so fat.
Me too.
I don't want to be like Arthur.
Seriously?
Nacho making friends.
By the way, if you're like big, you get first or second.
That is true.
You see, the skinny guys finish third.
Alex.
Skinny guys, we don't.
So V-Sprod in the small blind looking at Zhang Yu's short stack in the big. Gives a walk.
You got it back straight away. Bro.
Wow, Zhang Yu had pocket
Straight away
jacks.
you got it back.
That's
Boy,
a bad beat.
that's tilting, isn't it?
Yeah.
See him shaking his head.
I mean, he was relieved that for a second when he got the walk.
Well, you're not supposed to have jacks in that spot. That's for sure. Now, Randy, not long ago, we did witness the jubilant Nacho Barbero on the river with a bit of an outburst involving expletives, perhaps fueled by what we've since learned was an Americano, after Foxen inquired as to what the beverage was that he was enjoying. Now, I confess I've not gone with the Americano, but it is the same barista counter from which it was sourced that I've turned to for our typical daily iced mocha. And I don't know, is this going to lower our inhibitions? I didn't know coffee could do that.
Or are we going to use the same language Nacho's been using? Because we might need a mute.
Some people listen to it on mute already, Randy. Don't worry about it. Martirosian Queen Jack offsuit here. Taking us upstairs as one of the big stacks. No patrons for the Russian. He's been so dialed in. 9.1 million plus now. Two-time title winner, 31 cashes. Denied number 3 yesterday by Foxen, but cashed with deep runs in both event number 1 and number 2. 25K WPT Global Slam, 16th place finish for 52K. And then that silver medal in last night's 25K was good for 512,000. So some of the pressure taken off for a few events. Pocket threes stepping aside. Tobias showing his range.
160,000.
Yeah, it's been quite fun watching Chidwick navigate. See him opening queen 6 of clubs in the hijack with the chip lead. Very aggressive. Ace deuce suited. Man, it's tempting. But then that deuce dangler, not in love with it. But this is going to be a slam dunk for Kristen Foxen. Ace jack suited. 10 big blinds. The chip leader opening.
700.
Raise to 700,000.
Tidy pickup for her. It's always dicey, Randy. You're torn because you know that the boss stacks are going to throw their weight around and have wider ranges. But you also know that because they're the boss stack, when you do actually play back at them in spots where you can't take 4-bet heat, that 4-bet heat lurks more so than it does against others.
Yeah, I definitely see where you're coming from, you know, but just sometimes the cards just play themselves.
Elle cache le premier, enfin le deuxième quoi. On est arrivé plus tard.
Might have caught just a quick listen to Santurn speaking French, and if you're wondering with whom it was that he was speaking French, it's actually Nacho who speaks French, not just Spanish and
Serious?
English. Yeah, true story. And quite well. I first came onto my radar in Monaco, because obviously the Principality nestled within France. Plenty of French speaking going on. Meanwhile, little chatter here, blind versus blind. But we'll put a pin in it and step aside as something brews elsewhere in the room involving Maher Noida. It would seem, ensconced here, Alajmi made it 160 on the button. Maher Noida flatted, then decided to check jam against a 300K C-bet, which Alajmi called off. With ace-9 on the 10-9 deuce board on the turn, Noida rewarded with no waiting. As an 8 gave him the nuts. Ace-9 was drawing dead, and that is a crucial pickup for him.
Yeah, tough one for Lajmi. He made a great bet call with second pair. He was right, just couldn't hold.
Looks like Nacho.
Right there in front of everybody.
He's still chirping.
Right fucking there.
Looks like in that last hand, the blind versus blind confrontation, he went for the limp
So aggressive,
re-raise of
Arthur,
ace-7 against
Sometimes
Arthur.
you gotta stop. Bro, by the way, the 6 deuce, that was sick.
160.
My favorite, it's gonna be my favorite hand on the whole festival, and it just happened. That was insane. You're a fucking psycho. Saída, man. Do you see the 6 deuce? No, it's so insane.
Nothing psycho about getting ace-king in.
No, heads up.
Yep. Not psychopathy, but rather just a good old plain solid hand, prompting Zhang Yu to push forward 620 over the top of Schwecht.
Got some in.
And this time, Tobias can handle 3-bet heat. 2 10s in the lead. With Zhang Yu at risk.
So a weighted coin flip in favor of Schweck.
Yeah, the weight disparity. Pretty healthy.
A little bit. A little bit. I actually had to take French.
8-6 deuce. Ace-king in a bit of trouble. And the trouble grows on the turn, down to just 14% is Zhang Yu, and down to 0 on the river.
4.8.
Forgive the lack of building drama, but we've all been in those spots with the ace-king, and the numbers don't lie. The more rare outcome, of course, is getting there. So he will be showered, and we look at Dietrich Fast, who's hoping to avoid a similar fate. He's performing a lot better against Alajmi, who's got ace-jack. Wounded is Abdullah, by the way. And the wound could deepen here. Fresh off of the altercation with Maharunoida, who doubled through him.
Oh, that's a good one.
A very sweaty turn card. But the river brings forth anti-perspirant. No chop, no flush, and no more than 1.8 million now in front of Abdullah.
Yeah, this stack has been dwindling quite a bit with 2 big blows.
900.
Gonna have to work with 23 big blinds now.
So Dietrich quite pleased not to be claiming one of those $68,000 payouts that Zhang Yu was granted moments ago, as he keeps the field at 14. Zhang Yu having a tough time saying goodbye.
I mean, he also had a really tough
Gathering with him on the
run
World
earlier.
Championship in
event number
Australia.
1.
And in the last round, I get to
So
play with this
just
guy that is
5 and
French.
25Ks.
That's
Yeah.
his last name is Tenenbaum. It's a really good friend. One of
Kind
my
of used to
friends.
those.
Amiel. So I get to play
And
with
then I
him.
put out the amount, like even though I see what it is, and then I put it out and like,
Yeah.
never can match it.
Oh, wow. He spoke perfect Spanish.
Oh, wow.
He said, I'm going now to Argentina. It was 2001. He said, I'm going now
Sometimes
because
there
my
are like
father is a
venues
film
where they have.
producer.
Wait, one more game.
What's cooking here? Looks like just some pre-flop action as we got the pause button pressed on the feature, so let's keep some poker flowing.
Raise 160,000.
Everyone's favorite hand, Jack 10 suited. Oh, that's better though.
A whole lot better. Ace-king for El Conquistador.
I'm curious to see if he 3-bets smaller to try to induce against Loliger, who's willing to re-attack.
Raise
Yeah, I expected this rather than
400,000.
the outright 3-bet jam.
Pass. Pass.
This is not designed to dispense Linus, but rather invite him to maybe get himself into a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, Mateos is the type of player that wants to give himself the best opportunity to chip up. Of course, on the flip side, it puts yourself potentially in danger, but he's willing to embrace the variance.
Yep. Especially with 1.3 back and the kind of guy that could give him the action, taking the worst of it in a major way. Linus going to keep it tidy by just flatting. 3-2 favorite is the Spaniard, as we're going to see 3 with 1 million in the middle. Oh boy. Jack 4 tray, top pair for Linus. Mateos out-flopped here.
Yeah, this is the problem when you try to invite action, you get out-flopped sometimes. And even this board, though, it's not bad for Ace-King. You're mainly worried about the Jack.
Five, so much? 225. Bet 225,000.
C-bet of 2 1/4.
We might see Linus raise the flop. His hand is, he's out of position. He kind of wants to charge some of the 3-bet bluffs, which are like Ace 5, which has gut shots and overs to the Jack. You can charge Ace King, Ace Queen, King Queen. He's more likely to not check raise if he was in position, but out of position there's more incentive to go for it.
And obviously the damages are capped in the event that Mateos were to proceed against a check raise.
Raise 475,000.
That's deflating. So clicky here. Obviously, your relationship with this Ace-King has been better if you're Mateos.
It's a tricky one because he's up against this opponent who always has the potential to be making a move. Mateos unblocks clubs, although I'm not exactly convinced Linus would take this line with clubs. Sometimes he would check jam.
This is such a peculiar line and sizing an opponent. I mean, the situation really is murky.
It's an awful spot. You know, it's very cloudy.
You ever think you have fold equity if you just rip here? You're 1.1? Not that that's what's on Mateos' mind.
Usually not, but against Linus, I think there is a chance. But then again, if he's up against clubs, Ace-King is doing okay.
But would you rather flat and wait to see how the texture evolves on the turn? It would appear that that's the direction that Mateos takes us.
I like this. You know, sometimes you can just get away if, like, some kind of scary club rolls in. Let's just see what happens. Or you turn the ace and take the lead.
And cries of vamos must be reverberating within the borders of Spain and all around the globe, as Mateos has so many fans. And he himself will be a big fan of that ace of diamonds. Of course, conversely, Linus not enjoying that at all.
I don't see how Linus can think he's good anymore on the ace. All the ace X's that were bluffing pre, they got there.
What about the tank from the live sense? Does it feel attached to a lot of ace X in your eyes?
Tank from Mateos?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Like, kind of like a tough spot, you know, of ace king, ace queen, given the price. You can see Linus just giving up. I think I'd be pretty surprised if Mateos doesn't push in chips on the turn. There's so many chips in the middle relative to what's remaining to play for.
350.
What's the declaration? Oh, look at this. He's pulling a page out of Lolliger's playbook here by betting this 350 into this pot, leaving himself just 455 back. Natural sizings could have involved everything right up until the whole Monte.
This is like 4D chess. They're playing a different game tree. What does Linus do now? Because obviously he's getting an amazing price, but is he ever good? I don't know, man. Oh, 350 into what? 19.
I mean, isn't it just such a disaster, though, to muck getting this price with Jack 10?
Wow.
Wow, he finds the fold, Randy.
Didn't take the bait.
I love your 4D chess analogy, by the way, because it took shape in a manner that I think, absent those two operators in the cockpit, we don't navigate.
You're right. They're like, do you want to go route A or route B? How about route Z?
Yeah.
Yeah, Divorce is like, I don't want to be here anymore.
Not up to him, of course, but he is going to be coming over to the featured table.
The game, they will pay us
And we certainly want him to be here. Always a privilege to watch him
people
operate.
to play Pokemon on like the shopping malls.
You're missing it.
So I was like the people would come and I would do promotions on Pokemon.
Isn't it called Pokemon Trainer?
As a Pokemon coach.
Who?
Nachito.
Ah.
There's a look at the current state of affairs in event number 3. 14 players remaining. Blinds at 40 and 80,000. The glimpse brought to you by WPT Global. El Conquistador now neck and neck with Noida as the boss stacks at the outer table, but well behind the two big stacks of Martirosian and Schwecht here at the feature.
Fucking wizard, Jesse. Shouldn't have done it. Like the dry odds are like 15 to 1, I guess.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
Or maybe slightly
175.
Raise 175,000.
better. But it's Jesse Lunis.
6 to
What
1.
am I doing?
6 to 1. It's
horrible for him. Well, look at us. We're 5 away.
Pocket sixes. Barbero putting the boxcars to work. 175 the declaration. Santurn in the small with the king 10 suited.
Maybe he sees the future. Looks like, yeah. Yeah.
Rips it.
Yeah.
How do you say rip it in French?
13 to 1 or something.
You know, I don't speak French.
Oh, I thought you knew. I thought you're multicultural.
I know ale is like let's go, like vamos.
Okay.
But rip it, I don't know. Someone in the chat does, no doubt about that. Are sixes durable enough at this price?
It's pretty close. You know, it's not unreasonable. Santurn is reshoving worse pairs.
Okay.
Sideways like this. He is going to let it go.
Thomas, rather, wiping the sweat from his brow. A little shoulder shrug. Did have the 2 overs.
Should have fucking called. No.
Say I have king 10 shoot, and he say I have a pocket pair.
I had
I
sixes.
have 5,
I had
say
sixes.
more.
I had sixes.
There's the
I would've called with
translation.
sevens.
Yeah.
You
Artur.
would lose the flip anyway.
I was just going to say,
Getting
did you
insights.
really win 2 flips in a
I
row?
didn't feel it. I don't like sixes.
5 seconds. Fold. Fold. Fold.
King Jack now for Artur.
I called there, they show me sevens.
160.
Play 160,000.
Pretty one for Thomas. Fresh off the W against Nacho a moment ago.
So we did chip up to 21 big blinds. Let's see if he's still willing to attack with this stack size with the similar type hand. Yes, he is.
Yeah. The Frenchman comes with 7 figures.
Fold.
Well, we put a pin in this one.
Ivy's in.
And he's up against Alajmi and ace
Oh, he's
6.
not in. Sorry. He's just holding his chips.
Oh, you're right. Lolliger, apparently the man on the other side of that. I think Ivy is in, though.
Oh, it did, yeah.
485,000?
That looks about right. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no way he's covering the chips of his hand. They're right in front of him. And I
Apologies
see
as we're soaking this one up at the
10-8
same time you
suited's
are.
all in, which should be Ivy.
Yeah, and it's in bad shape against Alajmi's queen 10 off. 1 million in the middle, 1 diamond on board. The light begins to flicker for the American legend. It's going to take an 8. Randy, anything else, and it's a wrap for Phil Ivy's run here.
Tap
And
the
that
table.
makes it official. Table tap, collect your belongings, and head over to the payouts desk, Mr. Ivy. $68,000 awaits you.
Yeah, he came into this day as one of the short stacks. Couldn't get anything going. But Alajmi, he's on a roller coaster.
You know what? If I had to guess, Alajmi just unlocked like a personal lifetime achievement. You know, you're like, I showered Phil Ivy. Whoever thought when I started watching poker, you know, so many years ago, if you're Abdullah, came to understand what a GOAT this guy is, that I'd have a chance to not only play against him, but felt him in a super high stakes tournament.
Yeah, that's an exclusive unlockable achievement on
Yeah.
the Xbox.
You saying it's not available on PlayStation?
No, just Xbox.
So it's like Halo.
Yeah, that's right.
I can't remember. Did you play Halo?
No, but I probably would school you.
Randy, careful. You know, I'm nice. I mean, I haven't played in a while, and I'm not just
If you
sandbagging.
give me a few games, you're schooled. I'm really good at little side bets, you know?
Fold.
Randy, you might have a little action. I'm just telling you right now. I played a lot of Halo, Randy.
I'm a little worried now. I
I've
don't really
wasted
play
a-
first-person shooters.
I've wasted a lot of time in my life. Don't write checks that you can't cash, my friend.
Do you take IOUs?
Well, I take euros,
Got me.
as we learned the other day. Thomas Santorn looking to take more chips, however, as he activates once more. Ace-8. Clears the ace tray of Schwecht. Over to Dvoris. Premium Doyle in the bin. And Foxen can fight on no further with Rags. So a little spin up now for Thomas. This orbit.
Quite healthy on 30 big blinds now. Not too long ago was about 17 to 18.
What's going on elsewhere in the room here? A big smile for Abdullah.
Chips are in.
He's not involved this time, but Dietrich Fast is. Big blind. Appears to have defended against the jam of Chidwick's ace-jack. Jack 9 deuce. This is all Chidwick as the allied powers hold the lead against the Axis. I mean, is that distasteful World War II reference? Producer James is a big history buff. He's shaking his head like, come on. We've moved past that. He's right, by the way.
Yeah, can you keep talking? Fix it?
Well, listen, nothing can be repaired here for Dietrich as the Queen High doesn't improve. But for Chidwick, under construction as he works his way back up to close to 1 million. Producer James, he plays under the British flag. I wonder, you know, he should be all right with that. He always calls it the Empire, by the way. Anytime we're at a former British colony, he's like, oh, we're in part of the Empire. Because he doesn't need an adapter when we go to those places because they all have the British outlets. Meanwhile, the inlet, 7-4 tray. Blind versus blind here. Barbero with the gut shot. Top pair for Kristen. Well ahead. Is he going to speak up? This one was limped pre.
120. Slightly larger.
Half pot.
Yeah, you know, of course, with the 10 big blind she's got behind, it's a bit uncomfortable for Barbero.
Nacho wants to peel one off, see what's what. Now he's got a double gutter, and an 8 would be a problem for Foxen.
But Kristen should feel very good about the 7 still. The 9 doesn't rate to hit Barbero based on the bet call on the flop. She knows there's a lot of gut shots in Barbero's range as well as like a pair of 4s or 3s.
Check.
She's checking, but she's not looking to check fold. Really good chance we just see Barbero attack with the double gutter and 1 over.
You know, when you pick up this backdoor equity, sometimes you allow it
5 seconds.
to motivate you to lay claim to a pot here in these blind versus blind limps.
Time.
Yeah, he's just slightly concerned if he bets turn and gets jammed on. Is he really going to commit 755,000 more? Because Kristen's so short, she can easily check jam that stack.
450.
Bet 450.
Well, he doesn't look concerned as he announces 450, Randy.
Nope. I do doubt that Foxen will fold this pair of 7s. She just usually have the best hand. There's a little bit of concern that she's got kicker issues, but
5 seconds.
this would be too too big of a laydown for me.
Time.
I kind of like just check jam and get the last 300,000 in there to charge draws.
There shouldn't be 9x combos really lurking, right?
100% you're right, unless Nacho somehow hit 2 pair. But you really
Yeah.
can't be worried about that.
I mean, maybe some 9-5, 9-6.
Okay, yes, I see that. Although I'm not convinced those hands would go full pot on the turn because they have such, just so strong.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Strangely enough, this sizing maybe guides Foxen toward the weaker part of the range.
Yeah, I'd be pretty shocked if she does find a fold. There we go. She knows it.
Boy, she is so strong. And you see Nacho making the call. Going to take his chances here. This is a splendid spot for Kristen, especially given that she blocks one of the paths. For Barbero to hit the straight, the 10, of course, would work for him as well. So he's seeking to end Kristen's run here. It's going to take a 5, an 8, or a 10. As you see the outs populate on the screen, 23% equity. The rest belongs to Chrissy, and now all of this almost 2 million belongs to her as well.
This is when Alex Foxen shows up and gives Nacho a fist bump. Or is that too distasteful?
755.
I think you're allowed. It's wifey. what is Nacho going to look over me like, come on, bro. What are you doing? I just lost the pot.
55.
A little bit of a different mood over there now.
Sure.
I think it was well played by both parties, though, for that hand.
Randy, you remember those hypercolor shirts? You too
Hypercolor?
young for that?
What does hypercolor even mean?
Okay, so they're, you know, like tie-dye shirts,
Okay,
right?
yes, yes.
Okay, it wasn't quite tie-dye, right? But it was these shirts that were made out of some sort of dye that, depending on your body heat, would change color, kind of. You know, but they had like swirly, like different color stuff, right? And as I looked at Nacho right there, I thought, if we dressed him in one of those shirts, it would look like a 3D, like in motion, crazy. I mean, you can't play live poker in a hypercolor shirt if you're Nacho.
All right,
That's all I can tell
live
you.
reads.
Safely. Like, hey, bro, why is your shirt bright red?
Oh,
Look
bright
at-
red, I call.
Look at on the topic of bright red, the Richard Mille being rocked there by Thomas. I'll tell you what, you got the option to buy into a main or 3 or rock that one there. It's really become the Triton super high stakes hoodie and watch series.
I like how we put hoodies and watches
Oh,
together.
I mean, the most expensive hoodies and watches I've ever seen have been here.
Yeah.
How much is it?
Oh, doesn't matter, does it, Nacho?
Things are going to get expensive for Dvoris. Aces for Barbero, fresh off. Chrissy hanging the L on him. He rates to get it all back and then some.
965,000.
Barbero's in the small with Artur behind him, by the way. That's why he's posturing a little bit in the hopes that he could potentially lure Artur into this one. It would take something so special for Martirosian to get involved once Nacho calls.
Yeah, he's not going to use more than one time bank, I would think. Since it's already so unlikely Archer can overcall.
Trying to sell it. Artur, snap mucks. Nothing to think about. And now Dvoris sees something that maybe he didn't expect, just given the image across the felt. As Nacho was deliberating. But there he is with the ones
Very
against
close.
the king-queen suited.
Yeah, I have more.
No, yeah, he's got it. Yeah.
I have like
Nacho
1
covers
million
ever so slightly. By the way, you're not going to need hypercolor for things to get very bright red if somehow Devoris cracks Nacho here. Not likely. On an ace-queen deuce board, top set against second pair. The king, the more relevant card, as it'll take runner, runner, Broadway from this point forward, or of course queen, queen.
GG, bro.
None of the above. So Devoris' time here at the feature, short-lived. Didn't put a foot wrong, Randy.
No, what are you going to do with king, queen suited off
I
of
might
1
have cost you
million?
6K, Barack. Sorry.
It is what it is.
I mean, you can chirp after divorce leaves, Nacho.
What was he
are
referring
my
to? I might
nemesis.
have cost you 6K?
one more
I mean,
pay
he's
bump
talking about a
for
pay ladder?
Pay jump for sure.
Yes, we're going to have one more.
Devoris' departure
Yeah,
in
we invested
13th
you
will
in a
come with
lot of programs,
75K.
actually, yeah. The other day too, what was it? What we played? The
Payout
hand that you
stays
played
flat.
left me.
For number 12.
Korea?
Yeah, Korea.
Another cash, another deep run for divorce.
Steady
laughed
as
too
she
much,
goes.
Been saying it for a long time. Nah, not that much. The right amount. He laughs a lot. Tobias, big bluffer. I played that one really well. Ace on the flop. Very skilled.
No sweat.
The last one I played really bad. It should have came a fucking 10 on the river, right? Or 5 or 8.
5 seconds.
What a bad
160.
fucking play.
Raise 160,000. Fold.
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 Pocket pair and a small blind for Archer. He can afford trying to flat.
At
this
least you were
spot.
in the blender.
Yeah.
Fold.
Well, I still annoyed I used a time bank I didn't need to use, but I don't think I was
V-Sprod, the party starter.
thinking.
Santurn can take the price. With the suited queen, in trouble, of course, as we can
But yeah,
see.
I mean, you put a lot
Yeah,
of
but a
hands.
suited
in
hand
the
is
spot.
very nice for one big blind more,
Yeah, fold that
especially if it contains one
Fold.
I mean,
picture
yeah.
card.
You have a 3 or a 4 or
one. Yeah, exactly.
ace 5.
Yeah, you put a lot of
So
hands.
3 amigos.
I didn't expect
560
to have
in the
that.
middle.
Yeah.
10-9-5. 6s
No, it's a good
still in
butter.
front.
Should have fucking raised
Pre-flop
it.
razor.
I was gonna
With
raise
2
it.
overs and an open ender, though, and 2 checks in front of him.
Quite a good board for Barack. He is facing a small blind flat, which doesn't happen that often. Needs to try to construct what range flats there, and that can continue. He'll take the free card. Was more likely to see bet against one player, but that is gin for Barack.
Bingo. The 8, no waiting after the check back. Note that Martirosian has picked up a gut shot. It is the bad side, though.
Yeah, he's not going to feel great about the bottom end of a gut shot,
No.
especially when it's this run out. Very easy for someone to have a bigger straight. If he does hit the 7.
5 seconds.
But it seems like he wants to activate. Okay, he does check. Good for him. Feels like the hesitation for Archer should worry Santurn in terms of attacking with his gut shot.
Check.
So once again, a couple of checks in front of Barack, but this time he sits with the nuts.
Can't really slow down here. Should be betting. Usually, one of the blinds will have a little something that can continue as long as he bets small enough. Although he does, of course, unblock all of the pairs.
Bet. 225,000.
Yeah, 225. So he goes on the smaller side because he didn't see one of the blinds bet. So it's unlikely he's up against 2 pair that can really pay off huge.
Fold.
$225. Too much.
Okay, use all my time banks today.
Let's take a look at Wiesbrod's Triton resume, shall we, Randy?
Let's do it, buddy. What do we got?
Well, when did he first join us? It was in Cyprus all the way back in 2022 at that warm-up festival that we had coming out of COVID,
Yeah,
post-pandemic.
it was quite rough in Cyprus. He went to both of them in 2022. Didn't cash any of the events. Did play the 200K Invitational. Then he went to Cyprus again in 2023. Played a lot of events. Only one cash. Fourth in a turbo for $200,000. Showed up to Paradise. Played the main.
Standard.
But Jeju, not much happening there either. Just one cash for 41,000. It's been very grim.
Yeah, but you know, he's kept at it.
30-minute levels.
And the breakthrough came courtesy of the 5th place finish right here in Montenegro in the 25K 8 max, although that not the high water mark. 224K for that effort, which is 20K more than he earned for the 4th place finish back in Cyprus 23.
Look, we've had many great players have dry spells, but looks like he's coming out of it here in Montenegro.
Yeah, you know, look, it can take some time to get your footing. You know, some people come right out of the gate and just enjoy the benefits of anonymity or lack of familiarity from the field, and so it takes some time for your competitors to build the database on you, and then for others, it's more of a struggle as they try to build a database on everybody else.
Yeah, thank you. Like
But
2 million.
once the seal breaks, Randy, we've seen some really terrific stretches of performance. Of course, it seems like each and every festival, when this topic of conversation comes up, we end up turning our attention to the legendary dry spells that top-tier superstars of the high-stakes circuits in the American Seth Davies and Nick Petrangelo went through.
Yeah, but now at Triton, they've had a lot of success
Correct.
after getting out of it. You know, they're playing the top of their game, final tables back to back. You know, they're just grinding out. They understand. That's why they're professionals.
Yep. Just got to stay the course.
And invitational and main is also not 200, I think.
Man, I don't have nobody.
Invitational and first 25. I think invitational is 300k if I remember right.
Nagi, come on, come, I forgive you. We played the invitation.
So Nacho needs to forgive Phil
know, but
Nagy? Is
come
that the
back.
Did
perception?
you play with him in Jeju? Or no, there wasn't that in
He
Jeju.
didn't go.
Okay.
Yeah, there was no invitation.
You did in
Haven't seen Phil Nagy thus far
I didn't
here
play
in
with him because
Montenegro.
I
Of
had
course,
I
he's
had
the
a
man
wedding.
behind
Oh, that's right.
He was the only
remember
Triton
that.
I lost
America's Card Room,
because I went to a friend's wedding.
I
and
remember
he
WPN,
didn't
Winning
play.
Poker Network,
I remember that.
Really insane.
company that Barbero was signed to for a time. Recently
Never doing that again. I have,
had
I
that
have
relationship
actually
come apart, but
invited me, but
he's looking to get back together maybe,
Yeah, he's trying.
using his platform.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Martirosyan using Ace Deuce of Hearts to click with the blinds having gone to 50 and 100,000. He's picked up both Tobias and Barak from the blinds, interfering with each other's diamonds. It comes King, King, Trey, and Ace High is still best. 2 quick checks in front of it.
I played with the friend David. He told me he might call my face.
These are 3 solid stacks going to war at the moment. Artur. Definitely a C-bet here. Probably expects Tobias to flat a lot more with the bigger stack. With hands, I can just check fold on King, King 3. He's got Ace, Deuce of Hearts. 3 to the steel wheel.
You don't know?
Easy.
He's on the other table.
Oh, yes, okay. Oh, I thought he was
You know, I'm looking at Artur's shirt. Is that tennis rackets?
Well, it's the Psycho Bunny Tennis Club, Randy. Now, I know this Psycho Bunny brand because Andrew Ye, professional poker player, bracelet winner, was a regular my mixed game out in Vegas. Almost exclusively wears Psycho Bunny. But I've never seen Artur wear it. He's normally the Gucci guy.
So I'm more interested about the tennis club, though. Is that the one that's outside here in Maestral?
I don't think that it's a real tennis club.
What do you
And
mean? It said Psycho Bunny Tennis Club. What do you mean it's not real?
What do you read? Believe everything you see, Randy?
Yeah, it's what it says.
Yeah. Barbero says 200K. As I think back to when Randy figured out there was no Santa Claus or Easter Bunny.
What do
and
you
how
mean
that went.
No, Santa Claus is real. He's
Yeah.
coming
Lady Gaga.
later this week.
Yep. Oh, that's a great point, Randy.
Told you.
Vladimir Korzanin.
They follow me everywhere.
So
I
many
go.
nicknames, including
I don't know
Santa and Gambledore.
I really don't
After
get
a
it.
Because they're
hiatus since Monte Carlo 2024,
have
where
it
he
all, actually.
sprinkled his
I have the
magic,
full package. Hola.
all
Hola,
about
¿cómo andas? ¿Todo
the
bien?
Principality, will be
Because I'm
returning
very funny.
for the Invitational.
That's right.
Who's he partnered up with?
Jesse Lonis.
I like it. The unconventional dynamic duo.
Looking for
Yeah,
a new
just-
one. Mine just left.
Destroying minds over in the Invitational split sides.
I like it a
Back
lot.
in the market.
I like this a lot for Schweck.
Well, it was queens a moment ago that raised and took it down. Now we move to kings. Let's see if Schweck can get action.
Doesn't seem likely.
I have one more Americano. Thank you.
Unless Barbaro wants to really get out there with King Deuce offsuit. Nope.
I think kings versus king deuce is the biggest pre-flop disparity in equity available in all of No Limit Hold'em, right?
It might be. It said 4%.
Yeah.
Is that your girlfriend?
No.
Oh, okay. Just, yeah, get it. A date.
It's just a girl that I brought. Nothing special.
She's what?
A girl that I brought.
Yeah, yeah.
Chrissy walking Nacho into hazardous territory as she inquires about the
Yeah,
company
right.
he's keeping here in
I
Montenegro.
think it's time.
Probably.
Yeah, you have any good ones?
How old are you, Nacho?
No.
Don't lie on.
I don't know if I can say it on TV.
What did you ask?
His age.
Ah,
How old do you think I am?
45.
Nice, buddy. I'm 43.
yeah, I answered better.
I know.
Time flies.
Time flies, yeah. I get better with age, though.
I don't think you're supposed to say it about yourself.
I don't think Nacho cares about what you're supposed to say and not say. Haven't we figured that out yet? The thing is, I'm terrified to say anything because I don't want to miss a single Nachoism.
But getting on, what the fuck? Hope I'm rich.
Here comes Queen Jack offsuit for Foxon.
See if something brews. Queen Jack suited for Saturn in the big. So he's got a slight advantage here, though out of position.
We have seen Saturn be very aggressive with suited broadways in the
You're
big
right.
blind. Oh, in the blinds. This time he's going to take it as a call.
Six, four deuce. Divorced from both zip codes. Queen Jack suited and Queen Jack offsuit. You think they have the same zip code, or there's like 1 digit difference? It's got to be 1 digit different, right?
Is that seriously your question right now?
Well, here's the thing. I used to live in Beverly Hills, and this is not some weird way to get into this story. But you know there was that show, Beverly Hills 90210. That's like the famous zip code, right?
Yeah, so it's
I was in the
902-100.
I was in the janky part, 90211. I couldn't afford 90210, man. I probably couldn't afford 90211 either, if I'm being honest, but I did it. I had 3 car payments, and I was renting my place.
Really great with money management, my friend.
Money management is overrated, Randy. But come see me when I'm retired and eating cat food, and maybe I'll change my tune.
I'll bring you some cat food.
Dry or wet?
Which one do you prefer?
I mean, I've never tried either, but
Have both, my friend.
I think wet is more expensive, so I'm just trying to figure out what kind of friend you are.
I'll give you the bulk from Costco.
Fancy Feast?
Is that a brand?
I think so. By the way, Randy, you've joined the ranks of pet owners of late, as I came to learn. Talk us through it, Randy. You now are responsible for not just your daughter, Nova, but also you're the proud new owner of, what's his name?
Pixie, the guinea pig.
Pixie the guinea pig.
And
Now,
you know what? We're not allowed to own guinea pigs in Australia.
wait a minute. Hang on, Randy. I didn't know this was an illegal acquisition. What's going on, man? You animal trafficking in between festivals?
No, you can't own guinea pigs in Australia, but the pet stores sell guinea pig cages and stuff, but they don't sell guinea pigs. So I just found this one on the Craigslist equivalent in Australia. It was for free. It's great.
Okay, but I'm trying to figure out how are these contraband guinea pigs getting in there as we see Santurn getting in and taking it. Open jam,
But I
small
found
blind.
one. I got a dealer.
Randy's got a listen for you Aussies out there streaming us live. Randy's got a guinea pig plug if you need a contraband pet. Now here's the other thing. You know, I used to have a guinea pig when I was a kid, and they're really cute, right? But anybody who's owned a guinea pig knows they're very social
But now
creatures,
if you have no right time
and
bank,
you're
it
supposed to
will be
have at least 2 of them.
instead.
And I
Yeah.
believe the person that gave you your guinea pig, Randy, explained why it was that they had just one.
The friend died.
Okay, so they had 2. Companion passed away, and they told you you really should have a second guinea pig, right?
Yeah, and I said, noted.
And then what did you do?
There's no friend coming. I'm not taking 2. That's double the food, double the bedding, double the cages. No.
That's
well, actually,
crazy.
maybe just 1 cage.
Don't be a pet-owning nit, Randy. Just do it. See, here we have the Queen of Spades has a friend in the Queen of Clubs. Barbera knows how to do it. 220.
My guinea pig's like the King 10 offsuit. They don't match.
There is no second card. You're sitting there with 1 card. Big pocket pair is not getting any love here. Better to have chips coming your way, though, than not. And better not to be owned by Randy Lou if you come back to life as a guinea pig. These are the things we've learned. And you didn't have any pets growing up, right, Randy?
Oh, I had the rabbit.
Oh, wait a minute. That's right.
The rabbit, yeah. Carrot.
Yeah.
Carrot was in a cage, and I came home one day. And
Carrot was in the soup, Randy.
Yeah, Carrot was no longer on the cage.
It was
but
on the
we
plate.
did have some rabbit soup. And it didn't click for a long, long time.
Here's the thing, man. Farmers don't call them pets, okay? I don't think you really grasped what Carrot's role in the family was.
I fed Carrot some carrots. It was carrot stuffed carrot soup.
Well, Barbero stuffing 210 in there with a couple of 9s. Pretty one for Schwecht on the button. Gonna play it as a flat. Deuces step aside. Queen 8 offsuit does as well. Table for 2.
That's a very fair fight between Jack 10 suited and 2 9s. Nacho's out of position. Betting lead. Do see a 9 followed by a Jack and an 8.
This could be slightly dramatic, although the monotone board texture obviously is a concern for both holdings. Middle set against top pair and an open ender in a 670K pot.
Gonna slip it over to Schweck.
How do you feel about the choice to check it?
I think it's fine. He's probably expecting the big stack to attack. He can open the door to really pummel money in there with a check raise, whereas if he bets and gets called, obviously there's lots of bad turn cards that ruin his action. Like that.
For that matter, Schweck doesn't love seeing this after his check back. Although he may be asking himself how many combos that contain a diamond would have open raised and then checked this flop.
I think there's a decent amount for Barbaro. You know, ace, king, ace, queen, ace, yeah, there's quite a bit, actually. Both should be pretty happy to check down at the moment. Jack 10 is quite strong still, despite 4 diamonds.
No post-flop betting. Thus far, 4 of hearts on the end. Now what do you like with a set of 9s? Bluff catch or block?
You only block here if you feel like you can actually get called by worse. Looks like that's what he believes. Thinks there's some Jack Excellent grain.
It would take a lot of restraint for Schwecht not to get curious at this price. 250 into the 670.
I think Schweck is probably going to call in this spot. There are hands that will take a stab. You know, like king queens, ace kings, ace queens. There's a lot of hands that don't have a diamond that will stab at some point. So that is a really nice value bet with a set of 9s on that 4 texture. Some players might miss out on that. Go for like the check decide.
So a payday for Nacho, albeit a modest one, considering the situation, absent that monotone flop and 4th diamond on the turn. Well, I do want to take a moment to acknowledge, as always, those of you who are streaming us live, be it on Twitch, be it on the Triton Poker YouTube channel, or the Triton Poker Plus app. YouTube chats where Randy and I try to keep a trained eye. And if you are enjoying what you're watching, then by all means, do let us know in the simplest of fashion. Mouse over or tap the like button. Give us that feedback and that acknowledgement as so many come together year-round in between these festivals to help put on these productions, which we hope you enjoy and we certainly take pride in and feel that deliver you the finest in streaming poker entertainment, all free of charge. Click and like and subscribe. Obviously helps us to stay motivated, helps the algorithm to continue to help disseminate that which we are delivering to new audiences and grow the game. Meanwhile, Saturn growing 200 to 500,000 with the ace-king suited and ending things promptly.
Well said, Ollie, because I just started liking it from here on going forward.
You weren't liking it until this point, Randy. But first off, I wasn't really thinking of you when I delivered that. I was thinking about everybody out there. But I suppose we could use your click as well, so thanks for that.
Well, chat, follow my lead.
It's a safer lead to follow than mine, I'll tell you that.
Let us march forward to... How many subscribers do we want?
I don't know.
A
You tell
million?
me.
2 million?
2 million sounds like a lot.
Whatever's next. Let's go. And that's that the ace-king boomerang?
Sure looks like Santurn's the man that's been holding the deck here in this frame, Randy.
220. Even though he's been hitting the deck a little bit, hasn't been able to convert it into a huge double just yet. Just more blinds and antes.
It's gonna be you.
Yeah, give it to me. How much
It does add up, though. This much we know. Saturn now sitting 26 bigs. Schwecht, chip leading with 38 bigs. Behind him is Martirosian at 36. Barbaro with 29, so Saturn sits 4 of 6 runners right now. Short stacks belong to Chrissy and Barack, 18 bigs apiece.
The shortest stacks aren't really that short at the moment. You know, we had a flurry of bust outs earlier at the start of the day, but now with 18 big blinds, like, you really can take your time and look for a good spot. All right, ace crab of clubs.
225K. That's the chowder. Ace 5 for Foxen.
Pretty sure it's clam chowder, not crab chowder.
You can get
Can you?
475.
get crab bisque. You're right.
Yeah,
I don't think you can get crab chowder.
bisque and chowder, two different things.
This is an important question, by the way, as we see Foxen asking some questions with the ace 5 offsuit. Do you go New England or Manhattan on the clam chowder, Randy?
I only know New England, so yeah, that's the one.
Proper answer. Anybody that eats red clam chowder should actually be forced to turn in their tongue.
Okay.
Maybe that was an extreme remedy.
That was pretty extreme, but this is a really cool play from Foxen off of the 20 big blind stack.
Yeah, it wasn't the biggest 3-bet, but it was enough to leave Wiesbrod feeling uncomfortable about things. Short stacks intertwining, advantage Chrissy.
Yeah, being able to 3-bet fold off of like 20 big blinds is a very powerful
Okay,
play.
papi.
What's happening? Color up or something? You buying all the blues, Nacho?
You know where I stand on this, Randy.
How?
I want the lowest available denominations so that my stack looks huge.
Oh, is this a reflection on yourself?
You know, it's funny. The minute that I heard myself say it, I knew you were going to find a way to bring it back. Well played, Randy. Pocket jacks. Big pair rich environment in these last couple of orbits. Not that those big pairs have gotten action or big paydays.
Yeah, just been a lot of raise and takes, which makes sense at this phase of the tournament. Now we do have 10-9 suited for Martirosian, and he's the type of player that really wants to activate. Curious to see if it's flat or 3-bet.
What we also have, Randy, is an $11,000 pay ladder between 75K for 12th and 86,000 for 11th. So Martirosian does choose to flat the button. This provides opportunity to Tobias in the big. Is the presence of that stack in the big in part why Martirosian doesn't 3-bet?
No, I don't think that's the reason. It's more so that he finds that at this stack depth, it's worth flatting, has lots of playability, doesn't want to get 4-bet off of his hand.
Tobias feels differently, though, as he just steps aside. Was dominated. Would have flopped an open-ender on this 7-6 tray board. Cozy texture for Nacho. Just the gutter and backdoor diamonds here for Martirosian. 2 over, 700,000 in the middle.
Barbaro might go for check raise on this flop. It's the type of board that doesn't hit his pre-flop raises that often, so Archer will likely stab. Even with like broadways, Archer probably stab on 7-6-3 clubs when check too.
$200K with the check in front of him, and now Barbaro with options.
I think check raise is the main play in the spot. You want to charge. Your hand's very vulnerable.
Yeah, clear out the overcard riffraff.
Yep, that's true. And then you can still get value from worse, whether it's 7-8 suited,
700.
flush draws, straight draws. This is just the perfect check raise.
Pretty deflating for Martirosian, who was hoping that maybe it was the Broadway combos that he unblocks that showed this disinterest, but Barbaro's saying no, that's not what's cooking over here.
Not convinced the hand's over at the moment, given that Archer does have backdoor diamonds, a draw to the nut straight, plus 2 overs to the 7. Pots up to 2.1 million in chips. 1 SPR remaining. Nacho's praying for no club, no card bigger than the jack.
Yeah, the club in particular, I think, is the one that he really doesn't want to see.
Oh.
Unless it's a jack. And obviously still some discomfort about potential club combos that flatted and took this approach post-flop from Artur, but with top set, we're always drawing live against them.
Yeah, it's a pretty good card, though. Plenty of worse ones that could have dropped on the turn. Before we finish, let's see what happens on the outside.
Well, it looks like Dietrich Fast has his whole stack in the big blind, in the middle. Mateos with a couple of queens up against king, queen. Things not looking good for the German. 31% equity heading to the flop, and that will erode on a 9-6-5 board considerably. Hunting a cowboy. Now a jack would do the trick as well. Not lost on Dietrich as he nods his head in affirmation. At least there was some utility to the swing and miss. 7 outs one time for Fast. And that ain't gonna do it. So a wrap at the table for a member of the Coin Poker crew. 12th place finish for Dietrich. 75,000 going his way. Add that to his career Triton total of nearly 1.2 million prior to this one, and a second straight cash for the German after the 11th place performance in the 25K 8 max, but not able to break through to a final table.
Finally, some momentum for Adrian Mateos.
Curious to see, by the way, how things are taking shape with that set of jacks 10-9. I would imagine a barrel from Barbero ended things, given the lack of a club, rather, in Artur's hand.
Yeah, I would hope that's how that one went down.
This, by the way, is going to be your next featured table. It's the only other option in the room.
250. Played the game too.
I know, it's insane.
Tobias Schweck, Jack Deuce offsuit in the small blind.
Do
That's
not
aggro.
adjust your screen. 2.5x. He is really getting after Barack.
Barack might play back with King 5 offsuit. Small sizing, and this is the type of hand that actually likes to 3-bet bluff. Especially against chip leaders who are opening very wide small blind versus big blind.
It's because you fucking need.
He told me I look at my card. He said he was paying really attention. So
Barack's not afraid to take a spot, by the way. We see the big little combos offsuit in nature, Randy, sometimes choose to react aggressively.
425, that's true.
And this is one of those occasions. As he announces 425, this is a glimpse at a man who has professional procedures within him.
Yeah, I just knew it. Like, he is definitely going to attack there. Great hand, Barack. Well played.
you just said it the complicated way.
Thank you.
So one more hand or two? Two, okay.
She has a nice voice.
You have to
Got
play
hear
one
it.
more hand, and then
then
one more hand, and then one more hand after.
Well, with a quick break in the action, we invite you to check out GTO Wizard's ICM and PKO solver. Whether it's a knockout format or an intense final table, GTO Wizard helps you handle ICM spots like a pro. Like Espen Jorstad, you just saw there. Make smarter decisions in the critical moments that matter most. Check it all out at gtowizard.com. Beat the best and crush the rest.
Do they have a GTO Wizard for life? I might need to subscribe.
Do you think I would get a cease and desist order if I started GTO Sorcerer?
GTO Sorcerer, gosh.
GTO Merlin? GTO Maven?
I don't want to chuckle, but it's kind of funny.
What about if I did GTO Punter?
GTO Punter. Sign me up.
Well, Barbero signing up with the 10-9 of spades from under the gun. Chrissy's got medicine in the big blind here. Third scoop comes in to 600. That's $390 in taxes imposed position in the covering stack.
It's pretty tempting.
Yeah, maybe
I
not.
want to call.
In the end, you see Barbero saying, I want to call, but showing the respect, especially given that it's coming from that lady right there. She knows a thing or two about making the final 2 tables of a big one. How about the World Series of Poker main event?
Oh, yeah. That was a heartbreaker.
Yeah. You know, we're always taught that the professional in us is supposed to not have any rooting interests, but the storyline of Kristen Foxen making the FT of that one and potentially emerging a champion would have been something. Did finish 4th yesterday with Xuan Liu, eventually becoming the first female champion at a Triton.
220.
220,000.
King 10 suited, Santurn. Rattles a saber. Ace 9 off for Chrissy in the small.
It's a 3-bet or a fold spot.
100.
Oh, here she comes. 600,000 again activating just after dispatching Barbero's suited connector. Looking to put the heat on the Broadway combo for Thomas.
Such a pretty hand, but man, it's pretty rough. Well done, Kristen Foxen. Up to 30 bigs.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Back-to-back pickups there as she continues to cobble.
One more hand out here. Take a look.
10-9 Jack was the flop. Chidwick with backdoor hearts on the wrong end of a gut shot was the opener to 200,000. Noida defended his big. Top pair turning into 2 pair on this turn. He check called 125K C-bet on the flop. Has now checked over one more time to Stevie, who's thinking it over. Just 1.1 back, 750 in the middle. And Stevie isn't done barreling at this texture. This time the figure is 375. Half pot exactly, Randy, and we know Jack 6 ain't going anywhere.
No, and Jack 6 might actually just check jam the turn. There's not much left behind. The board can run very poorly on the river. You don't want to see a queen, king, 8, 7, heart. Mandatory check jam, and rough one for Chidwick. Down to 770,000 now.
That's going to be a sour note on which to head to the break. Not far removed from it. As you see, he's on his feet. So that will be the last hand prior to these folks being relocated to the main stage, which has already been cleared. So there it is, 11 remaining here in event number 3. Blinds will be going north to 50 and 125,000. This glimpse brought to you by GTO Wizard, El Conquistador, claiming top honors at that outer table. We'll get a chance to see him and Alajmi along with Laliger and Noida in just a few moments as we bring you back to the desk. Ali and Randy here with you. Hell of a frame. I mean, dizzying amount of outer table action that we had to bounce back and forth for, but the chips were very much in motion. Some seesaw action for some stacks, but then just steady upswings for the likes of Thomas Santurn.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, you know, like players are, you know, always attacking, looking for good 3-bet spots. You saw Kristen Foxen get 2 nice 3-bets in their ace-5 off to ace-9 off, but no one running away with the tournament. So as it stands right now, there's no like clear chip leader.
Yeah, chips walking away though from Chidwick just moments ago. He officially is at the bottom of the chip count, 770, good for just 6 big blinds, and those big blinds going up during this break. So Randy and I are going to step aside, but keep it right here as we're going to continue to cover this one down to a champion here today in Montenegro. See you in a few.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
Attack a lot, which is why Tom's in the tank, contemplating 2 7s. He's gonna drop it. Oh, think again.
I mean, Lun Lun wasn't this deep when he decided to fold to a much more modest 3-bet with his ace-jack offsuit earlier. And it was obviously against a different character, as you see Tom putting down the time banks, trying to think it over. Maybe he thinks best case scenario, even against a gunslinger like Alajmi, is I'm up against 2 overs. Do I really want to spin with 850 remaining? Because, you know, that's a decent number of blinds.
That's right. But he is going to make the call, and he is going to get the terrible news.
And this is in particular when guys like Alajmi get dangerous, is when the deck pays them a visit.
That's right, and they can run up stacks, get more value than others. Tom tried to play the player. Bad timing.
2 million chip pot.
That's
Ace
it.
Jack 4, and barring running 7s, it's going to be a wrap for Hong Kong's Tom Hyung.
Not possible?
Possible.
I've seen
It's
it
a
live.
clubs.
You've seen it?
I've seen it live, yes.
Okay.
Makes it official.
It's always disappointing because you went with a read that you're on the cusp, and then you're eliminated because you happen to make the wrong tournament.
Yep. I mean, the top tier high stakes pros are willing to pursue so many small little nuanced aspects in the relentless pursuit of an edge.
I think Linus is looking for not something small this time though with
No.
the 2 aces.
No, the edge here is big. As he sharpens the blade to 120.
This is bad news for Lun Lun.
Hard 6 in the big.
It's a pretty easy jam too.
Yeah. We saw it coming. Unfortunately, Lun Lun very much didn't.
You did it
Wearing the
yesterday.
smile nevertheless. Knows he did exactly what the deck and the situation beckoned for. Looking to pull up a crab pot. Can he get all deadly as catch with it here with 970 in the middle to fight on? Nope.
Pretty good flop.
At least not for the time being.
Not the crabs aren't coming.
Does have clubs working. Maybe some runner straights.
No.
Take it all off the board.
Not quite.
2 outer.
D-Mike faster.
Good game.
Well, regardless of pace, just make sure you D-Mike because it's all over, sir.
Redraw.
Unfortunately, for Lun Lun, he can fight on no further than 18th. 17th, rather, I believe.
That's right, 17th. We're down to the final 2.
But yeah, it's like you could have just gone a little quicker. Meanwhile,
The same.
V-Sprod.
I'm fucking with you. Monsieur, can
Yeah,
you give
this
me
always
15?
comes off as one of
I only
the
tip the
happiest
waitresses
regs for
on
me.
TV to see that I'm very generous. Over there, 0 tips, bro. Fuck that.
Very generous.
What?
Very generous. You're
How
a
much?
Generous guy.
160.
160. Barak, Wisbor, how many blinds you have, Barak? 26. Wow.
Nines here. Barbero thinking through it out loud.
900.
900 for 9-9.
Well, this is not the kind of 3-bet that allows him an escape in the face of a request for the extra 40, which presumably Wiesbrod will make.
Kiat's in a tricky spot because look at his stack. He actually might just put in the last 145, given he's put the big blind and big blind ante, and maybe he gets a little overlay if he thinks Wiesbrod might fold. He's out. You don't have 10 million, Barack.
No good. For now.
Well, Barbero needs to hold or he's going to be out. Finished third just last night in event number 2 behind Alex Foxen and
I
Artur
don't ask for
Monterosa.
much, just 9-9 on the flop. I don't ask for much in life.
If it comes, I'll say it's a scam. Like
That has been Barbero's trademark statement. No scam here. From Nacho's viewpoint, 9's holding on. Turn to
Close to a
scam
9,
free.
But that's not a 9. Thank you, bro.
Tension-filled river for the Argentine.
Ooh, no side, and he was seduced. That Chito, fuck.
The one thing you know about Nacho is, love him or hate him, you're going to have an opinion. That's for sure.
I'm running good versus you, Barak, sorry.
I think you're running good against everyone. Okay.
Not really. I lost 30 flips in a row in Poker Go.
Wow.
I'm not
Never
lying.
seen it
I
before.
believe it.
I swear.
30.
Yeah, I counted them. I still won a lot, but
No one
I saw
believed
the
it.
flips.
Yeah.
9-6 suited with the rip.
Count them.
Well, he's got Kiat sat there lean
No.
in the small blind.
I don't believe it.
Oh, it's 3-way.
King 4 in a bad way against Wiesbrod, who woke up
I
with
don't
King
mind the
Queen.
The 4 is fine. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. It's okay.
Let's talk with
9-6
King
suited.
I'm not agreeing.
Oh, no,
Looking
no, no.
all right.
It's
4,
in a
4,
dead
4,
heat with King Queen.
It
5,
is.
7. Okay.
Spades would be good too.
He's a gangster. 69.
Fucking gangster you are. Fucking gangster is so yeah, shut.
Oh, look at that board.
Jack 7 8. Two-way straight draw
We need to
for
have that
Tobias
computer.
as he's trying to claim not one but 2 pelts in one shot. The bulk of the chips are on the side between he and Wiesbrod. Kiat in trouble. Now with the pair of 7s on the turn. Kiat might be able to chop this thing for the main with Wiesbrod. But of course, Tobias looking to spoil the fun with the 10, 9, 6, or 5. It's a lot of outs. But it's an ace on the end, and the King Queen is going to scoop. So Kiat Lee eliminated, and Wiesbrod, moments removed from having a bite taken out of him by Nacho, will reclaim a huge haul and fight on with one less disciple here. There's another Malaysian casualty.
This tournament's going rather quick.
Back-to-back busts for the nation.
My favorite, it's gonna be my favorite hand on the whole festival, and it just happened. That was insane. You're a fucking psycho. David, ma? Do you see the 6 use? No, it's so insane.
Nothing psycho about getting ace king in.
No, heads up.
Yep. Not psychopathy. but rather just a good old plain solid hand, prompting Zhang Yu to push forward 620 over the top of Schwecht. And this time Tobias can handle 3-bet heat. 2 10s in the lead. With Zhang Yu at risk.
So a weighted coin flip in favor of Schwecht.
Yeah, the weight disparity. Pretty healthy.
A little bit. A little bit. I actually had to take front.
8-6 deuce. Ace king in a bit of trouble. And the trouble grows on the turn. Down to just 14% is Zhang Yu. And down to 0 on the river.
4.8.
Forgive the lack of building drama, but we've all been in those spots with the ace king. And the number or 3. Or rock that one there. It's really become the Triton super high stakes hoodie and watch series.
I like how we put hoodies and watches together.
I mean, the most expensive hoodies and watches I've ever seen have been here.
Yeah.
How much is it?
Oh, it's... Doesn't matter, does it, Nacho?
Things are going to get expensive for Dvoris. Aces for Barbero, fresh off. Chrissy hanging the L on him. He rates to get it all back and then some.
965,000.
Barbero's in the small with Artur behind him, by the way. That's why he's posturing a little bit in the hopes that he could potentially lure Artur into this one. It would take something so special for Martirosyan to get involved once Nacho calls.
Yeah, he's not going to use more than one time bank, I would think. Since it's already so unlikely Artur can overcall.
Trying to sell it. Artur, snap mucks. Nothing to think about. And now Dvoris sees something that maybe he didn't expect, just given the image across the felt. As Nacho was deliberating. But there he is with the ones against the king-queen suited.
Yeah, I have more.
Yeah, he's got it, yeah.
I have like
Nacho covers ever so slightly. By the way, you're not going to need hypercolor for things to get very bright red if somehow Dvoris cracks Nacho here. Not likely. On an ace-queen deuce board, top set against second pair. The king, the more relevant card, as it'll take runner, runner, Broadway from this point forward, or of course queen, queen.
GG, bro.
None of the above. So Dvoris' time here at the feature, short-lived. Didn't put a foot wrong, Randy.
No, what are you going to do with king-queen suited off
I
of
might
1
have cost you
million?
6K, Barack. Sorry.
It is what it is.
I mean, you can chirp after Dvoris leaves, Nacho.
What was he referring to? I
magnanimity.
might have closed. And welcome back to Montenegro. Ali Najad, Randy Liu, and just 11 who remain here in event number 3, the 30K. And shortest stack in the room right now, as we mentioned just before the break, belongs to Stephen Chidwick, a man who has a very healthy sum under his belt when it comes to Triton, but still looking for another title. 775, all he's going to be able to fight with. Barak Wiesbrod keeping him company down there, but you see the gap between them. 8 big blinds, and we are 2 bust outs away from setting our final table. Blinds going to 50 and 125,000, and we do have ourselves a new feature table. As you glimpse at it, Randy, it's going to be the table with 5 players on it, but of those 5 players, we have none other than the Spaniard, El Conquistador, and Linus Love, plus look to El Conquistador's left. That was that little 3-player arc that you pointed out earlier.
Yeah, we got Elajmi there as well, and they all have a lot of chips. El Conquistador back at the top as the chip leader. You know, he clawed his way got to the bottom, back at the top. He's doing his thing.
Yeah, very much is, and I am very eager to watch Elajmi do his thing. We got a brief glimpse at him, but now he's going to come back. And he, again, if you weren't with us at the top of the show, was the mystery man that many of my conversations with players, you know, during our breaks or as we're walking about the property involved, they're like, who is this dude? Where's he coming from? And producer James had stepped in to mention, listen, folks over at Merit Poker down in North Cyprus, which is a venue that Triton knows well, are familiar with this character. A second-place finish in one of the warm-ups, and he is a pot-stirring entity, which is, of course, the kind of guy I can get behind, the mischief makers of the circuit, and keeping company up top. Another guy who doesn't mind mischief, Nacho Barbero, second in chips right now, sitting 3.6 million. Tobias Schweck keeping him company 3.4. Average stack right now, 2.7 million. Good for 21 big blinds, and I'm just going to click the payout button over here to give you a look at what's up top. Our first 7-figure payout, $1,025,000 to the eventual champ. As you can see right now, the next payout after Dietrich Fast's elimination before the break will be $86K, and it's going to stay there for 10th place as well. Then we'll have that ladder of about $16,000. You ready, buddy?
I'm ready, buddy.
Should we send it back down? What do you think, producer James? What do we need to fill a little bit more, or can we just go back to the poker?
Let's go.
How long?
Now.
I think Dempsey tried to tell me I had 6 minutes to fill. Maybe he said 6 seconds to fill.
6
I don't
milliseconds.
know. He's trolling. Back at the Maestral Resort and Casino, working our way toward the main stage. Just 2 tables remain. The 5-handed action, that which we're going to be covering. Out of the way, everybody. Step aside. Coming in hot. That's the full field on a single screen, brought to you by BetACR. Barbero's going to be holding court at that outer table, by the way, but just 15 bigs separating the deepest from the shallowest stack at the outer. A much different situation here at the feature, where you have Chidwick dangling down there at 6 bigs, and his presence, I would imagine, is a pleasant one for Mateos as he can, you know, start to leverage a little bit of ICM.
Yeah, I suppose. I would say, though, the 5-handed table is more dangerous just because the blinds are coming around a lot more, and all those guys like to get aggressive and get in there.
I was going to say, blinds be damned. How about just look at the names at that 5-handed table and ask yourself where the peril comes from? Noida, Chidwick, Lolliger, Adrian, Abdullah Elajmi. This is a bunch of Mentos and a bunch of Diet Coke.
I kind of want some Mentos now. Do you got any?
Which Mentos flavor, though?
I like the fruity ones.
Yes.
Oh, we're on the same
Anytime I see that
page.
crap pack of all mint Mentos,
Oh, just go buy mint.
it's trash. They're chewy, and they got to be chewy. Like
yes.
soft and
Oh,
chewy Mentos.
Wait, they make non-chewies?
No, but if you keep them long enough in a drawer, I promise you they don't taste the same. You can break a tooth on an old Mento. Meanwhile, breaking the ice here, Mateos, ace-7 off suit, hijack open. And the Spaniard takes the first one.
This is where I channel the spirit of Sean.
We talked about it at the top of the show, Randy. Mateos, here in Montenegro last year, just took no prisoners. A first, a second, and 2 6th places. Has not cashed yet in this festival. 0 for 2 in events number 1 and 2. The 2-time title winner. Notching his 25th cash and hoping to notch his 3rd title, but he's got plenty who stand in his way.
So you're saying there's room for improvement here in Montenegro this time. King 5 offsuit on the button. 4 bigs. Has to jam. King high rates to be the best hand against the blinds, and ace-7 offsuit. That should be enough to keep Chidwick honest. A lot less concerns of being outkicked when your opponent's this short. They're going to be very desperate to jam offsuit kings like this, worse aces, other broadways. Mateos wakes up with ace-jack suited.
This is a big problem now for the rest of the field, including Lolliger, whose flat, of course, reeks of a measure of strength, but I think the ace-jack suited, especially with such a covering stack, can make noise, and there it is.
That hurts for Laliger just wasting 475,000 like that.
Yeah, the torch. No fault of his own. Just the deck being unfriendly behind him.
Maybe not a Sean Winter approved shove, but
What's that, Stevie?
So-
Not
so
a Sean Winter approved shove?
Sorry? If you win, it doesn't matter.
if I win,
I mean,
it's-
that's a
it's
deep
approved.
stack.
All right.
34% for Chidwick. See a king.
Oh, yeah, and no other trouble on the horizon. King 9 deuce, putting Stevie well in front of Mateos. Of course, we know one of those 3 aces you see on your screen is already in the bin from Laliger. Second 9 on the turn, and just a 2-outer that Stevie needs to fade to haul in 1.5 and start the frame off right. Mission accomplished after he suffered the blow at the hands of Noida just before the break.
No more sub 10 big blind stacks remaining. What's that purple patch? Do you know? Did you see it?
Caught a glimpse, but
LA Lakers?
I'm not sure. I don't think it was the LA Lakers.
At least I know a basketball
sponsoring.
team.
I would think you would know, especially when it comes to purple in the NBA, the Kings, Randy,
Yes.
as you hail from Sacramento, California.
I've actually been to a basketball game. Can you believe it?
Did you win a radio contest or something? You paid for tickets?
I didn't pay
to something
for it.
you don't understand? Okay, here it is.
Invited for free.
Hold up. Was it a comp from your host at Cache Creek? Non-zero chance, Randy.
Wrong casino.
How did I know? Oh, you gotta love it. Did you enjoy yourself at the basketball game, Randy?
Oh, the food was all right.
You spent your time in the mess
The
hall?
nachos, the hot dog.
Oh, man. You really did it right, huh?
I mean, you need to know the rules to enjoy the game.
Yeah, that generally helps.
Free throw is what? 2 points? 3 points? 1 point? You get to choose? I'm just kidding, man. I know the rules to the game. First one
Do you?
100 wins.
No, that's Chick Hearn, Randy. Pocket eights. No rules, but obviously the guidelines are shoot it up.
These are actually 2 big stacks in the blinds. So let's see how Mateos approaches.
Oh, you know, I stand corrected. Adrian coming with the limp. A quick check back from Alajmi, who doesn't connect with this Queen 10-8 board, giving Mateos bottom set.
It's a great spot. Start to build a pot. Although the King 6 will have trouble
And water.
giving action.
False.
175, get it done. Alajmi steps aside with ease. Adding to the chip lead is Mateos. What else has an explosive chemical reaction? Randy, I talked about Mentos and Diet Coke. There's my GI tract and cheese curds. That's also another one.
I know. Dynamite and a match.
Well, yeah, I think, well, the dynamite itself, the matcher, you need the fuse. I'm no explosives expert. Don't look at me like that, Producer James. Pocket eights, Linus. I don't think he's going to explode, but he is going to. Oh, well, hang on. I stand corrected. The full jam from the cutoff, Randy. 2 million here.
I think Alajmi. Oh, he didn't even consider it.
Wow.
He was like, no, thank you. That's great for Linus because he doesn't have to fade a coin flip.
You know, that ace-jack is one that people chew on quite a bit. It can be really cuspy. So very well served was Laliger to come with the rip, as the ace-jack would have kept him company at lower price points.
You're right.
Have we clocked the shirt yet, Randy? There was some speculation in the chat earlier that Gucci might be behind that kit.
What's the best time of the year to be in Tunisia?
Let me get a telescope, and I'll get back to you in a second.
I think a telescope might be a gratuitous amount of magnification for the task.
Microscope?
Autumn.
Also, I think more than you need.
New
Maybe
eyeballs?
just a zoom, I think, would do it. A tight shot. Meanwhile, we got a shot at sixes full of queens here. Kristen Foxen with an ace-king. Road traveled was an open from Chrissy. This was under the gun +1. Schweck defended as big. Check raised her 200K c-bet to 475. She remained intact despite divorced from the texture for the extra 275. Then when Schweck let out 550 on the board pairing queen, she called again. And here on the river, we see him jam and Chrissy incurring losses.
She put in a lot of resistance. Lost a chunk there. Face king.
You know, credit to Tobias because he check raised that clicky size that kept her interested. And then when the queen pairs, you start to remove that from range.
Yeah, it was nice. The small check raise to retain a hand that was practically drawing dead, and to still bet the turn after filling up was nice too, because had he checked the turn, it's unlikely he would have gotten more chips out of Kristen Foxen.
He said we're waiting, I think. No, we have to play. We are playing.
Some inquiries, by the way, from the YouTube chat. From Jay Seppi, who's working from home in Atlantic City, New Jersey, asking, why are we just at 2 tables? When did the coverage start for this 30K? Well, today is the first day that we are picking up action here, and we began with the bubble having burst at 23 down to 22, with Diego Zeider being on the inside of that bubble. So fear not, Mr. Seppi, or Miss Seppi.
But we do start about 3 hours ago every day, same time, so do show up on time tomorrow, please.
Yeah, 2 p.m. local here in Montenegro when our streams get underway on a daily basis. I know that's bright and early West Coast, 5 a.m., a little less so on the East Coast at 8 a.m.
If you're late, you'll be in detention.
But listen, we have an international audience, so obviously waking hours for plenty of the planet during our coverage, and we're always pleased to see you. 8-9, pleased to see trips, says Kristen Foxen, and under the gun Razor, undeterred by the damages sustained moments ago. Wiesbrod defending, but not connecting.
If the board is so dry that Wiesbrod is likely going to put in a c-bet, expecting a lot of check folds. Oh, sorry, it was actually Foxen that was a pre-flop raiser. Got it mixed up. Little bet and take. Is this a Triton scarf thing going on?
Well, you know, we always take pride in the player-first service levels provided here at Triton. These are actually blankets that we have to provide to players if they start to feel a bit cool in the room, especially when the whole room only has 2 tables in it. You don't get as much of the body heat working, so the AC can take over a touch.
Right.
Although all we really need to do is open a window. It is whipping around outside today. Saw some white caps on the sea. Heard some howling through the hotel room. Ace-king suited. A little howling from Thomas here. Just 2 scoops. Suited 1 gapper for Chrissy, defendable.
She can throw another scoop in there, 9-7 suited.
Price of admission paid. Nine in the window and a 7 along with it. Bottom 2 on a queen high rainbow flop. Chrissy checks over to the ace-king.
This is amazing. Bottom 2 pair, unblocking top pair. Saturn, lots of potential backdoor opportunities with ace-king. It is quite a connected board. Doesn't fire a c-bet.
Deuce of clubs. Not complicating matters whatsoever.
This is actually kind of tricky for Fox, and naturally you would want to bet, but having so much as board and your opponent not c-betting a queen high texture, you got to throw to queen X out of Santurn's range. So I love this check by Foxen.
So no post-flop action thus far, as Chrissy's unable to get Santurn to commit anything, and this river is unlikely to change that.
So when your opponent's checking down flop and turn in position, they likely have ace high or some baby pocket pair. Maybe they randomly river to 5. You most likely have to just do the betting yourself, expecting a third check back if you were to check. It's definitely the right play from Foxen. Gonna think that ace king's not really looking to hero too often. A lot of times the hands you're trying to catch are the straight draws, but those hands will have a lot of incentive to bet the turn. So the fact that Foxen didn't bet the turn, usually you're up against value at this stage.
$250,000 if you want to keep Kristen honest.
Is that a time bank?
Yeah.
One more time bank.
Well, I think Santurn is just removing Deuce X 5X from Foxen's range here, right?
Yeah, but Foxen can value bet 9x and maybe even a strong 7 with the action. You know, check through down to the river.
Yeah, he's not so worried about the queen more often than not. Presumptions that he would have heard from it prior to this.
Yeah, but I also think the hands that he's trying to bluff catch against would have bet the turn. I just don't think he's good here very often.
I think that's why he's using the time banks, because there's conflicting attributes to the spot. Some beckoning for the call, others causing him to think it's fruitless. He does pay it off, though, and looks over at a whole lot of hand.
Nice one, Foxen.
Yeah.
The turn check by her was lovely, realizing that Santurn was unlikely to be able to call turn bet. Chipping back up.
What's going on back at the feature? New hand in progress. Pocket tens for Linus Love.
Strange, 250,000. Fold. Fold.
Pocket fives for Maher in the small.
Pretty tricky spot. Linus starts to hand with about 18 big blinds.
5 seconds. Player all in.
He's gonna go for it, and such bad timing. Gonna run into the tens at snapping it off.
Laliger never stepping aside. And now Noida, who was just surging at the expense of Chidwick before the break, could see himself, I believe, all but eliminated, Randy. 5K, the difference between their stacks, is that right?
Correct.
My goodness. And the chasm between their pre-flop holdings broadens on the ace-queen-7 board. Spadeless is Maher. In need of the 5. Nickels, anyone? No. So Laliger is going to put his stack out to do a little accounting. Maher knows it's close here. they handle admin duties. We come back over and find Saturn with King Jack suited in a way against V-Sprod, who's got Ace King suited. The good news for Thomas is he covers. The bad news is he's smothered. And now things get a lot worse on an Ace-4 deuce board. Diamond's working. 3 million plus in the middle.
Never easy.
There's a chance.
5 for a chop. Diamond for a clean win.
I'll take it. I like it, Tom. You can do it.
Very wet turn. But no deluge on the end. As V-Sprod will step up to the Xerox machine.
1 copy, please.
Yes, indeed.
Crumbs for Saturn. 550,000 remaining.
Just the butt end of the baguette.
Yeah, that part is.
That's dusty. I hate the ends.
Yeah, and it's the last part, so it's probably not hot anymore.
What are you talking about hot?
You don't heat up baguettes. They do at the banh mi shops.
First off, what about me says to you banh mi shop?
I don't know.
Okay.
They sometimes sell baguettes there.
I don't think the French warm the baguettes all that often. I mean, I'm sure it's a subjective thing. I was going to ask about a regular loaf. Do you toss the ends? I hate the ends on the loaf. You know what I'm talking about, the one-sided.
Yeah, I just ignore them. And they disappear eventually.
The worst is when you go to make a sandwich and that's the only piece left. You got to put half a sandwich in there and then fold it.
All right, here's the last of the chips for Maher.
Yeah, there's no folding. The Jack 9 in the face of the 300K from Alajmi. Laliger looking to maybe team up with Abdullah.
I would like to see it, but he's out.
Nope. So the ace tray will take the best of it here up against the Tunisian.
How much is it? 150, so I've just taken it from yours for both. All in the call for the one.
It's not the end of the world for the Jack 9 offsuit. 41%.
No, but a dog. Slightly better than a 3-2 disadvantage. $400K in the middle. Noida finds help. Oh, in turn, Alajmi finds a little on the turn.
It's nothing here.
5s and 1s would be a problem in the 5.
Don't do that.
Runner, wheel. To put Maher on his bike.
Does Maher need to return the blanket?
I don't think anyone's going to chase him down. Randy, you want to be that guy? Excuse me, sir, excuse me. We're going to need that blanket back.
One more all in.
Predictably, it is Saturn, who suffered harm not long ago. Ace-3 suited, performed well moments ago, and it's doing good here.
Backflips.
Martirosian prepaying. Could find the chop with the queen.
Yeah.
Not to be. Look at Noida. He's looking for a buddy to hit the payout desk with, and Thomas is like, nah, man, you're going to have to make that walk by yourself.
Lone wolf, you are. Yep. He's walking away now.
Back it up, Reaper.
He does look like the Reaper.
If he had one of those sticks with the blade on it, the scythe or whatever, that really would have been a nice touch. Actually, earlier he had his hoodie kind of wrapped around his head. If he took the blanket and put it on top so we couldn't see his face, that would have been ominous.
So what, if you get eliminated, you just got to stand over to the next shortest stack until he's eliminated. You just swap roles.
Yeah, you try to stand as close as possible without them knowing you're there. Well, look at the hit and run from Saturn. Tacky, tacky. Just a rebalancing effort, of course. His name is called to fill the void left behind by Noida with 10 players left. Maher, by the way, collecting $86,000. Same figure that awaits whomever is on the final table bubble. Linus looks ready to board a super yacht.
This? Yes, thank you.
He just exudes wealth. And I'm here for it.
You want an invite?
Always. Are you kidding me?
He's close to the chip lead, right behind Tobias Schweck.
Anytime you can hit the high seas in something that isn't inflatable, Randy, say yes. Unless it's like a rowboat, in which case
Inflatable rowboat would be awful.
inflatable rowboat's bad. Yeah, you're not playing Tritons in an inflatable rowboat. That's for sure.
I'm really bad at rowing. I go in circles.
When was the last time you rowed, Randy?
I was trying to do a romantic gesture
Oh boy.
for my wife, and we didn't leave the docking area because I just kept going in circles.
First off, were you pointed the right direction? Because when we were in Latvia, prior to coming down here, I was walking by the river and there was somebody who was on a date, but he was rowing the back of the boat forward instead of the front of the boat because he was pointed the wrong direction. And they had no idea. And he was kind of pulling the circular situation as well as a result. So you got company. You're not alone, Randy. You're not the first to make that mistake.
Alrighty.
Ten-six offsuit here. Small blind.
It's a tough customer in a big blind with a very big stack.
Not a very big hand, though. Jack-4.
Does have the option. He's not supposed to attack, given he's out chipped, but this is Adrian Mateos. You don't tell this man what he's supposed to do.
I mean, not for the faint of heart are the lines that Adrian finds. Not to make too much of this Jack-4 offsuit. We have seen this theme.
Look at Linus just staring him down like, seriously,
Yeah.
buddy?
You know, the thing is, there can only be one apex predator. There can only be one alpha male in the pack. And there's a few chest beaters wrapped around this rail. We're going to be lobbying for the honors.
He still hasn't turned and looked away.
Yeah, he's like, look at me. Oh, yeah. Over here, papi. Me llamo Linus Amor.
I'm going to assume that's Spanish.
Safe assumptions, Randy. Queen 10 suited.
700. 7.
Wait, 700,000.
Not all in, but a commitment. 700 if you do.
4.
King Jack for Abdullah. This is the man who stepped aside from an ace-jack offsuit.
He's tempted because it's a lot less chips. Santurn started the hand with 10 big blinds.
5 seconds.
Oh, Santurn is sweating this hard. It's like, please fold.
Yeah, seldom is this man chewing on it with less than queen high. Not impossible, I suppose, but remember, there could still be action post-flop where it allows me to choose to simply click call. He knows there's no fold equity if he were to jam.
Lajmi, he's got the right hunch. Can he follow through? Commit the chips with King Jack. Final decision is fold.
Thomas not having to take a flop there. Some discourse in the YouTube chat regarding what the proper name of the end of a baguette or a loaf is. Some people saying crust. Dana Craven, I believe, submitting heel of the bread. I believe I called it the butt of the baguette. I don't even think that's remotely close to right, but I'm going to live with it.
You want to revisit the baguette conversation?
I want to fight you with baguettes. We should each get a baguette.
You know,
And we
like
should
American Gladiators, where they use the big, was it joust or is it or something? We each get a huge
It
baguette.
was joust. Me and you with our own bakery-based version of American Gladiators.
Who's got
at the break desk?
better elasticity?
Whoever's baguette breaks first loses. Chidwick has wins on his mind. Jamming ace queen off. Unfortunately, Lolliger's ready to joust. A spoonful of medicine in the form of ace king. Asks for the count. Never going anywhere here.
Yeah, and if Chidwick can't get there, we're going to be down to the final 9.
Randy, ace queen sometimes beats ace king.
I said if. If. Okay. Means it could be either way.
Just making sure that you haven't showered our man just yet.
No, I did not shower him.
The deck might be showering him, though. And Lolliger, the conduit. 2.8 million chip pot. And final table hopes for Chidwick at risk here. He pulled one off with king 5 all in against an ace high already. But it's going to take a little more magic.
All eyes on this all in. Nacho lurking. Here we go.
Oh, look at this.
Save the queen.
2 hearts working, covered. Chidwick finds Lady Luck. And volleys the pressure back on Lolliger. Chopportunities, courtesy of a newly arrived duckling. On the turn, we saw runner, runner, wheel not long ago. That's how Noida met his end. This would be a carve up. Instead, it's the ace. Top 2 for Chidwick when it's all said and done, and 2.8 as well.
Top pair, top kicker, no good.
25 more.
Disappointment for all parties but Chidwick.
Yeah, 25,000.
Welcome back.
Still 3.1 for Linus.
Good, right?
Yeah, Chidwick was on the short stack by himself not too long ago with 6 big blinds or so. He's
That's
healthy
right.
now.
That's right. It's like when you get one of those medical packs in a video game, like the life boost. Balance transfer coming from Lolliger there. Still 25 bigs for Linus. No panic at the disco.
Sand turn, shortest stack, 11 big blinds in the small blind. You can definitely consider trying to limp the queen 5 offsuit. I'm going to imagine he's got traps. He's just going to stay away. The Chidwick have just 9-4 off.
Well, how about another helping? A little cherry on top.
Free blinds.
Mm-hmm. Re-racking them. Mateos first to speak. Ace-10. Will provide a voice.
Raise 250,000.
Raisey daisy.
Fold.
Just a click. Come and get it.
Fold.
Mucked around the Lolliger 6 tray off. And he's not interested. Shortest stack in the room, belonging to Santurn, 10 big blinds deep, Martirosian 15 bigs. Boss stack, the product of events elsewhere at the outer table, now belongs to Schwecht, who's emerged with 5.4 plus. You know, I feel as though folks might sense that we oversold Abdullah Al-Ajmi as a character, but make no mistake, he understands that final 2 tables, stone final table bubble, some adjustments need to be made. I don't think all of a sudden, though, that it is beyond him to rise up and do something spectacular.
No, his RBF switch is just turned off at the moment.
Oh, you remember RBF?
I know.
Random berserk factor.
My time with you is the best. I remember everything you say.
That could be a problem, by the way, Randy, especially if you ever get subpoenaed. Meanwhile, ace-king, and Al-Ajmi's going to testify.
How much did he raise to? 575,000 in the hijack.
You see what we're talking about?
RBF is slightly switched on.
Well, maybe just BF,
Okay.
because it ain't random, is it? No takers, of course.
Outer table.
Something cooking? Yes, indeed. And it involves Barbero, who is covered with an ace-7 suited. He open jammed the button, and Martirosian woke up with it. Red queens.
What a great spot for Archer to double up. His runner-up the other day.
Trying to make his second consecutive final table of this Montenegro festival. Gonna need to keep this an ace-free environment. 3.25 million in the middle. Nacho looking to ruin the Russians' day. Spades or an ace would do the trick, and none of the above on a Jack-8 deuce board. Over pair for Martirosian. Holding strong, 83% with 2 to come.
Looks great. Oh, turn is an ace.
Much like Greek mythology, you get close to what seems like a beautiful woman and suddenly it turns into a sea creature. Monsters on the turn for Martirosian. Can he find a beautiful girl on the river to retake his seat? 2 of them left in the deck. No, sir.
Thank you.
Well, another deep run for Martirosian. This one coming with an 86K payout. And another helping of points headed to the Ivan Leao Player of the Year award leader here in Montenegro.
Just a rough beat.
Yep.
Are we there now? Final table?
That we are. 9 remaining after Archer got hit with the coarse grind sandpaper. Buffed right out of here. And that means we're going to merge the field where Tobias Schwecht will be at the top of the leaderboard. Barbero, after hauling in Martirosian's tokens, will sit level with Adrian Mateos in the second slot, while Santurn will be on the short stack. Back at the break desk now, Ali Najad, Randy Liu. Some administrative duties obviously will take some time before we're able to get that final table to you, but not the longest of frames, but cold world for Artur Martirosian.
Yeah, you know, it was very quick. You know, players were willing to get it in. And, you know, what are you going to do? You hit pocket queens, your opponent jams into you, but Nacho just gets there.
Yeah, that he did. So, listen, why don't we step aside? Unfortunately, Randy, we must bid you adieu. Although we don't have to. We could always pivot. But I think producer James's decisions are final. And yes, he's nodding yes. You're going to have to say goodbye. But fear not, because Kevin Rabichow will be here to walk us through the front end of this final table, which you're not going to want to miss. Event number 3, the 30K. We'll rack them up with 9 remaining after this.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
It is final table time here in Montenegro. Alina Jha joined now by Kevin Rabichow from the Maestral Resort and Casino. Triton Poker Series super high roller stuff continues as we're going to crown another champ. 9 remaining, all guaranteed a healthy 6-figure payout with 7 figures up top. And Kevin, I know you were absent the proceedings coming up to this point, but as you got your first glimpse at the 9 characters that remain and you took a peek at the way in which they've been assembled at this final table, unpack some of the storylines or some of which you have come to anticipate from the assembly that we have on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, how ridiculous is this lineup, by the way? Are we looking at 150K final table right now? Because this is an all-star lineup across the board. And it's notable to me, you know, not only thanks to the rollback at the final table, but there's a lot of players with chips. Only Thomas Santern with what you would call a short stack, and those are now 13 big blinds going into the 100K level. I mean, I'm interested to see, much like we did yesterday at the couple of final tables, who's going to jockey for top spot, who among all these medium, you know, competitive stacks is going to make an early statement. And I don't know, why not give a little bit of attention to the cash game experts like Linus Loliger and Barack Wisbrod in that category.
Yeah, some of the chat was talking about that Wisbrod right now is considered one of the tops online. So obviously he is well rehearsed in between these festivals, and making his mark here is the Israeli. Wanted to point out, by the way, that the top slot, which currently belongs to Schwecht at 52 big blinds, if you remove Thomas Santern's stack as the aforementioned 13 big blind stack from things, the gap between him and all others down through 8th is 24 big blinds.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a fairly tight cluster, is it not?
It is, absolutely. And, you know, the way that I often think about it is if someone were to double, would they become chip lead, right? That's within striking distance of having the ability to run away with the tournament. And everybody except for Santurn, as you mentioned, is within striking distance of the chip lead and a healthy chip lead.
Let's talk a little bit about the payout. I said it was 6 figures. Just north of that, 102,000 is what awaits those who bust out in 9th. 128K for ace, so that means a 26K pay ladder. And considering that this was a 30K, Kevin, that's the point at which I would imagine it begins to really creep into players' zeitgeist, for lack of a better way to put it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've actually been noticing in the payout structures at this Triton, it looks to me a little more top-heavy. I'm not sure the exact details of any changes that were made to the structures, but the gap between 9th and 1st is 10x multiple, right? 102,000 to 1 million. And those pay jumps through the middle, very kind of flat and equal, you might describe them, from 8th to 7th to 6th to 5th to 4th, almost the same pay jump all the way through there. All that really means is right now, do your best to get yourself in a good position, because when we get down to 7 or 6, it's going to be very grindy.
Yeah, and we're going to position ourselves to throw it down to Tournament Director of the Year, the man who helms all of this stuff, our very own Luca Vivaldi, just about set to bring the players out with the final table intros. We're going to roll back to 50 and 100,000. We're going to get things underway as the final table of event number 3 is headed your way.
$147 entries in event number 3, the 30K No Limit Hold'em. We are down to a final table of 9. We're gonna find out who's gonna win this beautiful trophy, more than $1 million, and take the Triton title. Please allow me to introduce you to your final table. Scene number 1, from Switzerland. You drew the button. With 2.8 million, please put your hand together for Linus Loliger.
Well, Luca always bringing the fancy pronunciations. We just call him Linus Love. 8.3 million in Triton earnings for the man who last joined us in Monte Carlo 2024.
In scene number 2 from Canada with 2.8 million. Please put your hand together for Kristen Foxen.
Kristen, of course, with a fine finish, 4th place. She sought to become the first female champion and now seeks to claim her first Triton title and break the 7-figure in
From
earnings.
Q8 in scene number 3 with 3.2 million. Please welcome Abdullah Alajimi.
He could be the wild card here. Big smiles for the man who was 0 for 2 coming in at his first Triton Festival, enjoying his first cash.
RC number 5 with 3.1 million is from Israel. Please welcome Barak Wisbrod.
469,000 and change in career Triton earnings for Wisbrod. It's been a pretty dry run, but now he's trying to wet his beak with the first title.
In scene number 6, we have our chip leader from Germany with 5.2 million. Please welcome Tobias Schwecht.
This is a known entity when it comes to the online and live high-stakes streets. 12th cash for the German, who has 1.3 in Triton earnings.
RC number 7 is from the UK with 2.8 million. Please welcome Stephen Chidwick.
Man doesn't need an introduction. He brings almost 25 million in Triton earnings and 2 titles. This his 56th Triton cash.
In scene number 8 from Spain with 4.1 million. Please put your hand together for Adrián Mateos.
El Conquistador, 2-time title winner with 24 cashes, breaking the 15 million in earnings mark.
From France, our scene number 9 has 1.3 million. Please welcome Thomas Santel.
Tomas gonna break the $2 million barrier, courtesy of his 5th cash. Played just one event coming into this one.
And last but not least, closing down this final table with 4.1 million. Our scene number 10 is from Argentina. Please put your hand together for Nacho Barbero.
This is where the entertainment will be sourced, but Barbero's going to take things seriously as he hunts
We roll
title
back
number
the blinds
3.
to 50, 100,000. We're going to play 9 hands at this level. Once again, the button has been drawn on Linus. I wish you all the very best of luck. Carlota, shuffle up and deal, please.
So there's a look at the entirety of the field, condensed into a single table, all guaranteed a 6-figure payout. Bet ACR bringing you that glimpse. Schwecht does have a little bit of runway between himself and Mateos, 11 bigs. You see the level stacks between the Spaniard and the Argentine. Alajmi and Wisbrod midfield, not far behind them, Foxen and Chidwick, along with the Loliger, and then the dangler, the Frenchman Santurn. Eyes will be trained upon him to observe how hasty he's going to approach his plight right now. See who's going to leverage the ICM. 26K the ladder between 9th and 8th. As we mentioned it, lion's share of the 4.4 being divvied up. Payouts brought to you by WPT Global. You ready, Crab? Boy, that wasn't inspiring. That was a delayed always. No.
Ali, I
think you're bluffing.
Yeah, okay.
No,
I guess I wasn't ready by definition. But now now that we've done that,
yes,
Good luck, guys.
I'm here.
With that out of the way, officially,
Yeah.
Against
we
the
take
other side,
flight.
against me.
Cards in the air. Suited and double gapped. Barbero's going to take the temperature of the room here in the cutoff.
I am a bit surprised, but looking to his left, Nacho, the effective chip lead in this hand, covers everyone behind.
Does shed the ace-deuce of Linus. However, the suited king, Avalajmi, retained. 550 in the middle, first flop. 10-9-8, Barbero, backdoor spades, wrong end of the open-ender.
Not a board that Nacho's going to be thrilled to bluff at. Generally think the big blind connects in some way, but Alajmi's missed about as badly as he can on this board. Nacho does check back and turns the bad end of a straight, picks up spades as well.
But is facing a lead from Abdullah of 175,000. The spades are what's going to allow him to continue far more comfortably than he would absent the redraw.
This size is quite small as well. I think any straight is going to feel pretty comfortable, at least for now. And I like the choice to bluff with a king here. It's hard to have missed this board. Nacho going to have much weaker hands that this would have worked against.
6 on the end completes the diamonds as things get a bit murkier for Nacho, but let's see whether or not Abdullah wants to stir up some more sediment. Instead, he just checks.
Interesting spot in the face of a check. Does Nacho think that Abdullah would have bet 2 pair, or maybe like a king-jack, king-10 type hand on the turn, and now he seeks value? Or did the diamond slow him down enough to check a queen and we're just value owning ourselves? Nacho's going to go for almost 2/3, but...
Nachito playing the game. Playing the fucking game. You guys are playing the game?
What you have?
Trying to sell the idea that he bluffed his way through that one, of course.
Almost a flush.
But it's great.
Abdullah not offended.
Thank you. That's a good read by Kristen.
What you had.
Me?
If you tell me what you had, I tell you the truth.
3 twos.
What?
3 twos.
I don't think that was an honest response from Abdullah, though I couldn't fully make it out. But honestly speaking, our official timekeepers at Jacob & Co. are responsible for some world-class timepieces. Just get a glimpse at those on your screen there. Where engineering meets artistry, they push the limits of watchmaking with the extraordinary Bugatti timepiece inspired by the raw power and precision of their hypercars. The watch is a true testament to innovation and craftsmanship. Check it out along with everything else on offer
Yes, I'm
at
playing
Jacob
with
& Co.
TV. Can you believe it? What a life I got.
Fold.
My mom is his biggest fan.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Jack 7 suited.
Raise 225.
Similar situation for Nacho.
I appreciate that he's running a temp check. He's just, if you're going to fold to me, I'll open and let's see if somebody wants to try to relieve me of the role of aggressor.
Well, we'll see if he continues as we move a few seats over and he's opening into the likes of Tobias Schwecht or Adrian Mateos, who have equal or more chips. But for now, Nacho the covering stack. Jack 7 suited covering Brock's. 9-7.
Diamond draw on the ace-ace king board, which of course is very repable for Barbero, who has it checked over.
Some players will check behind boards like this, but in the context of final table, with a heavy chip lead, stab and take it. Too easy.
Easy breezy. 2 for 2 is Barbero. Broad. Not going to dwell on things.
Kind of looked like he was dwelling.
It looked that way.
But like just for long enough to...
You know what it is?
Move through it.
You can never peacefully lose a pot to Nacho. There's always going to be a punctuation point on it. It's going to, you know, like a touch of citrus in the paper cut.
Busting out from a final table as well. I think it was yesterday. He was final table of the 25K in every single elimination. He needled them on their walkout. You got to be ready for this when you've got Nacho at the table.
He's all too happy to dish it out, Kevin, but I got to tell you that when the favor is returned, he doesn't really have an appetite for it.
There you do see that conservative fold. Chip leader is in the big blind this hand. Gets Kristen to fold ace-7 as well in the cutoff. Makes a huge difference knowing that the player, unrestricted by ICM, is in the big blind, gets to play a large number of hands. Against the limp, you have to think 5-3 suited. Generally content to check, but there's so much aggression in general from this range. Wizard allowed to see a flop here.
Schwecht suited one gapper, allowing it. And how about this flop?
Oh my.
Wheel with steel wheel redraw. Barak doesn't rate to find any trouble as it stands. Well served to check.
Yeah, fortunately he began with a check here. Not mandatory. Ace on board. Far more in Barak's range than Tobias, given the pre-flop action, but now that he's checked, he probably escapes, losing absolutely nothing more.
Yeah, 9 high. Should be all done with it. As Schwecht snacks on Barak's chips, and Chidwick looks like he's snacking on something. What's he foraging on back there? That looks healthy. I think healthy is generally the range that we can assign to Stevens' dietary discretion.
Very on trend in the community.
Boy, that thing's healthy to add to your trophy case. You might have to pay bag fees for the overage. They're heavy. That thing's not hollow. But the good news is if you win one, you can afford those fees. And I would be concerned if you weren't able to afford the fees prior to winning one, if you're somebody who's making the effort.
Booking the flight out here may have been a mistake if that's the case.
Yeah. Although Lord knows there have been some anomalies throughout time in poker that have proven to be an economic nuclear cockroach of sort.
Look at Elajmi, by the way. Undeterred of covering stacks behind.
Yeah, you know, we alluded to the idea that he could be the incendiary device at this table. And the moment I finished saying that, I actually feel as though I should have gone with a different analogy, Kevin, but perhaps I will be allowed a wider berth as a member of the Brown Brotherhood.
You know, honestly, if you just moved on, I think no one would have noticed, but here we are.
You know what's weird? I feel like subconsciously I almost...
Do I need to interject to stop you from further damaging your own...
Here's the thing. There's a measure of Teflon that I'm ensconced by, as evidenced by the fact that I've made it this far. I don't want to get cavalier about it. And I do want to let you know that The effort to get me to drop a shovel will be a futile one, Kevin. That's for sure. Though I do appreciate the spirit of it.
I just,
compadre.
It's early. It's early out here, you know. I don't know if I want to pick up all the extra shifts as they carry you out of here. We got a long way to go this Triton Poker Super High Roller Series.
Kevin, when you're right, Crab. When you got ace queen, you're right to raise it up 200,000. Schwecht from the button retains Mateos, suited one gapper, books a trip to the flop. Ace, king, 8, top pair, all Schwecht.
175.
175,000. Fold.
Nothing to note there other than the bet sizing choice, and perhaps doesn't even reveal too much information. Clear decisions for both.
175 and take it, sir. Dankeschön.
Back-to-back final tables, huh? Look at you. What a boss.
Two.
You. What?
You.
It takes one to know one.
Yeah. Who are you talking to? You're talking about yourself.
No, he was talking to me.
Oh, you were at the FT too yesterday. Watched
Well, Foxen had the FT in event number 1. Took event number 2's FT off to allow husband Alex to win that event.
He flipped with me.
Yeah.
Bad idea.
Bad
idea.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
He had 5 big blinds only.
Okay.
It was not like a big flip.
Yeah.
V-Sprout.
How big was
Activating.
the flip with Alex? 30
Ace
each?
9.
It was huge because
The motivator.
have
Tobias in the cutoff, going to play a number of hands.
Arthur would have had
2 sevens easily qualifying for a call.
So 200K, very likely 200K flip. We had
10-7 suited now for Sun turn.
And we're usually reluctant to overcall
Yeah.
12 lines each.
as the third player.
13 each or 14 each. Exactly the same.
Oh, okay.
So it was massive.
Yeah.
Shortest stack though. Quality suited hand. Send turns in there.
3 players embark on the King 9-3 journey, where the 7s have been downed by middle pair. Fairly clean texture for the party starter, V-Sprout.
Still often customary to check over to the chip leader who called in position.
Exactly what he does.
And of all the hands we want to open the action with here, 7s or 8s feeling like the types of ones that gain the least. Bloating the pot against better hands. Schwecht does check behind.
So the turn brings the 10, giving Thomas the best hand now. No straight draws present. No flush draws either.
And I'd be surprised if anyone put in action on this street as well. Barack, the most logical looking one, because his opening range is all over this board in general. Could consider a small bet with a big portion of that range, but ace-9 again, just feeling like a bit pointless. We'd fold out weaker hands, get called by better. Same spot for 2 7s. You might sometimes see Schwecht bluff with 7s and a diamond, maybe, but
Likes to check back. Now the deuce is as raggy as it gets on the end here.
really feels like we're destined for a showdown, all 3 players. Santurn, hand probably looking good enough to block bet, but when you only have 1 million chips and a block bet costs you a quarter of that, it starts to feel a little bit too damaging. Well, look at this, he's going for it anyways, and he's just reduced the size, 125.
Boy, this is an interesting find from him. Into 2 other players. Convinced that better than 10-7 would have been heard from prior to this point. And maybe in the event that it hadn't been heard from, won't be able to do anything other than call this figure, which is likely leaner than the one that would be requested by a better hand.
Exactly. I think that's the best part of this play. Not only do we occasionally get called by worse, I don't think Wizbrid gets away at this price, but if Wizbrid had pocket jacks, or wow, that's a big fold and correct.
You're so right. I thought ace-9 for $1.25 is going to decide Thomas could just be taking a stab for cheap. And so he passes the puck over to Schwecht with effectively the same proposition, albeit looking up at 3 overcards instead of 2. But bluff catching.
That's quite good. And Barak also considering that Schwecht could have had, you know, ace-10 behind or jack-10 behind or something like this. They both get away.
Like a boss.
That's really strong. It's so tempting. Which card did he show? The 7?
Yeah.
No? Sorry, the cool.
I know it's a weird way of saying it, but that's a scary player to fold to.
Look at Linus. What's going on?
I'm wondering the same.
You think he's in the midst of a REM cycle? Okay, no. I thought maybe there was a little catnap happening behind the lenses.
Fold. Fold. The 2 brothers in the final table together.
Fold.
No?
Fold.
Mucked around to Chidwick. Jack 10 off.
225,000.
Leaning from the cutoff. Clears Queen 8 suited.
Notable fold for sure.
Yeah. King Queen not headed for the muck though.
No, and one would think good enough to just flat. Not so strong that we want to induce additional action, and certainly not going to fold out better as a 3-bet bluff.
10-7 deuce. All Chidwick as he finds top pair and a check over to him from King High.
Reasonably dynamic board. Chidwick being covered by so much, most likely going to want to discourage action when he bets. Not typically the kind of spot, although the deuce being disconnected might encourage a small size, but not typically the kind of spot you want to induce light continues. Chidwick does go for the big c-bet, 400 into 600. I think this is enough to clear King-Queen without a heart, but as Barbero with a backdoor flush draw, probably want to continue the 2 overs. He might even continue these, but it's tricky.
2/3 pot sizing. This one grows to 1.4 if he clicks call, and absent a heart in hand. Proposition just not attractive enough, deems Nacho. You know, it isn't like there's a lack of fight in the seat, but you're out of position, you're up against an opponent you know who is likely to do everything perfectly, and you're playing the guessing game in all likelihood, you know, from that street forward. Best case scenario, I would imagine you hit the queen.
Yeah. Overcards are fairly clean. Even cleaner when we have the heart. Not only useful because of the backdoor flush draw, but also because our outs don't complete a flush.
Mm-hmm.
Abdullah is reaching for chips, or should I say chip? That's a call from early position with the deuces. Not typically a hand you want to play from early position, but if you would, cheaper is better. We'll see if Chidwick, who I imagine wants to continue in some way, in cash game format, maybe you do more over limping and try to take a flop. But I would think in the context of a final table, we just always want to isolate, clear remaining players.
So looking to call the herd, Stevie seeks privacy with the upfront limper.
This spot is so much harder as Linus now because of the way the action got here. Yeah, he's just folding. Hugely different spot than if Chidwick had just opened with no limper. We would have seen 2 1/4, 2.5 big blinds, easy call from the king-queen. Now it's 3.75, way different price, and a player behind to worry about.
By the way, if Chidwick for some reason were to flat, the king-queen offsuit could be a candidate to squeeze.
Yeah, isolation, very effective in this case.
Yeah, instead, Linus into the bin, 1 million in the middle, table for 2. And how about a 2 on the 8-tray deuce board? Bottom set, Alajmi well out in front, but you see Chidwick with the 10-high flush draw. All in from Alajmi. Single decision point poker here as he keeps things simple and straightforward. Stevie asking for a count. 2.6, he covers, but by a hair.
Stevie rechecks his cards and sees the 10 of diamonds. Ace of diamonds feels like a nasty spot, but I think we just have been given a free path to escape here.
I mean, walking papers at 2.5x pot. Adios.
Well, it's costing Italy. Do we have solutions for that one on Octopi? I want to see what are the solutions. Man, I cannot open it here, right?
No, it's my big blind. You have to earn it.
Great smile there on Abdullah. Living the dream. Earlier, he showered Phil Ivey, which I suggested was a merit badge of sorts, a little childhood dream for anybody who came up watching the GOAT.
In front of the whole world. Laughing Steve and Chidwick. Wow, who would have thought?
Cool.
This is just Alajmi's second event ever at the Triton series. These are my favorite spots, is to watch, you know, a table of 8 players perhaps who are quite familiar with what to expect from each other. And they've got a newcomer in the mix playing a clearly contrasting style. It forces everyone. You just can't automate anymore, right? Think through every spot. Every spot is unique. Every hand's going to be different. You got to use your poker brain.
And by the way, it's unclear how much intel the collective field has managed to cobble together on Abdullah. I would imagine plenty of conversations in the relative cliques. Maybe those who've been watching the stream trying to feed some guidance.
Foxen, by the way, having almost the exact same spot we saw Linus play just last hand. She makes the same decision. Have to think these two are going to go to another flop. Unless Alajmi has perhaps a 3-bet on his mind.
5 seconds.
A7 suited, not generally employed as the candidate. We prefer to be in the suited wheel ace realm for such things, right, Kevin?
Yeah, although against Chidwick's range from this position maybe doesn't matter so much if we have the 7 or the 3. A bit of extra equity when called, but...
Well, it matters a lot on this board as Chidwick finds the 3 with great texture. Alongside a couple of 4s with a spade out there, Abdullah chose to flat, has 1 diamond working, million in the middle, 2.2 effective.
And Chidwick having just collected the information that, if he didn't already know, Abdullah is going to be leading sometimes from out of position, so feeling perhaps even more secure in the strength of his 2-pair. No need to pot control yet. Just go for value, maybe fold out some equity. Not surprised to see the ace-7 of diamonds continue. It's quite a strong hand on this flop.
Adhesion from the Kuwaiti. No added equity on the turn. How scary is the queen if you're Chidwick?
It absolutely could have improved. If we think about hands that float on the flop that weren't already made, other than ace-high, king-queen, queen-jack, all the suited backdoors. Queen of hearts is offsuit to the flop entirely, so every backdoor queen X is possible. Certainly shrinks the value of Chidwick's hand quite a bit, and there's no guarantee as well. I mean, he hasn't seen what Alajmi led with last hand. He could be up against pocket eights. Quite surprised if he's able to continue betting for value. It'd be so thin.
Listen, if there's thin value to be had, Chidwick's not afraid of pursuing it. One of the winningest poker players of all time. Top 3 is Chidwick at last check. Checking back. Paying the time bank. 8 of diamonds on the end. Abdullah checks once more, and Chidwick just shuts it down. Got one straight of value. And he got a little lucky as well. Alajmi realizes at showdown. Who do you think the rest of the table was rooting for in that one, Kevin? Not the winner?
Oh, we don't have to pick favorites every hand. Relatively inconsequential pot.
Well, for Chidwick, it does leave him north of Alajmi. 4th overall. Santurn off the 13 bigs that he started with, as we fight on with the full complement of 9 players. Man, I mean, it really is just a very even-keeled distribution. If Santurn goes north of 20 bigs, there's just not a stack that's going to influence your action. Straightforward poker. As we seek to award $102,000 here in event number 3, the 30K. Part of this Triton Poker Super High Roller Series Montenegro Festival. First 6-figure payout.
14? Maybe I'm confused. Didn't we play 14 years? No, 13.
See a few people in the YouTube streets noting Mateos and maybe other players at the table really locked in observing that last pot, observing Chidwick during that hand as well, and they get to see the showdown.
I think they're just very curious as to Abdullah more than anybody else in the field, against whom they may rate to have experience, but not against him. Alajmi once again involved, this time blind versus blind. Forgive me. Schwecht, the opener with the 5s. He defended his big blind. Jack 9-6 off.
175.
And Tobias just going to politely ask for it. 175, and King High says goodbye.
Nice bet there from Schwecht. Clears out a number of outs.
Yeah, you can't fall into the no set, no bet trap. Well, Sean Wiley, or Sean Willie, in the YouTube chat, posed an interesting question. He said, how do we have 8,000 people watching this stream and yet only 800 likes? And I tend to agree, Sean. That is an excellent question, but we may have the answer. Not with regards to why, but regards to how we fix that. And it's as simple as mousing over and clicking the like button if you like what you see here, not just in this event, but everything we have on offer at the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series, a wealth of content beyond that which we're going to be streaming you live over the better part of a couple of weeks from here in Montenegro. And clicking that like button is a small ask and a humble one from us here in exchange for the finest in streaming poker entertainment, which comes your way free of charge. Mateos charging $250,000 with King Queen, Barak Visprad, pocket tens.
I was wondering.
Flats.
Uncomfortable against the early position open. Not a clear 3-bet.
Oh, but a clearly favorable board texture here. Threes full of tens for Visprad.
And this could be action. I know King Queen doesn't look like a whole lot of hand, but you tend to just assume the big blind never connects on this board. And Wisbrod might decide to play this one fast. He's flopped a huge hand. There's an interest in denying equity. His hand was close to good enough to being all in pre-flop, and has now significantly improved compared to Adrian's opening range. Might be the right time to deny some equity. He's going to go with flat. Really not wanting to take a thin spot at this stage of the tournament. And
yikes. Passive line, Kevin, pardon the interruption, but I don't need to explain what's just gone down. And it isn't a pretty development for Barak's tens, which have taken the passive line pre and post to this point, continuing to defer to Mateos. And this is the juncture, the fork in the road, where the bet from Mateos is going to have to be evaluated.
Interesting size. Mateos maybe one of two things, either making the claim that he would continue barreling with underpairs to the king for thin value, or just simply recognizing that when he has a king, it's hard to get paid off. If he goes big bet turn, all in river, with all the risk premium associated with this spot, Wisbrod simply wouldn't call down with a weaker hand. But when you set a price like this, you allow your opponent to continue with weaker full houses, maybe even with strong ace high or turned nut flush draw. I think that's going to kill the action on the end.
Ace, an unwelcome sight for both parties, and Adrian does shut it down, but not before picking up an extra $500,000 post-flop, and you can see that one isn't going down smooth with Barak.
You wanted to show pre and then you changed your mind.
You're a genius, Nacho.
I know. I saw it in your face.
It's actually an interesting find there from Nacho, not the kind of thing you normally disclose, but...
I mean, made a lot easier once he turns his cards on their backs.
Sure.
I'm not sure about his face.
Nacho always the troll,
I wonder
but...
what happens if I show like ace-5 or something. Same thing.
It could have been ace-5.
It could be. Yeah, but I mean like, a hand that wins, I don't know, like ace-9 off.
Ace-8 suited now, up front for Chidwick. He'll say hello. 3 1/4. 2 fewer spades remain after the Jack-7 gets binned.
Even as chip lead, that would be a loose one.
So Stevie will play this orbit free of charge as he picks up the blinds and antes. Still no casualties on this final table battlefield in the 30K. Where Saturn is back on 13 bigs, where he started. Shortest stack. Barack Wiesbrod, by the way, after that altercation with Mateos, keeping Thomas company at the bottom of the leaderboard. And this is exactly what could help cauterize the wound. 2 aces on the button, no less.
Just 13 blinds in Wisbrod's stack, but still plenty of non-all-in raising going to be happening in general. No hand more appropriate than this one. No action.
Always disappointing. He was ready for somebody to take a swing at him.
Yeah, and as short as this final table is in general, Barack has 8th in chips with a double, jump up to 4th. Very congested stack distribution.
I mean, once we see some consolidation, obviously, things will maybe fill out a little bit in terms of stack depth, depending on the pace at which we do so.
Yeah.
Ace-4 suited. Saturn.
9-handed, Ace-4 suited. Not a mandatory open by any means.
No. Especially when you consider the ladder and the presence of Barack, who obviously just picked up 2.5 blinds with the raise and take, which is exactly what Saturn enjoys, to keep pace. No takers. Perhaps the gravity of this one is beginning to wrap itself around this lineup. As Ace-Queen suited pays a visit to Barbero. Air feels a little thicker than it did at the onset. Jack-10 suited played as a flat here by Abdullah.
This one much less attractive in the big blind for Saturn. Earlier position flat from Abdullah. 9-8 offsuit. Going to be dominated quite often. Wise to escape.
Well, I'm not so sure escape will be readily available to Alajmi, given that he has flopped middle pair, unfortunately against top pair. Top kicker on a textured board with 800,000 in the middle. Awaits the orders from Barbero.
Quite a strong hand on this flop. Barbero maybe trying to go for check raise. Thought he might be encouraged to just take the lead when there's so many bad turn cards, but there's none better than this one. Seems like a free pass to go for value, almost whatever size you like.
And that size, half pot.
Jack-10 suited, quite strong here, especially having checked back the flop. No way to get away just yet.
400K, not a modest quotient of the remaining 2.2 for Alajmi.
And this could be dangerous for Abdullah. Every draw misses. You maybe anticipate Nacho would continue bluffing with ace-king or ace-jack. Not to mention king-jack suited, 9-8 suited. See how Nacho wants to size here. Very common when value betting or just in general in these spots to leave your opponent some chips behind, but he goes for all of it. He knows his hand is good enough to, has he just, he snapped.
Wow. Things playing out violently here as the deeply unanticipated departure of Abdullah Alajmi, who was a non-believer on a dry river, given perhaps the flop check from Nacho, decided second pair was the one that he wanted to bluff catch the Argentine with, and in the process finds himself out in ninth. $102,000 richer for his efforts, but obviously he was deep enough to battle on and perhaps secure a few ladders instead. The remains of his stack gifted over to Nacho. Is it a call you can get behind at all, Kevin, on the end?
I mean, I gotta say, give credit to someone who's willing to see a spot where they think they're being pushed around or where they think they're up against a bluff and call at any cost, right? Because that's exactly what so many players are going to do in big spots.
You know, in situations such as this, if the cacophony of criticism begins to take root, I caution against presuming that those procedures weren't the ones that Abdullah had positively reinforced en route to this point. And so he's willing to live and die by those procedures.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Someone who's willing to call against large sizes in a field where so many capable players are bluffing, assuming that busting the tournament is a worst-case scenario for a newcomer, no less.
By the way, not to be overshadowed is the fact that Barbero has now been thrust
What a life.
to the top of the leaderboard. Gets a walk to ascend even further.
What? I couldn't feel him. I play like that too a lot.
Can be an interesting leveling game, you know. A lot of players who choose to leave their opponent's chips behind.
You're the only one that sees it all the time. How bad I've been running.
Other players who only put their opponent all in when they're bluffing. When it's an overbet, that is.
He saw how bad I ran.
250?
It's okay, my friend wants 700k euros, it's fine.
Nacho. Now chip leading over Schwecht, second in chips.
You know, just one more footnote, and it's one that I confess is brought on as I'm glancing through the YouTube chat in the aftermath of that pot. But a great find from Nacho to be able to jam there, recognizing that that sizing was something that could get called by as little as a 10.
I do think the logic is so pervasive sometimes. Like, if you want to get called, you need to leave your opponent something back. Because if you go all in, they're not going to want to call light, right? And you can see there that this doesn't hold up against every opponent. Nacho found max value there.
Yeah, he did. Now he's finding max pressure against Tobias Schwecht. 3-betting 900,000, albeit max may be a bit rich, but plenty of torque on the socket wrench. Schwecht the recipient.
These spots are so interesting. Number 1 versus number 2 with 8 left. None more aware of ICM strategy than Schwecht. Well-prepared online professional. He knows that if Nacho has value right now, he needs such a strong hand, and he's really thinking over the king-jack suited as a 4-bet bluffing candidate.
King, right there, in front of everybody, for the whole world to know.
Nobody whips himself into a lather better than Nacho, right? And you know what?
See that? I didn't love this slap call, by the way. I was like, fuck yeah, pocket uses pocket fours.
Even though he has this childlike enthusiasm about him, I think,
I would have loved it.
and I can't say whether it's with intent or not.
Well, I didn't think Jack 10 was good snap call. Sorry.
The potential byproduct of this kind of overt lack of humility from Nacho
You haven't been paying attention.
can also be to get under the skin of opponents a little bit.
Oh, definitely.
I paid a lot of attention. Now that I don't have my cell phone, I'm seeing everything. I can read through like Tobias' head.
I'm sure, ask anyone in their exit interview.
Respect.
If they felt they were playing their best against Nacho.
Well,
you'll get some interesting responses, no doubt, but
well, hopefully some honest
bro.
ones.
Usually when they snap call you, you're dead.
Lolliger.
Suited king.
Rip and take it from Chrissy.
Every time somebody snap calls me, I'm dead. Sorry.
I guess not every time.
There is always an exception to the rule.
Yes.
First time ever.
First time for everything.
You know, I confess that I can be a bit susceptible in the face of, you know, with Nacho, I do believe by and large it is innocent. But in the face of somebody who really is just throwing around an arrogant attitude at the table and then running good, not necessarily by virtue of playing well, that I love to be the person to put the mute button on by, you know, giving them a little snapper, maybe playing a range they wouldn't expect me to play or a hand in a manner that it's going to sting a little bit more if I do get there.
Yeah. There's just something innate in our competitive selves, right? That when someone's acting that way, they become the target for all of those competitive desires. It's like the only way for me to feel better right now is to beat you in this pot.
Give you the silencer. Take you down off the high horse. Meanwhile, Chidwick is mounted up with pocket sevens. Note, Chrissy releasing the king-jack.
Early position open. Needs to be quite respected at this nearly full table. 8-handed still. A lot of respect there. Suited queen in the muck. Brock not the lone short stack here. Has his eyes on Saturn, almost equal. Not to mention Chrissy and Linus.
Is that a Shiba Inu?
Only a few big blinds ahead.
What is your t-shirt? Shiba. Shiba, right? I say it's Shiba Inu.
What's Shiba Inu?
The dog.
I think it's the fox.
The fox? It's a fox and?
Nacho conflating the fox logo apparently on Stevie's shirt with a Shiba Inu, which suggests that Nacho is dabbling in meme coin territory.
Definitely.
If I had to guess.
You don't think it's just because he sourced an adorable dog from Japan?
What?
I've never seen him walking that dog, and I've seen him in a lot of destinations internationally, so.
They do look kind of fox-like in his defense.
To be fair, you are right. Meanwhile, a foxy ace king of hearts for the Frenchman here, looking to butter his baguette. Ace 8 in the small blind, but that earlier position from Thomas. Sending V-Sprott into the bin. Schweck now. Defendable 4-5 of spades.
Yeah, not going anywhere with this kind of hand. And Schwecht also covering by a wide margin. Gets to defend anything playable.
Spade draw acquired against top pair and backdoor hearts. Tobias checking over.
Potential for a big collision here. Still over 2 times the pot behind. Not expecting Schweck to do something chaotic like check raise all in, but depending on Saturn sizing, this pot can get big quickly. He's going to keep it cheap for now.
$175. Tobias not going anywhere. Clicks call. And gets there. Ace King drawing dead now with over 1 million in the middle, playing 1.3 effective. Tobias checks once more, and Thomas is in trouble.
These spots are so tough. Just over pot behind, it's hard not to get stacked in some way, but Ace King not a mandatory turn bet when you're covered and a flush completes. Santurn's going to think it over. Thing is, Schwecht is not going to defend as many offsuit hands at this stage of the tournament than he would earlier. And that greatly reduces his ability to have, let's say, a 9 with a flush draw, a queen with a flush draw. Unless his hand is connected. So the combos Saturn can get value from have shrunk quite a lot. And the flushes have increased. Still looks like he wants to get value, still keeping it cheap. Just over 30% pot.
375 to be exact. Now, if you're Schwecht, given he only has 875 back, do you try to earn it on the end, or do you ask here and now?
Weird thing about having 5-4 of spades is that you might want a little bit of protection against some of Saturn's bluffs. He will find bluffs with
single spade combos?
Potentially king-jack offsuit with jack of spades, this kind of hand, but even also like pocket 7s with the 7 of spades, pocket 8s with the 8 of spades. So having 2 unders makes you a little more likely to want to fast play, and if Saturn was to have ace-queen, for example, you get snap called, you have 90%, and there's some action-killing rivers. Yeah.
So the jam from Schwecht, as the protection is sought and the taxes are imposed. For Saturn, this becomes an exercise in deciding for your tournament life what to do with top pair, top kicker, and spades staring you down.
This is so hard. You've got just 7 blinds behind. Blinds are coming around shortly as well. So much value in this pot. So little back if we fold.
Time banks being put to work, understandably, as Saturn is going to give this one a think. He would be fighting on with 7 bigs if he were to fold. He started this final table with 13, but now he's just trying to unpack what it is that he beats that would have taken up this posture. Defend the big for a single blind more after the min raise from early position from Saturn. Check call 175 and then check raise 375 up to the full 1.3 effective.
Other thing to note is so many of Saturn's other value bets either have a redraw or can beat value. He would have ace-9 suited, ace-queen offsuit. He might have ace-jack with the jack of spades, ace-king with the king of spades. He knows this is not a mandatory call, but he's trying to piece together what could Schwecht bluff with. Are we up against jack-10 offsuit with 1 spade? Are we ever up against 9-8 or 10-9 with the 9 of spades? Wow. Great fold.
Spares himself in the process, Kevin. A necessary fold for the Frenchman to fight on.
So hard to do.
Tend to agree.
Started the hand with 15 blinds. We made top pair, top kicker, and got away with half our stack. Nice job.
It's one of those that will bother you, though, because you're not 100% sure it is the right muck. It's not a given that ace-king
King of hearts.
wasn't performing handsomely.
Say my hand.
Five
Revelations
spades.
being sent Tobias's way. He doesn't appear interested in any post-mortem.
Did Barak just call out Saturn's exact hand and Tobias's hand off by 1 pip? Did I hear that right? Someone just announced ace-king of hearts, 5-6 of spades.
I thought the ace-king of hearts was announced by Barbero with knowledge that had been passed on from Saturn, although unclear.
I might have missed that one, but I think Barak just made a dead read on both of them.
That's scary if so, by the way.
We have
Meanwhile,
to
no fear for Thomas this time. Ace-queen, pot committing, 6 1/4. Early position.
We don't have time.
No takers.
Next break.
In how long?
Next level is red.
What time is it now?
5:30.
5:30? So in 1 hour is a break?
Wow, you figured that out so fast.
I'm not just a pretty face, buddy. Everybody thinks I'm just a pretty face.
Not anymore. Oh, that's you.
Not anymore. Now they know the truth. No, because I'm starving. I don't know what to do for food.
You can order food here.
Another all-in
but
candidate
we
for
have
Santurn,
a
but
break to eat.
good chance he goes for min raise here.
Well, he's
10
worked his
blinds.
way, yeah, back up to 1.2 million, Kevin.
I think he's gone for the half stack instead.
That's a very good possibility. I think I'm not gonna die if I wait 1 more hour.
Pocket fours for Wiesbrod. Handcuffed. Ace trace suited for Tobias. Also uninterested.
Ooh la la.
Plays the same hand.
Perfect. Right in time.
I'll tell you what, no sooner did he have to wave goodbye to the investments associated with the Ace-King of Hearts than he claws them back in short order, courtesy of 2 opens. With no customers, but the bad news, of course, is the blinds will gobble you up. And these blinds, by the way, are escalating not based on a clock, but rather based on the number of hands that have been dealt. Adoptions new at this particular festival and mirroring some of what happens in the online streets, Kevin. I think something that the players can get behind.
I like it personally.
The usual misclick.
It just further helps to eradicate any of the stalling that even with the presence of time banks can sometimes be a part of the process.
I personally I hate those parts of the game where it's like on the player to uphold integrity, but also it's in your best interest to be less than integral, you know?
Well, Linus decides it's in his best interest to jam over the top of the Barbero ace tray offsuit open. Catches Nacho light under the gun and doesn't catch any strays behind. Take it, sir.
Well, I saved half a blind.
Linus really portrays lately this image that he just
can get you a shoulder-fired missile.
Just so unbothered is what I was going to say.
Oh, I was close.
By the stakes, by the results. Just like, guys, you know how good I am, right? Can we just move things along?
I don't know.
Can we play heads up and crossbook it? Like, that's what I'm getting.
Now,
is it just the sunglasses?
A crossbook for sure, I think Linus is ready to engage in. He's just doing his thing. But yeah, he seems detached in, I don't know if I could call it a beneficial sort of way.
Sure, yeah.
Foxen attached to King 9 of Hearts. She knows those blinds will gobble you up quick. And with the blinds having gone up, first hand dealt at 75-150. Gonna try to make this orbit a free one, but Barbero has other ideas. Queen Jack offsuit. Roadblock. 8 1/4 in the middle. King 8-7. All Foxen. Nacho checks over.
Have to think in general, Foxen will be aggressive on the king high board. You've raised from early position. You normally have 2 broadways or a pair. Chip leader in the big blind could have much weaker.
400.
400 announced. She's willing to go with this one.
Barbero is not, however. Understandably, though the Queen of Clubs was working. Overcard to his holding. Helping guide him toward the bin. A lot of bobbing and weaving going on out there. Kevin, everyone knows that they've got to take a shot at some point to try to jab and and snack on some blind and ante chips that would allow them just to keep their heads above water here. And the longer that we play on nine-handed, the more the blinds increase. As you pointed out, the leaner everybody's stack gets, and then the more urgent things can become. Not the deepest final table by any stretch of the imagination.
No, we started with well above 30 big blind average after the rollback. Now just 2 players with above 30 big blinds at the table. Tobias Schwecht and Nacho Barbero.
If I said nine-handed, by the way, I stand corrected, of course, given that Abdullah was out in 9th. 8 remaining, of course.
Strong candidate for Stevie in the hijack. Always so deliberate with checking in on what lays ahead for him, seeing whose blind he's raising into. Could change the size.
He had king high diamonds in a way, but into the bin they go. Ace-8 offsuit. Barbero follows.
Saw Nacho going after Schwecht earlier with the ace-9 offsuit. Chooses not to attack Stevie.
Jack-6 of diamonds performing poorly for Laliger. In the big. Looking up at the tournament clock to get his bearings.
Still fairly defendable looking, but pay attention to Santurn on just 7 big blinds. Him being so far behind the others right now. Reason for everyone to play a little more avoidant. Not wanting to get involved marginally. Pretty snug fold there, and that's why.
Did Chidwick just have to take a hair out of his stack? Did you see that?
I missed it.
You ever been in that spot? You pull in the pot and you're like, whose is this? And then you
Yeah.
look around and there's like a clear culprit. And you're like, dude, really? Though I don't think anybody willfully inserts hairs into pots. The poker table can be a dirty place.
You know, many
Kevin?
of us are 20 years into this business. Some hairs are just finding their own way off of our heads.
Why are you looking at me like that, Kevin?
I'm self-reflecting right now.
Mm-hmm.
I
The
don't know.
reflection is somewhere at the top of my head right about now, given the pace at which my follicles have been vacating. 2 aces, no vacation for Mateos. 300 from the hijack. You know, my girls got me on the Nutrafol.
Oh, yeah. There
And
you
then,
go.
you know, I'm not going to name names, but there was a player here who actually came back with a robust head of hair after a few festivals, and I had a private conversation. I was like, hey, what are you doing? Hims, I guess, put me onto a little spray, finasteride and minoxidil combo, so I gave up on the gain. I confess it didn't feel like it was doing that much, but maybe I'm just...
What's the time investment there?
polluting myself. I'm like 9 months. I didn't take
months.
pictures like you're supposed to, and, you know, they say you got to stick with it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's over. I think I'm going to have to go to Turkey and do the thing. Meanwhile, King 5-4 here. Foxen is interacting with the King of Spades. Unclear what her response is going to be here to the Mateos follow-through. 175 designed to keep her involved. That's for sure.
Hard to imagine. Although maybe some dreams of check raising and getting a bluff through, but not exactly the kind of cards we want. Some removal effect of the weaker hands for Mateos. Clear fold.
Well, producer James during that last hair treatment conversation was asking whether or not it was too late for him. I mean, really, Destro from G.I. Joe is drawing more live to regrowth than producer James at this point. I mean, a clean scalp with nary a root to be found, except around the apron. You know, for some reason, the Krusty the Clown never seems to ever fall out. Anyway, 2 9s for Schwecht.
300. Raise 300,000. Fold. 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 Sorry. Fold.
Second floor.
Fold.
being paid a visit. Jack-9 of hearts says goodbye.
One of those annoying spots as Wisbrod where there's one player at the table shorter than you, but you're in the big blind right now with a very playable one. And you know you're supposed to just take your chances and see if you can spin this stack up a little bit for the future. We have more priorities than just moving from 8th to 7th. Want to try and win the thing every now and then.
Yeah, chip accumulation on his mind with a speculative defense. Ace-6-4 board. He does have middle pair, plus the interactions with that 4 of spade. Schwecht, with no hesitation whatsoever, brings forward 150 as a follow-through. Of course, the ace-X combos are in range from the under-the-gun opener.
And Wisbrod probably has to give some thought to check raising. So difficult to continue on this ace-high rainbow board with anything less than a pair. And it would be so nice to clear out a king-queen, a queen-jack, jack-10, all these hands that Schwecht would be opening. Now after check calling, maybe no path to victory for Barak. Let's see if Schwecht wants to continue barreling small or just effectively set the trap. Kind of a weird thing to say about 2 9s on ace-king 6-4. But Wisbrod going to have a number of gut shots, open-enders around the low part of this board, many of which have just completed.
Well, this check back from Schwecht on the turn doesn't remove credibility should he bet in position on the river. Could just be a pot control line being taken.
So easy for me to say this as I'm looking at 2 9s in Tobias's hand, but this feels like a river that Barak can think about bluffing with his combo. It's just so unlikely that Schwecht arrives here unpaired, and having raised under the gun, most of his pairs are better than 6-5.
It feels like if it's not the ace, it's the king, and if it's neither of those, like you mentioned, it is a pair.
Yeah. And those combos add up quick. Everything from 2 7s to 2 queens. That's a lot of hands. No interference with any of them. We worry perhaps that 7-8 suited clearly missed. There's 4 clear bluffs in our range. We can have 4-5 as well. Brock sizing something up. He did find it.
725,000.
This is a great bluff, and I don't see how it doesn't work.
This is so valiant.
Schwecht has not released his cards. 8-5 suited a possibility, 7-8 suited a possibility. He got it through.
Well, the possibility that Barak had on his mind, the one that comes to fruition as he muscles out the best hand and earns himself that one.
That's just an awesome find. Playing this short, you really do sometimes stifle creativity, and we forget that we can make plays like this sometimes. When you just look at the absolutes, I've got second pair from the flop, the board's barely changed. But just really good tournament awareness, really good range awareness in that spot from Barak.
Those who've been fans of Wisbrod, not at all surprised, I'm sure, to see him find that. And those that are just getting familiar with him are starting to earn his respect. 2 queens, gonna earn an open from El Conquistador. Segundo piso, 350,000. As J para Linus. Kevin, ¿qué piensas?
I'm just going to guess you're asking what comes next.
What do you think? Yeah.
Okay.
Fair.
Context helped me out a lot there. Certainly wasn't the 9th grade Spanish class.
Well,
feels like too weak of a hand to be all in for 20 blinds, cutoff versus early position, but Linus is going to want to play this one in some fashion. It's not mandatory. He could just fold, but I think 3-betting small is option number 2. 5.5 bigs.
800.
You know, I will say Linus, if I'm sat here at this table, I think has been the quietest of stacks. And as such, I don't think he's in that mode that we know he's capable of, where he's throwing his weight around and playing all parts. You know, even that perception that maybe there's some disinterest afoot, he hasn't just decided, oh, okay, let me splash around here. And so with that in mind, Linus may be looking to leverage tight table image, but unfortunately, as we can see, it's not going to work as Adrian mashes.
Adrian finding that one quickly, not overcomplicating the spot. Queens maybe the weakest pair that can get it in good for value. I don't know what Linus does with jacks, to be honest. He might just be all in.
Like a fucking boss you are, Barak. Felt like you had two pairs, though.
Did I have that face?
You have the two-pair face.
Okay. Was it on the flop already or later?
Oh, no. I think later.
Oh.
You have like king 4, king 6.
Fold, fold. Fold.
You're scaring me, Nacho.
You have that?
No.
Fold.
Fuck. Bad read. I'm really bad at reading people.
King Jack.
Need to improve.
In the small for Tobias.
Fold. Recommend.
One day.
Treads lightly.
Yeah, King Jack, a pretty strong one here.
Two-pair face.
But not strong enough to raise and get significant value from Chidwick.
Ace-9. Yeah, the ace-9.
5 seconds.
Ace-9 face.
Doesn't manage to get a bluff out of Chidwick's 8 deuce.
Top 2 for Tobias after limping. Unfortunately, Chidwick didn't give him action with bottom of range, which sometimes he would be inclined to do, and not having connected at all with this board, he just steps away in the face of 150. KGFT here since the departure of Abdullah, Kevin, and even to an extent prior to that.
Yeah. You could kind of tell from this lineup as we looked over it. Just so much experience, but also not as much of the contrast in styles we maybe saw at some of yesterday's FTs. You just a lot of players very much in agreement of the ICM rules at this table.
Yep, they're allowing it to govern them. A collection of top-tier tacticians, masters of craft. In situations such as that, though, Kevin, sometimes someone will find the necessary ambition to break free of the ICM shackles and do so profitably. Of course, it's disastrous when those departures lead to your own.
Sometimes they do. And sometimes that risk is worth taking in the name of future game value, as they call it.
I prefer in the name of Leroy Jenkins. Kevin, familiar?
I feel like there's just a one-liner I should remember, and I'm...
Oh, it's simply the war cry of Leroy Jenkins, made famous by a viral video where people were in some massively multiplayer online game, and they were just talking strategy for too long, and this guy decided, I'm going in. And, of course, everybody died as a result.
175.
But at least he had chicken. Look it up if you don't know what I'm talking about. Most do, by the way. Antonio Esfandiari very much popularized it in the poker zeitgeist years back. Tobias, meanwhile, middle pair, the product of his button open into Adrian. Unfortunately, his 175,000 is not going to be coming home against top and bottom pair here. In all likelihood, Adrian with too much hand. Try to lose a patron. Flats. Oh, and this is a big problem now for the German. He's made queens and jacks.
Well, we talked about that ICM awareness, and these are two of the largest stacks at the table. You saw the caution exercised by Mateos on the flop, just check calling with top and bottom pair, even on a rainbow board. And I suspect now that King 10 is completed, you'll see even more caution. Look at that, he's check behind. This is the kind of stuff that the modern game has made so common, where players are determined to not get themselves into a marginal spot for all their chips. And therefore pot control exercise with hands that on the surface look extremely strong in absolute value.
That check back on the turn illustrates just how difficult it's going to be for all parties from this point forward at this FT. Really tidy stuff from Tobias, who now faces a beefy 900.
Hard to see anything but call here. Schwecht is just kind of mulling through his options and using the time allotted.
You know, he's going to lose this 900, but he's going to feel all right about it when he realizes his decision-making on the turn.
Yeah.
Perhaps spared himself further indentations.
Okay.
Yeah, tidy indeed from Schwecht. Lost the absolute minimum. In a pretty big cooler spot. Button versus blinds.
You weren't a gamer, Kevin? You were just playing Ultimate?
No.
I'm a little bit surprised.
I mean, I found poker before I found Ultimate, but...
You know, console gaming even?
Very little. Couple of... what was like before there were...
Don't say Pong.
No, not that far back.
Super Mario?
Final Fantasy series.
Okay, I could see
you know, the adventure kind of role-playing game. That's the category I was searching for. A few of those.
You ever do any cosplay?
That's...
It's a personal question, maybe?
I have not.
Don't get defensive. I didn't say furry. I just said cos publicly. There you go. Attaboy, Kev. V-Sprout, King Jack offsuit. 325,000.
Centurn gonna think about his options between all in and call. One has to imagine you've got 5 big blinds back, ace-8 high. Barak, the player 7th in chips, has opened into your big blind from the hijack. Stands to be a little bit looser than he would open against other players because it's so valuable for Wizbrod to take chips from Santurn. Reason you might want to be all in here is just to make sure that Wizbrod can't get away from the worst hand if we feel as though we can't fold our ace high on many boards, but Santurn takes the cautious route, see if he can escape on some bad flops.
That's the same man that got away from ace-king in a spot where had he called, he'd no longer be sat here playing this pot. Now he's found himself middle pair. The improvements to what was already the best hand against Barak, who bookends the queen of spades without a spade in hand. Action on Santurn.
And he's got to think about leading. Texture on which perhaps he doesn't want ace-jack, ace-king, ace-10 to be able to take a free card, doesn't want jack-10 suited to be able to take a free card. So rare that Wizbrod's going to bet the flop and fold to a check raise. It's only 4 big blinds, so he leads instead. I like this find from Santurn. You know your hand is good enough to be all in.
Is king high good enough to be considering this?
Almost anything is. There's a lot out there already. We can see against this hand he's got just 25% equity, but sometimes Santurn's going to have 10-9. Sometimes he's going to have 5-6, a flush draw.
Yeah, he's not interfering with the spades or any of those straight draws other than Jack-10, Jack-9, which perhaps he reduces the frequency of the lead jam in association with.
I wonder if Wizbrid gives any extra consideration to that time bank that Santurn used pre-flop. Really thinking about that first decision is going to lean him either towards the fringy folds or the fringy all-ins. Would a hand like 10-9 be in either category? 10-9 just seems like a straightforward call in the big blind. No time bank needed. 5-6 offsuit maybe. Time bank needed before deciding to call. Wants to range him as accurate as he can. $625 into 1.5 million. Getting 2.5 to 1.
Well, he is really chewing on this one here.
I think with a spade in his hand, he would have called already.
You think without one, he should be considering the fold more?
Yeah. I mean, it's easy to say looking at the hands, but that little bit of extra info pre, plus the fact that we have this low equity against an 8 or a 7, which is the majority of what Santurn will have. Stronger hands probably just check to induce action. We're so unlikely to be up against a queen. Barak knows this. That's part of it. A queen would check it over more often than an 8 or a 7. So both those overcards usually best. Usually good, I should say.
You don't want to burn too many time banks here. Granted, he has plenty, it would seem, given that that blue circular disc represents 5 additional. There's the last of the squares. And listen, just given the operators he's surrounded by, Wiesbrod could very well need plenty more time banks on the march toward a potential title.
It is so hard to manage how important an individual spot is compared to future potential spots. I'm sure right now this feels like the most important thing to Barak. Just getting this one right. Huge moment on a big final table.
Well, eventually, Barak does arrive at call. And I think the longer it took, the more comfortable Thomas was that he had far and away the best of it. Probably realized that many time banks back. So, the Frenchman's at risk here with 2.1 million and change in the middle. Jack on the turn. Disaster for Thomas as Barak puts his back up against the wall. 5 outs for Thomas to return to his seat and remike. Can he do it? No. Au revoir, monsieur.
7 time marks.
I could have.
8th place finish.
Good, bro. We don't want to have you with a lot of time marks. You're too good, bro.
That was a heavy one.
Right? We prefer him with less.
Knows where to go to pick up his $128,000, Kevin, but that one felt unjust.
Maybe made even tougher by the extended amount of time. But Santurn did come in quite short. Was in last at the start of the final table. expected result, but delivered in a excruciating fashion.
Yeah, certainly not the expected result once King Jack showed itself against the Ace 8.
If you win or lose the hand, then all the rest.
Still have no fucking idea if it was the right decision.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
Just couldn't get around it.
You made the right decision because you win.
Yeah, I know, that's what I said.
If you lose, you made the wrong
Who cares about anything else? You know?
Exactly. Who cares about making the... I want to just win the hand. I don't want to fucking make the right decision. It's a complete scam, what they teach you.
Now I know.
Obviously. There are some things that you don't know because you all there are like nerding, like playing online. It's okay. I will teach you some lessons.
I want to preface my statement here as Mateos contemplates on the button.
I don't even want to look.
We've lost the image. I was going to say he has a fantastic coif. Does El Conquistador, but I could have sworn I saw a couple of rogue whiteys there.
But Aguis were playing the game. That's right there. I love it.
Barbero reveling in the pay ladder, by the way, that he and the rest of the field are enjoying courtesy of the bad beat given to Santern by Barack. It was good for $47,000. Everyone assured 175K. Next ladder, full $60,000.
You know, I was watching some old footage last week of a young Adrian Mateos that I believe...
He's still young, man.
The 2015 EPT Monte Carlo final table.
That was the coming out party, wasn't it?
That blew my mind that he was even old enough to play poker back then, by the way. But 10 years later, looks a lot different.
That's a decade in which the poker world has been forced to take notice of
What time is it now?
Put some respect on his name. Ace King.
I wait.
300K from the puck. Lolliger will defend.
I want to order food for that break.
Linus now one of the shortest after Santern's departure.
Yeah, Foxen not far behind, just one blind north of Linus prior to his investments here. Coming into this pot. 8 1/4 in the middle. And a 9 high board is all Linus.
Very good spot for Lolliger in the big blind. Mateos might deem his hand worthy of protection on this flop. Ace King, no diamond, no spade. Lots of weaker hands that may continue to a small bet. As Linus, I think we have to be comfortable putting all the money in with a hand this strong against the button. Just a matter of how we do it. Check raise small, definitely an option. Check call as well.
175 the follow through.
5 seconds.
What is the path Linus wishes to take? Flat. Pot grows to 1.2. On the turn. 1 overcard now to the 9.
Clean turn card for Linus, but quite likely it goes check, check now. Mateos going to feel like he still has some showdown value, but it's tough to get any more value from Ace King high. Number of second and third pairs potentially for Linus, or good draws that might check jam the turn. We don't want to put ourselves in that spot with just Ace King high.
This time no barrel from Mateos in the face of the second check. And now second 4 rolling off. Very cozy board here for Linus.
You gotta feel like a 9 has really good equity at this point.
10 would have said hello on the turn, right?
Almost certainly Mateos continues to barrel a 10, and even a good 9 on the turn So with just the small threat of maybe a slow play or a rivered 3 of a kind, I think Linus can bet as much as, let's say, half of his stack here on the end if he decides he wants to go big. Goes with a block bet instead. So hard to fold Mateos' hand at this price.
I mean, nothing is completed. If Linus were in Drawville. And part of the reason that we check back the turn is to allow ourselves opportunities to use chips that we might have otherwise employed in that spot to actually get a showdown. And that's how Mateos approaches things. Paying it off. Rare pickup there for Linus.
I think Mateos was a little surprised at the showdown, maybe thinking, oh, you didn't get that one in on the flop. Thought maybe he was getting value bet by Jack 10, but then he noticed it was Jack 9.
Well, another fallen soldier on this battlefield. Most recently, Thomas Santern, second casualty behind Abdullah Alajmi. 7 fighting on. Kristen Foxen officially the short stack as Lawliger moves into 6th. Mateos, flesh wound, but now running in 2nd. Behind the chip leader, Nacho Barbero. The bulk of his ascent coming courtesy of Abdullah, who made a massive call with 2nd pair. And credit to Nacho, because it was a massive bet that got paid. Lion's share of the 4.4 million, still seeking a home here. Event number 3, the 30K 8 Max. Ali Najad and Kevin Rabichow at the controls. Pleased to have you with us for this live coverage, albeit on a 1-hour delay to protect the integrity of the action, of course. Standard and customary. Ace Queen for Chidwick.
Haven't heard from Stevie in a bit. Imagine we'll see an open here. 325. A touch reduced from what we've seen in the past. Kristen just 13 blinds to start this hand. And the shortest stack in the field. The exact hand we saw Linus fold a little while ago in the big blind, but in a slightly different ICM spot. Foxen's going to call this time.
Clean cards, 875 in the middle. Suit is clean as well, but the flop's a bit dirty. Ace, Ace, King. Trips for Chidwick. Not really much to get excited about whatsoever for Foxen.
With an all-Broadway board, paired or not, you expect all aggression from Chidwick's range. Not much we can do in the big blind.
Straightforward check fold to the 200K. Chidwick's kind of been cobbling. Hasn't really gotten anything going per se, but also not sustained any injuries to my recollection.
Yeah, since those couple of pots he played with Alajmi, don't remember him really being involved. It's going to be blind versus blind. Kristen's got 11 blinds to start this hand. King 10, definitely good enough to be all in here. We don't have many options in this setup. I think it's too strong to limp.
All in.
So jam. The course of action undertaken. 8-9 offsuit for Wiesbrod. Too rich. You know, there could be right now, if I had to guess, and certainly some have vocalized this, some frustration over the lack of altercations here at this table, of big pots, of, you know, some wild lines. But when you looked at the cast of characters that we had assembled, when you recognized the tactical nature of their approaches, as they certainly are part of the Church of GTO as an aggregate group, what we've observed is not only par for the course, dare I say, Kevin, but an illustration of just a masterclass of sorts at an FT thus far. Barbero, master stack, and a master holding here. Ace-King, making it 450 to go. Ace-10 suited for Barak.
Yeah, this one is most likely going in. I mean, we've got a suited ace, let alone any suited Broadway would feel compelling with a 15 big blind stack against an open from the effective chip leader.
All in.
Barak's in there, and he's going to get snapped.
Schwecht with the easy release, and Barbero's snap is never something that we're excited about. And the excitement wanes even further when we're shown Ace-King.
Maybe that's how it works. Probably not, but...
Well, Wiesbrod got lucky on the turn to dispatch Saturn. Now here he is unlucky heading to the flop with 29% equity and 1 jack on board. Both parties connecting with the ace. Advantage Barbero in a major way. 4-1 favorite. And then some with 2 to come. Hang on. I don't need to explain what the turn has done, as you can visually see the representation of its impact on Barak's side of your screen. So many outs for the Israeli to fight on. Can he find one? No. Case ace.
I said that he was coming.
Trips for both.
What? Yeah.
Wiesbrod.
You can join the club from some other people. Mike Watson is up there too. He can never win a hand against me. He's insane.
Thank you again.
Shakes his head, suggesting that that's not the first.
He's the one
and
that
according to
runs the
Nacho,
worst against me, by the way.
not the last time that his chips are going to be flowing away from him when he entangles with the Argentine. Sometimes you just have a nemesis, someone that holds over you. And on this occasion, Barbero polishes off the entirety of Barak's stack, as he won't be polishing any trophies. Says goodbye in 7th place, collecting $175,000, leaving behind a 60K ladder for the field. All parties now guaranteed $235,000 and almost 70K jump
Oh, perfect.
between 6th and 5th.
You say so.
Pocket 6s now for Nacho. He really has held the deck more than all others here at the table. Not to get overly excited about the 6s, but facts remain.
Nacho taking a second to look at the stacks around. He's just open jammed. Pair of 6s. Oh boy.
Ace-King suited for Tobias.
This play designed to clear out a number of marginal holdings. There's very few hands that you can call off of 20 big blinds against this play.
I mean, but Ace-King of clubs, Kevin. This is
one of those hands.
Durable enough. Tobias doesn't love the situation that he's been forced into here, given the presence of multiple shorter stacks than his own in the field, looking at Linus, looking at Kristen, looking at the pay ladders, but also looking at a wonderful spot to potentially double up, though he is behind. The coin is weighted in the Argentine's favor as Nacho tries to collect another pelt, fresh off the heels of dispatching Wiesbrod. And 6s sit pretty on a 5-high rainbow board. No club.
Dale, una vez.
Easy ways to wipe a smile off of Nacho's face. 2 to come. Be careful. Sometimes the poker gods can humble us. The turn is not done so, however. Is the sun going to shine further down on Barbero? The answer is yes.
I'm planning on
And all of a sudden, Gridlock is broken in short order as Barbaro delivers a 1-2 punch and brings us to five-handed play.
Huge swing there. Chip lead pot for Schwecht if he had won it. Instead, he's out the door. He's just going to have half the chips in play.
Well, that man's going to have 0 chips. But $235,000.
Get the answers in a few days.
He'll live with it. But falling to the hands of the Argentine is Schwecht. That was just a hand of poker that played itself. Add the 235 to his 1.3 million in career Triton earnings. First cash of the festival. His 12th overall. Foxen, 10 bigs. In the on-deck circle, according to the economics.
Yeah, it's great.
But the real story in that leaderboard was Barbaro, as you mentioned, half the chips in play, 73 bigs.
I think it's cheaper than it could be.
They're gonna
Up it, yeah. Yeah, I
They're
know.
gonna up it, right? The prices. So people who should register it now.
Put him at Team Pro Patch now.
All day with Octopi. I love it. I love to see when they say to me, playing as Steven Chidwick, I get so fucking excited. I love to see it. Look how excited I go. I threw everything out.
1.5?
He's 5 off. Foxen on the button. Brings forward 3/4 of her remaining stack. And
when I get to play
2.5 blinds come back with it.
Play as Steven Chidwick, I get so happy, bro. Like, what would Steven Chidwick do in this spot? I cry. Tears in my eyes.
You'll get to play against yourself if you do that for this tournament.
I already play against myself a lot for the poker roll.
Who won?
I made a couple of blunders. One heads up. I shoved 24 bigs, king jack suited.
Not sure approach.
No. Loose call. The EV is so fucking insane. Then you realize on the Octopi that the EV is like it's
Linus, like Kristen before him, putting most of his short stack on the line.
Is like, all the EVs the fucking same.
So you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, that's what I'm free range chicken.
Just like Kristen, he'll collect 2.5 bigs.
You bet 1.5 lines, you make, I don't know, let's say $90. You bet 4.5 lines, and you make 97. Like, what the fuck, who cares about $2? Complete scam. You guys have to make a software for that?
His sense of humor is activated far more when he's running good, I'll tell you that.
It really is. You've seen it so many times.
Nacho knows he's got 15 big blind stack to his left. Covers by piles right now. Jack 6 offsuit. Plenty good to do something.
500.
Small raise is the choice.
2.5x.
Should work against this one.
Yeah, Linus feels really frustrated by kind of his plight here. But I also think that he's made the necessary adjustments. He's shown a lot of discipline, you know. You could see him easily thinking to himself, just given the stakes that he plays in the cash game streets, even the buy-ins that he's very comfortable playing at, just thinking, okay, whatever, who cares,
Sure.
you know. But he's taking it seriously, and respect to him for doing so.
He is taking it seriously. And we're at the stage where pay jumps are, you know, at least a buy-in or two for his cash game stakes. We're talking about 70,000 between 5th and 6th. 80,000 between 4th and 5th.
We're talking about 400,000, courtesy of ace and tray of spades. Foxen now, 5-handed poker, king-9 offsuit. This is a good bit of hand.
Yeah, I do think it might be the worst king that we want to think about defending in the big blind, offsuit that is. We can still play pretty tight in this spot as Chrissy, knowing that Linus is only a few big blinds separated. Chidwick as well.
Queen, queen, deuce, 2 spades. Queen, queen, 10 rather, 2 spades. Nut flush draw for Mateos. Gut shot for Foxen, which checks over.
You'd expect that small stab with almost anything from Mateos. Some concerns about the durability of this kind of straight draw. Ace-king beats us if we hit our jack. No spades in our hand either. Pair outs, complete straights. I think it's close already. And if we do continue, would we rather check raise small, represent 3 of a kind? No, it just comes with check call.
Two and a quarter ahead, bringing us to a 5 of clubs.
Fairly interesting hand strength for Mateos. I do think double barreling is an option. We can fold out some stronger ace highs. But the scary part of double barreling is that in the face of a check shove, we're just calling it off and running it with the nut flush draw. Of course, an uncomfortable thing to do. Mateos takes his showdown value.
And he takes a free ace of diamonds on the end. Already had the best hand. Now, maybe comfortable enough to pursue value. Let's see how Foxen approaches this.
Such an uncomfortable river spot. When you see that the flush draw has missed, Jack 9 has missed. Hands you absolutely could have as Kristen. Makes bluffing with the king feel like not an option, in addition to the fact that you just don't have that many aces, and Mateos does. Perhaps we just have to check it over with almost everything. Mateos not even necessarily going to go for value here. It's hard to piece together, but such a margin between him and Foxen's stack. Could think about extracting value from 10x.
Just keeps it tidy with a check back, having a tough time identifying hands that would pay him off. Not looking to open the action, especially against an opponent as competent as Chrissy. Mateos, second biggest stack, but trailing Barbero by a wide margin. Chrissy now down below 10 bigs.
Nacho, with Mateos already out of the way, had options perhaps to just open rip, but goes with min raise instead, just north of min. How does Linus see this spot? King-Jack offsuit, so dicey with 2 players behind who you'd like to see collide before yourself. If we enter this pot, we usually want to jam. Is an offsuit king-jack enough? It feels very dicey. Chidwick now. When it's folded all the way to him, I think it's go time with the 2 threes. Plenty of hands we can fold out from Nacho's opening range.
Again, there is ICM influence here. Not lost on Chidwick whatsoever as he puts almost all of it in. And he's caught Barbero with a hand that he can't call with. Important pickup there for Stevie, but we always hold our breath because we feel the sense of dread if we get snapped, and then we realize that we've issued pay ladders to Foxen and Lolliger, who have eyes trained on them more so than Stevie at his stack depth. Such a smooth operator is Stevie. Puts in the work. Not the only one, of course, but laying praise upon him. Certainly something that he's earned.
450.
Awkward one for Nacho. Mateos is in the big blind. He's got 32 bigs. I do think he still could have considered just open jamming. Once it folds around to Mateos, what can he ever call with? So few hands. Probably get pocket 10s to fold.
King, queen. Not going to have fold on its mind here. Although 6 big blinds of cushion between Linus and Chrissy. Just too much hand for Laliger not to take advantage of what he perceives to be an overly active Barbero, just given the sheer volume of chips that he has. He saw an open fold to the 3-bet just a moment ago.
Nacho may be immediately regretting that he didn't simplify this decision by jamming himself. He knows he has to fold against Linus's tight range.
Yeah. Would Linus have folded to the jam?
Oh, yeah.
Would Chrissy have folded to the jam with the king-queen as the shortest stack?
On the button? Perhaps not. Still think she probably should, but perhaps not. 8 bigs. It's tempting.
For me, it's just looking over at Barbera knowing this guy, you know, he just has carte blanche right now.
Still don't want to take a flip in this spot when you're always running it at risk. 50% chance of busting is so high.
Yeah, some have more of an appetite for the variance than others. As Foxen shows her appetite for a suited king. Chidwick, however, is looking to dine. And he's been served a better dish.
Yeah, Chidwick's not going anywhere. A little bit light, perhaps, even from Foxen here. Feels a little hasty. Know how easy it is when we get down under 10 bigs to feel the pressure to make a move as quickly as possible.
No time bank required of Chidwick as he flats, and what a time to bring forward the first mystery hand of the final table. We're going to black out Nacho Barbero's holding, and as such, Kevin, I think we can safely assume that he's not simply going to fold.
My first thought is, are we seeing an overcall? No, he's just moved all in, and he's done it quick. He knows Stevie can have absolute top of range right now.
Okay, now...
And here's what's weird, is Chrissy has not put in her entire stack.
And part of the reason that she hasn't is precisely in the event of things such as this, correct?
Yeah, but can Chrissy really... If Chrissy folds, there's no obligation for Chidwick to put the remainder in. So by folding, do you just leave yourself with a small blind and no ladder?
I mean, Chidwick can fold a wide variety of hands with that ladder on deck and fight on with 2.4.
Absolutely. I think if Chrissy were to fold here, nobody all in yet except Nacho, who covers the field. If Chrissy were to fold, Chidwick can just pass, and she's still stuck in 5th. And Nacho put this together so quick, I don't think Chidwick has any misconception about this being a light hand. This is a premium from Nacho. We leave these chips behind for situations where someone's already been forced in. If Chidwick had rejammed without leaving chips back and Nacho had called, very different situation. Would have been a very reasonable pass at that point, but wow.
She does let it go, and now let's see. Chidwick just looking over at that small blind in front of Chrissy. He knows ace-queen is a lot of hand. He also, as you pointed out, Kevin, knows that Nacho's premium.
Really loving life. See that? What a life.
Kristen, of course, was hoping Stevie had a mandatory calling hand here, hoping for a cooler between the two, but Chidwick really was in the middle of his range. Honestly, a hand he's perhaps now regretting not having jammed himself to isolate Nacho. I mean, how disastrous would it be if Nacho had ace-queen right now and Chidwick's about to fold a chop?
Is ace-queen in range for Barbero?
I think it is, yeah.
But obviously we're blocking it. Well, talk to me, chat. What do you think Barbero has tucked away behind those 2 question marks? And for that matter, Kevin, you want to take a swing at it?
I mean, maybe it's the desire to see blood, but it just feels like ace-queen is the hand.
Multiple time banks being put to work by Chidwick and warranted, given the gravity of this choice. A lot of speculations about pocket jacks, 10s, queens even in chat.
Nacho can't believe it.
Well, he said he's loving life.
Bottom of Stevie's range, calling in the first place, probably ace-jack offsuit. So attractive to just pass on this spot in the first place and allow Nacho to call a wide range in the big blind to eliminate Kristen.
What's the bottom of Barbero's range, you think?
I think factoring in additionally the speed at which he went all in, 10s is a stretch and jacks is clear. And then on the unpaired side, it's ace-queen and ace-king. It's just so hard to imagine Nacho quickly deciding that pocket 8s are good enough to isolate against a Stevie flat on the button.
This is a rare visual, by the way. Chidwick in the blender.
It's a complicated spot where certainly Stevie has spent time thinking about remaining actions when you leave chips behind, but perhaps hasn't navigated much down the path where a separate player has left a small amount of chips behind and then folded into you. This is such a rare sequence. Stevie's not only thinking about this hand, but also the future value of folding and knowing that Kristen's going to be forced all in within 2 hands. Such a big pot to consider here. Of course, Nacho covering the pot looks larger than it is for Stevie. 1.5 million 3 ways plus the blinds. 5 million already out there effective, 2.4 behind.
That 2.4 is good for 12 bigs to fight on with if he lays it down.
He's getting about 2 to 1. He knows his raw equity is better than 33%, but how much better? Risk premiums are massive right now. I think if he can get away, it would be a good find.
Wow.
He does lay it down.
Chito playing the game.
Sorry, last night.
Oh. Barbero.
This is the worst hand I showed.
What'd you have? What'd you have?
The worst hand you saw?
Yeah.
Oh, so lucky you are.
As you suspected.
Oh, he knows it.
Might be
What?
absolutely horrible fold. I'm sorry. I feel like I started that.
You had a pair?
Me? No.
Obviously, you had 3
Fox
outs.
and knows no
I also had
apologies.
one of the worst hands I showed.
My understanding was that you meant to have a 15-minute break at 6.
Well, maybe not.
6:34 now.
Oh, yeah. I need a break.
Come back and finish the
Break now?
Letting go.
So it's a
Right
break
now.
right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Break now.
Break feels like the right direction to head in right now. After the wind just got sucked, or the air rather, out of the room. What a moment for Nacho Barbero. Claiming that pot all unto himself and all but claiming the hardware here. 84 big blinds. Mateos with 31, Lolliger 19, Chidwick now 12, and Kristen Foxen one big blind. 5th in chips with 5 remaining here in the 30K. We bring you back to the desk. Alina Jean, Kevin Rabichow, and Crab. First off, credit to you. Chat was leaning much more toward pocket jacks, I think, was the most popular pick. There was some ace-king percolating. Not a whole lot of people thought ace-queen. I confess I didn't either. Just given the interference from Chidwick and Nacho talking about that's the worst hand that I shove. And you pointed out that was a painful decision for Chidwick.
Yeah, I mean, of course he's going to hate to find out that he folded a chop getting that price on a huge pot, but at the end of the day, this was a necessary fold, I think, for Chidwick. It took some time to just orient himself with the situation he found himself in after Kristen folded with just 125K behind.
Just incredible. Obviously, Foxton feeling a sense of responsibility for what played out and the situation she left Chidwick in there. Obviously, Chrissy owes no apologies, but so gracious in that moment. And for Stevie, he's not necessarily going to know. I believe Barbero said I had ace-queen there, but he won't know for sure until the delay catches up. And even then, devices are not allowed at the final 2 tables here at Triton, so unclear whether or not Intel will come down. What is clear, however, though, it is time for a break. I'm going to step aside. Henry Kilbane is going to take you through down to a winner. Crab's going to hang tight as well. Don't go anywhere. As proven just moments ago, plenty of drama remaining in this 30K. Stay close.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
Air feels a little thicker than it did at the onset. Jack 10 suited played as a flat here by Abdullah.
This one much less attractive in the big blind for Santurn. Earlier position flat from Abdullah. 9-8 offsuit. Going to be dominated quite often. Wise to escape.
Well, I'm not so sure escape will be readily available to Alajmi, given that he has flopped middle pair, unfortunately against top pair. Top kicker on a textured board with 800,000 in the middle. Awaits the orders from Barbero.
Quite a strong hand on this flop. Barbero maybe trying to go for check raise. Thought he might be encouraged to just take the lead when there's so many bad turn cards, but there's none better than this one. Seems like a free pass to go for value, almost whatever size you like.
And that size, half pot.
Jack-10 suited, quite strong here, especially having checked back the flop. No way to get away just yet.
400K, not a modest quotient of the remaining 2.2 for Alajmi.
This could be dangerous for Abdullah. Every draw misses. You maybe anticipate Nacho would continue bluffing with ace-king or ace-jack. Not to mention king-jack suited, 9-8 suited. See how Nacho wants to size here. Very common when value betting or just in general in these spots to leave your opponent some chips behind, but he goes for all of it. He knows his hand is good enough to... Has he just... He snapped.
Wow. Things playing out violently here as the deeply unanticipated departure of Abdullah Alajmi, who was a non-believer on a dry river, given perhaps the flop check from Nacho, decided second pair was the one that he wanted to bluff catch the Argentine with, and in the process finds himself out in ninth. $102,000 richer for his efforts, but obviously he was deep enough to battle on and perhaps secure a few ladders instead. The remains of his stack gifted over to Nacho. Is it a call you can get behind at all, Kevin, on the end?
I mean, I gotta say, give credit to someone who's willing to see a spot where they think they're being pushed around or where they think they're up against some poker before I found Ultimate, but...
You know, console gaming even?
Very little. A couple of, what was like before there were...
Don't say Pong.
No, not that far back.
Super Mario?
Final Fantasy series.
Okay, I could see.
You know, the adventure kind of role-playing game. That's the category I was searching for. A few of those.
You ever do any cosplay?
That's...
It's a personal question, maybe?
I have not.
Don't get defensive. I didn't say furry. I just said cos publicly. There you go. Attaboy, Kev. V-Sprout, King Jack offsuit.
5 seconds.
325,000.
Centurn gonna think about his options between all-in and call. One has to imagine you've got 5 big blinds back, ace-8 high. Barack, the player's 7th in chips, has opened into your big blind from the hijack. Stands to be a little bit looser than he would open against other players because it's so valuable for Wizbrod to take chips from Santurn. Reason you might want to be all in here is just to make sure that Wizbrod can't get away from the worst hand if we feel as though we can't fold our ace high on many boards, but Santurn takes the cautious route. See if he can escape on some bad flops.
That's the same man that got away from ace-king in a spot where had he called, he'd no longer be sat here playing this pot. Now he's found himself middle pair. The improvements to what was already the best hand against Barack, who bookends the queen of spades without a spade in hand. Action on Santurn.
And he's got to think about leading. Texture on which perhaps he doesn't want ace-jack, ace-king, ace-10 to be able to take a free card, doesn't want jack-10 suited to be able to take a free card. So rare that Wizbrod's going to bet the flop and fold to a check raise. It's only 4 big blinds, so he leads instead. I like this find from Santurn. You know your hand is good enough to be all in.
Is king high good enough to be considering this?
Almost anything is. There's a lot out there already. We can see against this hand he's got just 25% equity, but sometimes Santurn's going to have 10-9. Sometimes he's going to have 5-6, a flush draw.
Yeah, he's not interfering with the spades or any of those straight draws other than jack-10, jack-9. which perhaps he reduces the frequency of the lead jam in association with.
I wonder if Wizbrood gives any extra consideration to that time bank that Santurn used pre-flop. Really thinking about that first decision is going to lean him either towards the fringy folds or the fringy all-ins. Would a hand like 10-9 be in either category? 10-9 just seems like a straightforward call in the big blind. No time bank needed. 5-6 offsuit maybe. Time bank needed before deciding to call. Wants to range him as accurate as he can. $625 into 1.5 million. Getting 2.5 to 1.
Well, he is really chewing on this one here.
I think with a spade in his hand, he would have called already.
You think without one, he should be considering the fold more?
Yeah. I mean, it's easy to say looking at the hands, but that little bit of extra info pre, plus the fact that we have this low equity against an 8 or a 7, which is the majority of what Santurn will have. Stronger hands probably just check to induce action. We're so unlikely to be up against a queen. Barak knows this. That's part of it. A queen would check it over more often than an 8 or a 7. So both those overcards usually best. Usually good, I should say.
You don't want to burn too many time banks here. Granted, he has plenty, it would seem, given that that blue circular disc represents 5 additional. There's the last of the squares. And listen, just given the operators he's surrounded by, Wiesbrod could very well need plenty more time banks on the march toward a potential title.
It is so hard to manage how important an individual spot is compared to future potential spots. I'm sure right now this feels like the most important thing to Barak. Just getting this one right. Huge moment on a big final table.
Well, eventually, Barak does arrive at call. And I think the longer it took, the more comfortable Thomas was that he had far and away the best of it. Probably realized that many time banks back. So, the Frenchman's at risk here with 2.1 million and change in the middle. Jack on the turn. Disaster for Thomas as Barak puts his back up against the wall. 5 outs for Thomas to return to his seat and remike. Can he do it? No. Au revoir, monsieur.
7 time marks.
I could have.
8th place finish.
Good, bro. We don't want to have you with a lot of time marks. You're too good, bro.
That was a heavy one.
Right? We prefer him with less.
Knows where to go to pick up his $128,000, Kevin, but that one felt unjust.
Kevin, what just happened on the flip side of this break? I'm coming back, event number 3, 30K. I see the lights on. Ali Najad here, you're over here. Producer James Dempsey calls me over, says, Henry, come and check out this hand. Run me through exactly what just happened, and then perhaps even more importantly, run me through what implications that has going forward in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, big confrontation there between Kristen Foxen, Stephen Chidwick, and Nacho Barbero, right? Action basically goes Foxen open jams, but leaves a little bit behind, as we often do in these big tournament situations. Chidwick has ace-queen offsuit in the cutoff. He calls, excuse me, on the button, he calls. And when it folds to Nacho in the big blind, he's all in immediately. Now, chips behind for Kristen, chips behind for Chidwick. Kristen folds with just 125K behind, puts Chidwick in the tank for ages. Of course, tough spot with the ace-queen. Now there's no pay ladder, potentially, for Chidwick, right? Kristen trying to induce Chidwick to call and get that pay ladder for herself, but he just folds. Barbero with a huge pickup. Now Kristen, you can see, just 125K back, and she's going to be in the big blind in just 2 hands.
So she's left herself with half a big. Stevie, of course, called off, I want to say, what was that, around 40% of his stack. He called 1.5 out of 3.9. What's the idea behind folding? So you just said that she's trying to induce Chidwick to call off and just try and get that one ladder?
Well, if anything, I think it's a mistaken idea, or at least it was, you know, a change of procedure from first decision to second decision. We leave the chip back with the intention of seeing 2 players go all in, and then we fold, right? Try to secure that ladder. But in this case, Kristen folding before anyone had actually committed their stack all in. Sort of, you know, an unintended consequence here is Stevie's allowed to fold, no pay ladders delivered, and Kristen's stack is decimated.
It feels like Chidwick gets the bad end of that deal out of that 3-way entanglement, if you will. Although you could say almost guaranteed a pay jump now. 304,000 locked up. Chrissy on just half a big blind, and as Kevin mentioned there, she's going to be forced all in just 2 hands time. And this is obviously a beautiful development for Nacho Barbero. 84 bigs, has more than half the chips in play. And he can just put the pressure on Linus, on Chidwick, even on Adri, second in chips with 31 big blinds. What are you going to do? I guess this just folds round to Nacho, who then just gets to mash the all-in button.
This is one of those extreme leverage spots. That's exactly what's going to develop here, I imagine.
They're all laughing because they all know it's going to happen, kind of thing.
I mean, Linus could have been dealt aces.
He's going to call here in this spot. I had it, though. That's the definition of having it in South America.
Is it big blind?
Big blind takes priority in the end.
Yep.
200 big blind.
Cool. Yep.
So what is the game with? What a scam, we play for nothing.
Yeah, there's no one.
You go, give me a walk. I'll just... I can't believe I did that. Oh my god.
Chrissy, you guys really want to take all the Triton money, you and your husband? Stop, right? Leave something for us. We're the poor South Americans.
Oh, man.
How much I have to leave?
So Nacho's going to start with a limp. There's no ante this hand because Kristen didn't have enough to cover beyond the big blind. No need for Nacho to raise.
And the idea here is kind of, how do I want to frame this?
Sidepot?
Yeah.
They're both
Pot one, pot two.
agreeing to check it down, kind of trying to eliminate Chrissy without verbally announcing that they're agreeing
I
to check
mean,
it down.
not at all guaranteed. I think that Nacho in particular, as the chip leader, has incentive to let Kristen survive almost.
Okay.
Because think of the hammerlock he has on this table if Chrissy's able to triple here for just 375, relatively non-threatening to the overall tournament dynamics. Obviously, we can see Kristen isn't going to have the winner here, so it's a foregone conclusion. But
1 pair. What?
8 high.
Sorry, I didn't even mean to not show.
No good for Chrissy. You can see she was being hard on herself, aware and recognizing that potential blunder was made. But I think, if anything, humanizing her.
See how much I want to get.
We all hold ourselves to such high standards in this industry. As a professional poker player, you want to make the right move at all times. But, you know, a byproduct of this game, this unsolved game, Kevin, is we all make mistakes, and Chrissy will walk away from this one with, you know, something to look back on, something to study, and she's going to come back into the next one with new information. So GG's to Kristen Foxen. Another great run here. Second final table of the series for her. She's going to pick up 304,000, and we're down to 4. All guaranteed 379K. 7-figure payout up top is Nacho Barbero. Chip leader after coming 3rd in yesterday's 25K. Was highly entertaining, as always. How many times did he say what a scam?
Oh, we need a counter.
We do. We need a Nacho.
That'd be a great graphic.
What a scam counter. Linus just gonna jam.
No small blind this hand.
So for the people who watch here,
Effectively heads up.
ICM is for poor people, but these guys are rich, so they don't care. I had to say it. I had to say it. It was a perfect timing. I had it. I was thinking about this the whole break. I came out with new shit. Every day I come out with new shit.
Thank you.
From the writer of the book, ICM is for poor people, Nacho Barbero.
That should be his banner picture. That quotation underneath it. Nacho Barbero, 2-time champion. In quotes, ICM is for poor people. Linus has got a rejammable one.
Doesn't look like that watch on his wrist is for poor people.
5 seconds.
Linus's previous play has been any indication.
3 million.
Not going to pass on this spot.
Fold. Fold.
What was the main one we learnt yesterday? Wake up every morning.
Look in the mirror.
Yeah.
It's still me.
Yeah.
I'm already winning.
That's right. Wake up every day, look in the mirror. It's still me. I'm already winning. Jesus. That's got to be one of his greatest quotes. I mean, Nacho's had some bangers. Loves goofballing around. But that one's that's special. Yeah, every time he sees me in the hallway, he's like, "What's up, Pappy?" "What's up, dude? How's it going?" We need to get him in the booth.
Problem is, he plays everything.
That's true. He deep runs everything.
Mateos out of position against the chip leader. Chidwick's on 8 blinds. Doesn't want to get involved in pots right now.
The computer is gonna go crazy with those sounds on Octopi Poker.
That one's probably going to be worth more than $2, I would guess.
Hundreds of thousands more.
Who's everyone rooting for, by the way? Let us know in the chat. Linus looking for his second title. Nacho looking for his third.
With the blinds up. No, Linus is out. Looked like a close one there. He had his mind made up. Chidwick's too short for Linus to want to spin the wheel. 16 big blinds effective. That pay jump from fourth to third, very sizable. 379,000 for fourth, 463,000 for third. Still an enormous amount of the prize pool up top. Just over $1 million.
El Conquistador, Adri. A couple of Cowboys. Currently second in chips. He's on the hunt for his third title.
Raise 550,000. Fold.
We might get some action here, you know. 16 bigs effective to start the hand.
This is a tempting one, but I do think it's possible for Linus to get away.
5 seconds.
Stevie still to act behind if he folds. There's a very high likelihood of collision between Mateos and Chidwick. This open also from number 2 in chips with the chip leader on his direct left. Should be a tight range. Mateos is not going to open the cutoff that wide. But still such an attractive rejamming hand. Nice fold.
That really is a fantastic fold. Not easy to find that one.
Just can tell that Linus is taking in all the details, you know, not just simplifying that spot down and saying, well, I've got a suited Broadway, shrug, let's go all in. Really good spot awareness there.
1.1.
Chidwick defends, SPR less than 1. And a complete brick for number 1 on the UK's all-time money list. Fun fact, actually, all 4 of these players sit atop their respective countries' money lists. If I'm not mistaken, Chidwick is Europe's most winningest player. This is a pretty stacked Final Four. I think this hand is over and done with.
5 seconds.
Mateos figuring out the size that makes sense.
500,000.
Certainly non-standard to be moving all in with an overpair. Had to give some extra thought to how he wanted to play his range there. Still looks unconvinced by his choice, but not wanting to spend extra time on a decision like that.
A lot of people, as one would expect, rooting for Linus. Love for Chidwick, Mateos, Nacho. I mean, you guys can't decide, and I understand. 4 of the game's elite. Fantastic to see them all here on the big stage with 7 figures up top. I mean, who do we want to see heads up? I feel like little Nacho against Linus. Oof. That'd be quite the matchup.
Contrasting styles, perhaps. I would love to see Linus get to heads up. He's played so many big cash games in recent years. Heads up no limit, heads up PLO, half-half against the best in the world. Seems to come out on top so often. Widely regarded as the #1 online player for so many years.
Linus.
These two, by the way.
Flipaments.
All in a call blind versus blind for 4.5 blinds.
Good luck, gentlemen. Chidwick, the all-in player at risk, but does hold 59% of the equity. Make that 74. And he turns Adri dead. He's got to double up to 10 big blinds. Stephen Chidwick is back in this battle. I was saying earlier, Linus has reached a podium place finish on 4 occasions at the Triton series. 2 third-place finishes, 1 second-place finish, and 1 first. So when it comes to his heads-up record at Triton specifically, he's 1 for 1. Oh, sorry, 1 win, 1 loss.
1 and 1.
1 and 1, that's right. Thank you, Kevin. Still haven't had my coffee today.
You might have missed your window. You were correct, by the way, Henry. On top of Europe's all-time money list is Stephen Chidwick. About $2.5 million ahead of Bads. Mikita Badzikowski.
Yeah, I thought Bads was the one that might have more than Chidwick. What about Mateos, by the way? How close is he to those two?
Well, he's, in terms of ranking, all the way down at number 8, but about 10 million separating Mateos and Bads.
Really?
Between 4th and 8th on the all-time money list.
Okay. That's pretty crazy. Yeah. I wonder how long it's going to take for someone to cross the 9-figure in tournament earnings territory.
Put up another $1 million tournament here, and Bryn Kenny might do it.
That's true.
In a single event.
Trapping your friend. This guy.
How much has Bryn got now?
75 million. And some change.
The change being 6 figures.
The change being 778,000.
That's it's a good bit of change, Kevin.
I mean, when you're operating in millions, you know.
That's true. This is true.
Rounded off to 76. $1 million in lifetime earnings.
Chidwick, ace queen. First trap.
Potential to min raise. Wouldn't fault him for moving all in either. You're the shortest stack with a premium hand for the situation. Chip leader Nacho Barbero in the small blind. So relatively low threat of him flatting your open if you're concerned about going post flop.
Just puts half the stack out.
Yeah. Effective all in. Committed verse 1, but not 2. He'll get this one through.
Stephen Chidwick playing the game right there.
Yep.
Stevie, what do you have?
You're so curious.
I want to learn from the best.
Nacho on the button. Relative short stacks in the blinds. Go time.
Nachito playing the game right there, right there. Woo! It's not funny anymore. I think it's very funny.
As long as you're amused, Nacho, you know. I think it's funny. I think it's entertaining. I think poker, for a long time, has missed having characters such as Nacho. Sometimes dips his toe on the other side of where the line should be drawn, but highly entertaining. and of course can be forgiven.
Another open jam. Even with Mateos, 20 big blinds in the big blind. Just so much separation.
Superstitious motherfucker. I think we shouldn't have dinner break. If we want to play the bounty. And,
Always thinking about the next event, huh?
I mean, it served him well, no? Yesterday, 5 left, they were thinking about this event. Managed to squeeze in and late reg, max late reg.
That's true, these were back-to-back events.
And then fast forward, not even 24 hours, he finds himself overwhelming chip leader with 4 left.
Mateos giving this one some thought. He knows he needs to play quite tight in this stack setup. 2 10 big blind stacks across the table. Mateos with 20. You generally describe his strategy as if he's trying to fold his way to second, but you've got an ace blind versus blind. You don't want to blind yourself out and then have Chidwick or Lolliger double.
5 million. Only because it's you. You're my friend.
Maybe giving some thought to
one of the 2 of you guys I called.
a limp. Could have limp jammed as well. Just open rip. Leaving a few back.
Wow. Adrian Mateos playing the game. Big hand, huh?
Mateos uninterested
I
in
was gonna raise.
engaging in conversation. Gives him the old eyebrow raise kind of thing.
Big hand for Nacho. Has the ability to raise small if he would like. Just goes for the jam.
For the first time I have it. Array.
And Nacho is loving this. 73 bigs, plays 23, plays 11, plays 10. It's like 65% of the chips in play. Conversely, Stevie, just 8% of the chips in play and is in the big blind.
500.
Mateo's going to open here. And a real spot for Linus. 11 bigs. Mateos' opening range significantly tighter in this spot, but still a rejam opportunity. More attractive than the Jack-10 suited we saw him fold before. Still not enough.
I would have shoved. King 7 off. King 7 suited, I triggered you. Stevie, what do you have? Come on, bro. We're friends. Or no?
Apparently not.
Apparently not. Oh my God, that was cold-blooded.
You just told us Adrian's your only friend at this table.
Oh, yes. All in.
That is true. He did say
I
that.
thought we were friends too.
Offsuit king in the cutoff. Knows that Mateos is so handcuffed if it folds to him in the big blind.
I don't even have to sing. It's just a place all in bottom.
Easy to feel helpless in these spots as the other three.
Best hand wins.
Waiting to get dealt a top 10% hand. Maybe higher.
I'm next level. Next level funny. Hilarious. At least somebody laughs.
Oh,
you gotta
man.
keep the crew entertained over there. Right, Linus? You're trying hard.
Adrian gave it a good
What?
chuckle.
150. Oh, sorry. So that's my auntie?
No, no.
South America tricks, buddy, all over. Argentino.
Blinds up. Chidwick 6 effective. Big blind ante coming next hand. Thinking about playing wider than usual. This one feels too wide still. Gotta give it some thought though.
Yeah, even though it's 6 bigs and he's going to be in the big blind next hand, there is also the possibility that someone busts when he folds.
Well, and Linus is the big blind this hand. Sorry to cut you off, but you just know that if it goes fold-fold, the outcome is Nacho jams dark, and Linus calls a reasonable chunk of those hands. So collision incoming just from this fold, relatively likely.
All of it.
All of it.
Well, speaking of. Oh.
Linus.
Quick fold. I'm not sure about that one, to be honest.
Linus
King
seems
is,
willing
this spot
to...
is like fucking aces. It's the real South American aces.
We're down to 7 blinds. Pretty good equity with that one. Don't think Nacho's going to snap jam aces, kings, or queens either. You know, if it was Adrian in that spot, second in chips, clear fold with a ton of hands, but maybe the first sign that Linus might just be leaning a little bit snug. Overall, really valuing that ladder. Oh, Nacho gives a pass. It's going to let these two go after each other. Linus has a clear jamming hand.
Yeah, let's see what Stevie wakes up with. He's had to invest 1/3 of his stack from the big. There is the jam, and there is the call. I'm going to chop it up 48% of the time.
Flat for me.
52% of the time. Stevie's either going to double
or
be out in fourth.
I just learned. 8-2.
8-2. Linus with a gut shot on the 7-6-4. Looking for a 5 or a 3. They will now tie 77% of the time. Chop it up, boys.
Everybody loves a chop pot. You love this one, right, Stevie? I lose 8 high. I lose 8 deuce. Machito playing the game, playing good.
He might have won, Nacho. They would have both folded.
You know, in a weird way, I'm always meant to be impartial in the booth, and we are for the most part, 95% of the time. I kind of want to see Nacho win, just so that I can watch the winner's interview.
That's true. That's going to be good.
If he can close this out, we should put together a Nacho Barbero bingo card that everyone else can just play along at home with. Playing the game. Such a scam. I thought we were friends.
Let's let Stevie consider this spot right now. Down to 5 blinds. Dealt a reasonable hand in the small. The player who he really doesn't want to gain separation from himself is the one who's all in on the button right now. Just some extra incentive to get involved. If this was a Nacho open jam and Linus had folded, we'd play the spot tighter. But because it's Linus's chips, we could win if we double up here. More incentive to spin the wheel.
This is the thing I love about this game is a lot of this comes down to what one's perception is of their opponents, right? Like, if Stevie's sat here just thinking, okay, these guys are making pretty big mistakes in this current dynamic, and while the Queen Jack may be a close spot that I'm supposed to take, and it's probably a winning spot to take, right? There's just, I don't know, that extra bit of EV from folding. Who knows, maybe Linus busts next hand, maybe Adri busts next hand. I mean, given the way that Barbero is just willingly, you know, jamming blind almost.
He is, but part of the challenge is these other two players, Mateos and Loliger, have perhaps been even tighter than Chidwick has been. Who, by the way, may not have to continue waiting for a strong spot.
Rewarded with the queens.
Ace-5 offsuit. Pretty big one against a 5 big blind jam on the button. But Mateos has to be wary of Nacho on his left. We know how this setup goes. Stevie's got 25K back. If Mateos wants to play, he doesn't want to commit his last chip before Stevie has. He could isolate and still leave money behind. He could flat. And I'm saying this as if he's required to put it in here. It's just ace-5 off. He might have a fold on his hands.
Big old pickup there for Stevie. Love to see it. So great to see Chidwick back at a final table with 7 figures up top. Man, he had
made a big fold for you, buddy.
Had an insane run in the Bahamas.
10-8 I call.
Triton Million, 14th place, when there was 12 million up top. And then main event, 11th place, when there was 4 million up top. You know, you just like win one more flip and you know, you just finish top 5, and
yep.
Instead of cashing for 1.1 million, you just cash for 6. It's yeah.
You play this game where you just get to play 10x the stakes like twice a year.
Yeah.
Hope to run good when you're in that spot. And if you don't, sorry, try again next time.
Yeah, try again in 5 years' time when there's another $500,000 invitation on.
Oh boy. Chidwick opens half his stack from the cutoff. Queen Jack offsuit. Started the hand with 8 blinds.
What's the idea here for Adrian? Because you mentioned earlier, like, he does not want to get all of his chips in before Chidwick. If he was to jam, and then, you know, Nacho wakes up with a monster.
Yeah, Chidwick gets away. So again, remember, Mateos could isolate. If he thinks the 4 big blind open is too cheap and there might be overcalls behind, he wants to isolate, just make it 7 blinds or 8 blinds, right? Leave yourself an out. Oh, he's just gone all in. Small risk of Nacho waking up. He avoids it. Chidwick has no choice now.
Good luck, gentlemen. 2 of the game's greats, by the way, on your screens. Chidwick number 4 on the all-time money list. Mateos number 8 on the all-time money list. Both players top of their respective countries' all-time money lists. 5.3 in the middle. Chidwick looking for running diamonds, running straight cards, or a jack, as the diamonds do appear on the turn. Picks up a lot of outs. Can he find it? Yes, he can. Jack of spades, corner pocket. Stephen Chidwick. Up to 5.3 million, moves up to second in chips.
Wow. You have just to get it in bad and suck out in everybody. That's your new technique.
Better lucky than good. New technique. I'm trying it out.
You should put that one on octopi. Wow, qué asco es. ¿Qué cajita tienes ahí? La de AJ contra Rey 4, ¿cómo te ganó? Ganó una también la bruja.
J contra Rey 4.
Y la dama contra Rey.
Apparently, Chidwick's working on a new technique. Better lucky than good. You know, I have to agree with that philosophy.
Nacho's back. Still four-handed. Everyone's still short.
Well, now Chidwick can just play a waiting game, right? Has almost double what Adrian has, double what Linus has. He's just been out of the big.
Yeah, Linus now the shortest stack by a small margin. Just 7 blinds. Nacho's all in again.
Nachito playing the game.
We play Norino Fall Guy now. It's a new format on Triton.
Oh man, I can taste the ADHD. Beautiful.
You have 2 options. You have 2 options on the format.
only all in or fold.
2 million.
Mateos chooses door number 3.
Tenía mano, J8. Off. I let my friend leave. He's a good guy. Wow, they're gonna study this table for ICM so much. I love it. Right?
Ask him. He's the coach.
Correct, no? 300?
I mean, fair play to Nacho. If he's getting laughs out of Chidwick and Mateos, who are normally both very stone-faced, then, you know, fair play to him. He's aware that this stream's going to get rewatched for ICM. I'm assuming the pros that do rewatch this are going to be muting the stream.
As they always do.
Yeah, Ponakov said to me the other day that he normally plays it at like 3x speed or whatever he's allowed to do, as fast as it can go.
Yeah. It's hard work reviewing footage when you got 12 hours a day, totally free, live. Well, once live, if you're reviewing.
Those of you just joining us, that is the tail of the tape. Chip counts. Nacho Barbero with 66 bigs. Stephen Chidwick with 15. Adri Mateos with 12. Linus with 5. Everyone guaranteed $379,000 for their efforts. Currently on an 84K pay jump. 463K guaranteed once you reach the podium. And the payouts get really juicy. 231K difference between third and second. And a casual $331. $331,000 heads up match will be on our hands. It is Nacho Barbero's world. And we are just all living in it right now. He has the best in the world in ICM jail. Linus Love, Adrian Mateos, Stephen Chidwick. Not often you see them as handcuffed as they are here, playing by the rules of someone else. That is the spot Nacho finds himself in, and he can practically taste victory here in event number 3. He would love nothing more than to go back home to Argentina with his 3rd Triton trophy. But job's not done yet.
Let's see how wide he's going. First time he's been dealt one that didn't look clear. Does pass on the Jack-7 off. Gives Linus potentially the green light. 5 blinds. 2 players you can get it through against. We got to go.
You can generate folds here, right?
Oh, yeah. Adrian's going to think about it. It's just 4 blinds. There's 1 more behind. Feels close. If he had maybe Chidwick stack, call a little bit lighter. Those 4 big blinds are meaningful.
Huge pickup there. Linus goes from 5 to 7.5 bigs, increasing his stack by 50%. Does feel like everyone's currently playing for second. I guess the plan, Kevin, is get to heads up and then figure it out from there, kind of thing.
Oh, yeah. And that is the dangerous outcome that happens when your table follows ICM procedures too rigidly. Is that in these extreme setups where there's 1 chip leader and a bunch of shorter stacks, those shorter stacks don't pick up a hand. The chip leader just accumulates and accumulates and accumulates. And by the time you get to heads up, you've got a 10-to-1 lead, a 15-to-1 lead.
Deep, so I think it's a good idea.
That pay jump from second to first is...
That was a joke.
Huge.
When you have to explain your jokes, it's like, it's a really bad one. Right?
Yeah, I have to admit, explaining a joke, Kevin, is kind of like dissecting a frog. You know?
Go on.
Yes, you better understand the anatomy of the frog, but it's still dead. You know? Same thing with explaining a joke.
Can you explain that analogy for me?
I see how it is. I see how it's going to be today.
These 2 are going to run it.
Good luck, chaps. Practically the same stacks. Adri has him slightly covered by just the fraction of a big blind. Linus with the 2 overs. Mateos with the pair.
You cover, right? Because of the ante.
For the ante, maybe, yeah. So root for me now, please.
2.675.
Mateos asking Nacho to root for him.
Yeah.
It would mean $84,000 ladder. It's pretty insane to think that there's 650K difference between 4th and 1st. So much money left to play for. So it comes 755. So far, so good. El Conquistador.
Ooh, fourth side. Of hearts. 50-50.
Ace or a 9 needed. One of the true legends of the game, Linus Love, does not get there. Does not get his 5th podium place finish at the Triton Series. We're just going to get official confirmation because it was just ever so close. But I do believe it is official. Mateos had him covered by a third of a big blind. So with that, Linus is going to head to the payout desk, collect $379,000 for his efforts. He's out in 4th. We're down to 3. Nacho Barbero on the hunt for his 3rd title. Goes by the name of Linus Love online. Started blogging about his poker journey in the 2-cent, 5-cent streets. The age of 17, 18, and what a journey it's been all the way to the top of the game. Someone that the fans always love. Doesn't always show up for these, Kevin, just depends on, you know, I guess it really just depends what kind of action he's got going on. You know, if he's got heads up action, he'll chill at home.
He might be heading back to the room and just log on the phone, play for 5x the stakes, who knows? This guy's in every game, worldwide.
That is pretty sick to think of as well.
5 seconds.
So, podium payouts. 463,000 locked up.
Raised to 5,500,000.
We're going to have a new 3-time champion. That much is guaranteed.
Stays, right?
Yeah.
There is something special about the 3rd time, Kevin, you know. First one, everyone can kind of think, okay, you know, bit of a fluke. Second one gives you that bit of confidence to kind of just say, hey, look, I wasn't a one-hit wonder. 3rd time really cements that philosophy. It's like, okay, this guy.
That's a legacy builder.
Yeah, I agree.
Stevie's going to consider this one. Payout's feeling very top-heavy when you're down to 3. Stevie's the shortest, 7 blinds effective. He's got an ace. Doesn't seem unreasonable. Can see the kind of hands that Notch was going to have here. Less than half of Mateos' stack for Chidwick. It's going to be tough to fold the 2nd place. Still not good enough.
So what you mean by that is, you know, Chidwick's going to have to take one of these spots sooner rather than later.
And of course he wants to be the lead aggressor. He's going to get his button. You know he's going to have a chance.
Yeah?
Did say huge fold.
Sorry. I wouldn't know.
Just ask myself what would Sean meant to do.
What would what?
What would Sean Winter do?
Schulman?
Sean Winter.
Oh, Winter would do? Oh, fold for sure.
I love how Barbero laughed first and then asked Stevie to reiterate what he
The
said.
King 4, you think it was approved by Sean Winter? I like it though.
King 8 for Adri.
Another uncomfortable one, reminiscent of the ace-5 offsuit blind versus blind when they were four-handed. Mateo's going to limp this time. Not following the rules of all in or fold.
When was the last? I don't think I've seen a flop since I've been in the booth. Like, apart
Other
from
than-
all-ins, yeah.
5 seconds.
That's true.
Oh, maybe the one where Chrissy was forced all-in and then Barbero limped button with Queen Deuce. But again, that was an all-in, so that doesn't even count.
Yeah. Not a clear-cut one for Mateos.
That Barbero. Just leaning. He has been enjoying this one.
Such a big pay jump that Mateos has on his mind right now.
My friend.
I think he's talking to you.
Oh, I'm talking to you.
Oh, what's up?
What an idiot.
I love the Chidwick needles. He's so quick. He's got some great witty banter. Love the rogue chat as well
5 seconds.
from Nacho.
Call.
Oh, in.
Play roll in.
There's the jam.
Feel like
7
the call is coming
deuces.
this one.
Yeah?
No?
Call.
Bad feeling.
Big fucking hand. Against 7 blinds.
Man, Chidwick's going to be calling a lot of hands there, but 7 deuce. Pretty disgusting. Who have we got? Who have we got, ladies and gents? Who do you want to see heads up now that Linus is out?
Play roll in.
Nacho on Chidwick, violence. Nacho against Mateos, or how about something none of us are expecting?
Call.
Barbero out in
Beautiful.
third
For blackjack, I was
Mateos.
playing last night.
against Chidwick. Heads up for the
Natural one.
title.
You keep 4, okay? Fine.
No, no. It's okay, I'll give it to you. Thank you. buddy.
What's the line on
I was
Nacho
gonna
getting
s-
third?
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean,
I'm very crazy.
Yeah, that's right.
so there's currently
You'd think it's like 100 to 1, but I bet
Yeah,
it's
I
like
know.
25 to 1.
I mean, they say if ain't broken, don't fix it.
Exactly.
so 74 bigs in
That's what I
play.
never went to see a shrink. Imagine
He's
if they
got
fix my brain.
57 of them.
That was
I
really
mean, it's
good.
not inconceivable, right? I mean, Mateos doubles for him twice. And all of a
But
sudden...
then also Stevie doesn't bust.
True.
Somehow.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the tough part of the parlay.
Yeah.
Someone goes on a run and the
You're
other
playing
one
the game. Wow,
survives.
big fucking hand in South America.
That's the line. That's the line. That's got to be clipped. Just looks down at 6-9 and says, "That's the hand in South America."
230K patience. That's a big fucking patience.
You know all the tricks, Nacho.
Not gonna lie, I'm very good at that.
Now he's talking about the pay jump, as if Chidwick and Mateus weren't aware of... Oh, here we go. Chidwick's woken up with one. 3.5 bigs, and he is behind.
From behind, so I'm pretty sure you're gonna win this one.
That's what I was waiting for. Follow my good hands.
Yeah.
Good luck, gents. I mean, it's been miserable 5-handed for Chidwick for obvious reasons. Not able to do much. See if he can fight his way back into this one. He needs a queen or a 9 or some kind of straight draw. How about just turning top pair and leaving Nacho drawing to 5 outs? How about that?
I can't breathe.
$1.4.
Nice hand, bro.
Thanks.
I mean, Nacho did call it.
So, guys, for...
Nacho, give me 2 million. So easy, sir.
Is this?
Yeah.
Sure.
Nacho did say, Stevie, you've got it in behind, so now you're going to win.
Henry, when will it end? For Nacho. It just feels so unfair, you know?
I knew it too. When I was ahead, I said, fuck. Even Chidwick playing the game, waiting. Get it in bad and lose, win. Good technique. I love it.
74% of the chips in play. Oh, he's got pocket 9s.
Raise. For 9 million. Fold.
Adrian looks pained.
That's a painful one to look at. And Nacho open jamming a strong one here. I don't know if Adrian even expects this hand to be all in.
5 seconds.
It could be a min raise.
Fold.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Now Adrian's very happy.
9.
Wow, you understood that? Wow, very good. I'm impressed.
Queen Jack, right?
Chidwick's too quick.
Continue.
No puedo decir si no me abusa. Sabes todo.
Ya te unas, ¿no? Nada, no creo que por dos.
I wonder what the line is now. Now that Chidwick's doubled, he's playing 8 bigs. Dale's playing 9.
Seconds.
3.6.
Raised to 3,600,000. Fold.
Mi amigo, nice hand. Playing with 2 of my idols. Wow, what a life. What a life. My poker idol and I don't know what category to put you in right now. My mom's idol.
My mum's idol.
It's the second time you said that.
That's quite.
It must be true.
It's quite the compliment. That is quite the compliment.
Oh. Oh.
You were calling? Wow.
How do you do it?
Fucking wizard.
I don't know that he was calling.
Put the beta ACR over there so I see how I look on that match.
He was shortest. Probably was.
That was a funny one.
He's like the Argentinian Martin Cabral.
They have a lot of the same lines.
Nacho's all in.
Big fucking hand.
Pick up the blinds as he continues to climb.
When I have it, I have to show it always. You guys give me some credit.
Chidwick won't be getting involved.
That should have
Barbera just getting
It might be a sign tonight we're
walks.
going to the Baccarat. Think so. Wow, 2 more hands.
Talks of some Baccarat potentially, Kevin. Who knows? We might see Nacho in the invitee side of the bracket if.
Is that where Nacho's heading after this?
I mean, if he starts squeezing cards in the back room, we might see him on the invitee side. Ace 10 against Queen 7 suited. I mean, Stevie's got what, 5.5 bigs. How do we feel about this one, Kev?
Does feel good enough to go in. So much goes out there when you post the big blind and the big blind ante.
Does have to consider the fact that Mateos is going to be in the big blind next hand.
Stevie's also in the worst position in the sense that he always gets jammed on blind versus blind, but he never gets his blind versus blind jam opportunities. He's got to take the spot a little earlier than Adrian does.
Perhaps for that reason.
I was scared you'd have a bad hand.
What?
I was scared you would have a bad hand.
Oh, no.
Ace 10 I can beat.
Stevie's confident. He's got it in behind. Apparently that's what's needed to beat Barbero. That's going to be impossible on that board. Stephen Chidwick is drawing dead.
GG, bro. GG. Oh, al fin, bebé.
Vamos ahí, buen trabajo, me has hecho el trabajo sucio.
What a battle
Eliminado toda la mesa.
from 5-handed to 3-handed to now heads up. Stevie did everything he could. I mean, he had one of the weirdest spots that we've ever seen.
I could go to P1.
5 left.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
That kind of chopped away at one of his legs.
Para ir a jugar al Omni, no?
Managed to get 3-handed, took some spots. Navigated the murky waters really well, as one would expect from Europe's most winningest player, one of the most decorated players on tour, Stephen Chidwick, out in third. We'll head to collect $463,000 for his efforts here. Nice to get that one under the belt early in the series, a podium place finish, a little 463K payday. Would have hoped for more, Kevin, as always, but you know, third place. And with that, the stage is set for a heads-up battle. Argentina against Spain, both guaranteed $694,000, of course, playing for the win. 7 figures up top, $1,025K going to the champion. It's just been Nacho Barbero's world, Kevin, and we're just all bearing witness to it.
Yeah, I mean, Nacho's been getting nothing but fortunate spots. Kicked off with that multi-way pot where he got the ace-queen through against Stephen Chidwick's ace-queen after Kristen folded, but it just feels easy for Nacho, as you know, he says. It's just, I don't know, he wakes up every day. He looks at himself in the mirror. It's still me. I'm already winning, but continuing to win almost every pot that he enters at this final table leading into heads up way ahead.
Well, let's see if he can overcome El Conquistador. He's going to be coming into this heads-up battle with a near 8-1 chip lead as both players hunt down their third Triton trophy. We're stepping away for just a couple of minutes, so don't go too far. Luca Vivaldi and his team setting the stage for what we can hopefully assume is going to be a fun heads-up battle. We'll see you very shortly.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at gtowizard.com.
Well, very warm welcome back to the Maestral Casino and Resort here in Montenegro for continuing coverage of event number 3, the 30K. We are heads up between Adrian Mateus and none other than Nacho Barbero, who made the final table of the 25K yesterday. He finished third there, already guaranteed one spot better here, but coming up against a rather tough opponent. It must be said that Nacho's coming in with a near 8-1 chip lead over Adrian Mateus, but looking at Mateus's Triton track record over on the app, I'm looking at 4 times he's reached heads up. He has 2 wins and 2 losses under his belt, $15 million in Triton earnings with 24 cashes. Kevin, a man like this who just has the talent and just the raw competitive nature in Mateus, should he come in and get an early double, I don't think this is as clear-cut as it looks on screen right now.
And we've seen it, twice already this series, where players have come in on the short stack. Of course, Artur Martirosyan was not able to complete that comeback against Alex Foxen, but Xuan Liu against Dan Dvoris. We know that an early double can lead to significant play in the heads-up stage, and it's coming directly against the person with the chip lead. I mean, 2 doubles and you're even, right? And things can move very quickly.
It really can. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. I think the most insane comeback that I saw was in my first ever series, Madrid 2022. Makita overcame a 19-1 chip deficit against Danny Tang. And Danny at the time wasn't the 5-time Triton champion that we know today. He still didn't have a title at that time, so it meant so much to Danny, and you just see it all the time. Talking of records and all of these insane comebacks that we've seen over the year, Nacho heads up Triton track record, one that he would probably rather, you know, forget about. He's had so many close scores. He's got 2 titles, but just scrolling back, see a second in Montenegro in the 50K PLO last May. You see a win in Jeju last March, but then before that, a second in the 100K in Monte Carlo. There was a second in London. There was another second in Cyprus. There was another second in Vietnam. So, you know, heads up for a Triton title is something that haunts Barbero. I mean, he won his first ever Triton event in Vietnam, the 15K for 600K. But then after that, it was just a lot of crossbars. And, you know, we're talking about how much it means to win your 3rd Triton trophy. Just really proves that, you know, it wasn't a fluke. And I think Nacho would love to just silence perhaps some of the doubters here today.
And if there's anything that has me doubting, and not to say that Nacho's not the overwhelming favorite to win this heads-up match, but when you have such an easy route to heads-up, I do think that it's challenging Henry to come in and be resilient if Adrian Mateos gets that early double up, right? A little bit of luck goes their way. We kind of joked about it in the previous frame. Oh, how unlucky is Nacho? When is it going to end? Because he loses a 5 big blind all-in against Stephen Chidwick. But that's a real feeling that creeps into your brain when things have been easy, you haven't been tested, at least not today.
It certainly feels that way, yeah.
Then what do we do when we get into those situations?
Well, let's see if we're going to find out. We're going to throw it down to the floor as Adrian Mateos, Nacho Barbero take center stage once more. 30K 8 max. Both players 2-time champions at the Triton series. Both players sit atop of their respective countries' all-time money list. Mateos has his work cut out, but he's done it before. Has done it before. Look at that golden trident, Kevin. Wouldn't you love to snag one of those? Just have it sitting on the table right at the entry to your house, so that anytime someone comes in, you're like, yeah, that's me. That's a bit of me, that is.
Look at this pop, by the way. Limp first in, Nacho.
Andrea will take the additional 250K and say thank you very much, sir. Both guaranteed $694,000. Got ourselves a little 331K heads-up match. First blood drawn by Adrian Mateos. Second blood drawn by Mateos. He's now up to 10 bigs. He's reduced the chip deficit to less than 5-1. Kevin, one double up here, and it really is game on.
Yeah.
Adrian doubles up to 20. Barbero down to 40. Then we've got a real heads-up match. Jack 8 offsuit in the big blind for Mateos. Nacho with a real one on the button.
It's a close one for Mateos.
How close?
Jack 9's a clear call. Any consideration to the fact that Barbero limped his previous button, obviously not taking all the lightest jams. I think that's a nice pass from Mateos, avoids disaster.
No. Gracias.
Nacho's superstitious, by the way. Doesn't like to leave his big blind ante and likes to, you know, collect it, put it in his stack, and then chuck another chip out.
Is that right?
Yeah. The dealer is... She's aware of these superstitions. We just saw it there.
All in.
Wow, Doyle. And the big. Not able to call, of course.
Aggressive approach from Mateos. Felt like it could have gone either way, limp or jam. Nice take.
Not going to take much for stacks to work their way in the middle here, Kevin.
No.
This stack depth. I know you know your way around these heads-up streets, so I'm hoping...
Oh, boy.
Well, I was about to say I'm hoping...
I know these two hands are getting all in.
Oh, no.
Well, you talked about that early double.
And you talked about what it can do to one's mindset when it's been plain sailing up to heads up. That psychological warfare that we talk about, having to overcome adversity. Mateos can hold here. He's going to pose a real threat. Barbero has lost 5 heads-up matches before for a Triton title, but has somehow found the Queen High board. Our 90% favorite to make it title number 3, as Mateos is left drawing to 2 outs once. Can Adri find it? No, he can't. Handshake between the two.
Finally.
As always.
6 hits-ups in a row.
See the appreciation for one another's game. Mateos out in second for $694,000. Denied his 3rd title by that man. He found the Lady Gaga. Nacho Barbero is your champion in the 30K. Event number 3 here in Montenegro. And you just heard him there, Kevin. You know, the relief. Kind of said finally, felt like there was a monkey on his back. I think he said 6 heads-up matches that he lost.
6 in a row.
I don't know if that's the case at Triton, maybe elsewhere, but yeah. Obviously thrilled with this result, especially on the back end of getting so close yesterday where he finished 3rd in the 25K, to then follow it up with a dub the very next day for $1,025,000 is just phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, as I suggested, it would feel difficult if luck doesn't go your way, but immediately off the deck, luck continuing to go Nacho's way. I mean, Adrian's got to feel good about being able to get through that grindy ladder stage, through the middle there, getting to 2nd place when there was no guarantee of him finishing any higher than 4th or 5th. But, I mean, things just remained with Nacho from start to finish. Easy win and well-deserved.
Yeah, that was tough from 5-handed for Mateos to then get heads up. Look, gets it in with the jacks. If he holds there like he does, 70% of the time, he has 20 bigs. Nacho has 40, and then we really have a battle on our hands. But the deck had other plans. Nacho, who woke up this morning, looked in the mirror, said, I'm still me, and I'm still winning here in event number 3. He's going to have a word with our leadership. But before we throw it down to talk with our 3-time champion, we just wanted to tease again, Kevin, we got a little 2K, 4K running again tonight.
Again.
Nosebleed cash games. Last night we saw Hands involved in a $1.8 million pot. We saw Associate Jiang involved in a $1.1 million pot. We had Squid Game for 10K ahead. We had some crazy props. There were 25K and 50K props flying left, right, and center. What's the line, Kevin, on $1 million pots tonight? We had 2 last night. What are you saying?
I mean, if they're going to run back that same game, if they're going to play Squid, 4.
Okay. You reckon 4? I'm gonna say 4 as well. $4 million pots guaranteed by me and Kevin. That's going to be in about 30 minutes time. You're going to need to let this stream end. We're going to reboot the system our end, get a fresh stream up and going. So put the kettle on, grab some food, and then come back over to YouTube Twitch, wherever it is that you're watching, for Nosebleed No Limit Hold'em cash games live from the Maestral Casino here in Montenegro. But for now, a word with our champion, Nacho Barbero.
Some final tables are long, drawn-out affairs, and others wrap up in a hurry. I'm here now with Nacho Barbero, your champion in the 30K. And Nacho, this is your 16th final table at a Triton, your third title. You're now at $13.6 million in career earnings. You're coming off of third place just yesterday here in Montenegro, back-to-back FTs, another $1 million in your back pocket, and you were like a hot knife through butter out here today amongst a bunch of GTO wizards. Yet you don't pray at that altar. How do you continue to do it?
Yeah, I mean, I obviously still study a lot. I mean, I'm not like every day putting spots and stuff on GTO Wizard or like Octopi, whatever. But yeah, I put a lot of work and I play a lot. I mean, I'm one of the players that play the most. You know that too. Yeah, I go to every stop. I keep showing up and yeah, things work out.
Sometimes they do, and today very much they did, but you had your hands full at this particular FT, Nacho, and when we looked at it, we knew that it was going to be a big challenge. Talk me through some of the key hands. It's almost like what weren't the key hands.
Yeah, I won a big one on the bubble of the final table against Arthur. I shoved 19 blinds on the bottom because Big Blind was chip leader. He has 11 on the small blind. He had queens. I hit the ace. I ran super good in this tournament, I'm not going to lie. And then I came into the final table. I win a massive hand against the guy from Kuwait, Abdullah or something. I don't remember that. I flopped top pair, he flopped mid pair. I mean, like, we got it in on the river. And then it was just smooth sailing. Like, I got the chip lead, and I was like, just like pressuring. Then I took out Barak, Wisborg with like ace king against ace 10, then Tobias with 60s against ace king. I was just winning every all-in pretty much. I mean, I ran extremely well this tournament, and yeah, here I am, back-to-back final tables.
The one hand that you did leave out there, though, was the one that I think really took the air out of the room. I'm sure you know the one I'm talking about, Kristen, Stevie, and you, where Chrissy folds, leaves herself half a big blind, and then Chidwick folded an ace-queen, which, believe it or not, you just found out from me was what he laid down. You had the ace-queen, of course, when you shipped it. What were you thinking?
I was thinking, wow, this is a 6 spot. Like, it's pretty insane. Like, I was like, oh my God, because he can be so strong there. He can have aces, ace king. He doesn't have any shoving range there. He's just even flatting queens, jacks, everything. But I'm like, this is a really good spot for me. If I can get it through, he's going to have to fold a lot. He's going to be calling with ace 10, ace jack, even some pairs, king, queens and stuff. And I'm like, oh, wow, this spot is insane for me. I really think Kristen is the best female player in the world, but and I'm not sure about his fault. Yeah, so maybe you have to gamble a little bit more. Is that what I was trying to say? I've been trying to say that for a long time. Maybe like maybe you're losing a little bit of, like, in one hand, you're losing a little bit of equity, but like for me, it's all about winning the title. I mean, like, and like, I just don't care. In maybe one hand, I'm gonna lose 10K in equity. At the end of the day, what makes me happy is win tournaments. I know, like, say, it's not gonna change my life, 10K. We're playing these stakes, you know, like if I make a small EV mistake, and I'd rather like have like the title and play for first prize, and it's been working out for me since I've been playing poker.
One thing it seems like you never lose is the attention of our audiences, in large part due to the amount of personality that you bring to the table. And in an environment where it seems like many have subscribed to the idea that emotion needs to be stripped out of successful high-stakes poker approaches, you continue to wear your heart on your sleeve. Why do you do that, and do you think that it helps you when you're out here?
Yeah, it actually helps me, I think, because, I mean, I come to play poker to have fun, you know, like, and I don't, first of all, I mean, I'd rather be without the phone, like down to 2 tables, because then I'm way more like talkative with the people, like just like try to connect more. And like, yeah, obviously I know sometimes I tilt players and that kind of helps, but it is what it is, you know, like everybody has their technique. These guys are studying all day. I tilt them and it's fine. It's advantage.
Listen, it's all fair play, that's for sure, and we love to see it. One thing I wanna ask you, given how many different places you play, I mean, you keep a very full schedule. When you come here to these Tritons, which you haven't missed one since Vietnam when you won your first title, what's your takeaway? I mean, what keeps you coming back to this tour in particular, and how does it stack up with so much perspective?
Well, I'm not gonna lie. I think it's by far the best tour, and everything about it. The competition is obviously the hardest, but it's still soft for the buy-ins we're playing. And they've been doing like in really nice tops, like they did Bahamas, they did here. Jeju is beautiful. So yeah, I mean, and you can get here a lot of buy-ins like that in the other part of the year you cannot. So for us, like to be able to put like 1.5 million in buy-ins in one stop is really good if your ROI is high. So yeah, I love it. I'm gonna keep coming back.
You know something else that's beautiful, my friend? It's waiting for you right off stage. Luca Vivaldi coming up with a piece of hardware you're all too familiar with, your third Triton title. Ladies and gentlemen, Nacho Barbero, champion of the 30K.